Wherever there's an episodic series, you can bet two men will talk to you. AJ Talon and Owen Finch give their thoughts on Owen and AJ Talks.
Hello, everybody.
Welcome to Owen and AJ Talks. I'm Owen Finch, and I'm here with
AJ Talent. We are back for the grand finale of Avatar: The Last Airbender, Book 1, Water. I know, we're finally in the Water Tribe. It only took fucking, a billion episodes, but yep. We are here for the two-parter, Siege of the North. We're going to do part 1, and then for you guys, nothing's going to change except the time of day will be different, and we'll be wearing different clothing. But besides that, this will be the two-part finale video.
Yeah, I'm excited about this. Making a lot of landmarks this year. We did the season 1 finale and premiere of Ben 10 the same week. And now we're doing, Avatar: The Last Airbender. We've been plugging at these shows for a while, so I'm really happy we're finally at this moment. And I'm glad, we get to do some more time traveling, because you're gonna see a time travel loop, and it's gonna be so much fun. But yeah, I'm happy we're here.
We'll mention it again at the end of the video, but before we get into book 2, we're gonna look forward to some other Avatar stuff, which would be cool. We'll have the Avatar comics set during book 1. We'll have the Last Airbender movie, yay! And then we have a couple other videos such as rewriting book 1, and maybe Sokka's a war criminal. We might wait a little bit later in the show for that one.
Yeah, because I don't think there's still enough. That might be like a season 2 one, probably.
Yeah, but we got some other Avatar videos, so don't think we're gonna just not do anything until book 2. We get some other Avatar videos planned.
Yep, but I'm happy we're finally here because it took us a while to get here. I'm happy we really decided to plug away in Avatar this year. We haven't had any big overarching shows. These have been our main things, and because of this, we can obviously have to do that other stuff move into book 2, and I think we've really been looking forward to doing book 2 because it's both of our favorite season of Avatar and everything like that. But we're still gonna get through book 1, and again, this is just pretty cool. But yeah, let's just get right into it. So yeah, like we said, this is Avatar: The Last Airbender. This is Siege of the North. Right now, we're gonna do part 1. So AJ, I'll just say this. I know Netflix and stuff has this as a 2-parter, but this actually didn't air as a 2-part. It all aired the same day and everything like that. Which is really weird. I feel like I kind of remember that happening, but I think Netflix and other streaming services are laid it out that way. But we'll talk about this. That's happened a lot with Avatar. I don't know if you remember, the 2-parter for the season 2 finale, actually did all air in one day type of thing.
Yeah, that's not surprised. As a kid, I'm pretty sure Day of Black Sun and Sozin's Comet aired together. Those are 2-parters. I'm pretty sure those were same day. So I'm pretty sure Avatar was pretty consistent on that, airing 2-parters the same day. But
I can understand why Netflix probably broke it up in other streaming services as a 2-parter. Although it's well, yeah, but I'm just saying, they air
the same day, but they are different episodes.
Which is weird though, because when we get to that point, Netflix aired The Drill and the episode before that, the same day, but those are clearly 2 different episodes, but they're in one episode on Netflix, which is just really weird.
They are? That's weird.
Yeah, but yeah.
It's not like Danny Phantom, Ultimate Enemy, where it's just a special episode. These are 2 separate episodes. It's just a part 1, part 2.
Yeah, I'm gonna guess probably, if I had to guess how they laid this out, they probably just did same day release, kind of how Yellow Jackets has done some of their season premieres, what's been
Yeah, I was gonna say that's kind of what I figured. They're not supposed to be one episode. They just aired them together.
Yeah. But I can understand that. But yeah, you get to guess the episode. I'm just saying this now because I'm not going to have you guess again when we do part 2. So.
Yeah, I remember where we were at last time. I'm just going to wing it. November 15th, 2000.
Oh, AJ, you're so close, but it's December 2nd, 2005.
Okay, I was only 2 weeks off. It's not bad.
Yeah, it's so close.
I'll finish December for book 1 Water for now.
Yeah. So. This episode was written by, and Moo's here, Winter Cat.
Yeah, Moo's very interested.
Yep. This episode was written by John O'Brien. We've talked about him before. He's done some Avatar episodes. We've mentioned him. Go watch The Fortune Teller, because I think and The Great Divide, because we did like a deep dive on that. And it was directed by Laurie McMullen. I know we have to call ourselves out because we always make mention, especially in our Yellow Jackets videos, like, why didn't the main people work on this? Laurie McMullen, we've talked about a lot. I'm pretty sure she's worked a lot of big Avatar episodes. Like one of them, I think she worked on The Storm, so I'm kind of okay with her working on this one. I assume the creators probably, like, they're not credited, but they probably did some things, obviously, for the finale. I don't think they completely didn't work on it, so...
Yeah, like, and Man of Action, the 4 main writers, aren't credited as like the main writers in a lot of episodes, but I'm assuming they at least have some say, even if they aren't credited.
Yeah. And then the animation was DR Movie. They've done some animation stuff, a ton of animation stuff. Oh, they animated Death Note. It says Death Note in between animation, so it says television work, so that's pretty cool. We probably talked about them before. Stitch, they did Stitch. They did X-Men Evolution.
I love that.
I figured I'd read that. Iron Man, they did some of the Iron Man. They did an Iron Man animation. And then they did some films. I just want to see if I can pull one. They did Pokemon, the first movie, Mewtwo Strikes Back, and then the Pokemon the movie 2000.
That's cool.
So, I'm mainly just pulling stuff I know that you would be interested in, so.
Yeah, no, I didn't know they did Pokemon the first movie. That was actually, that one animation-wise holds up good, even though it's like fucking, almost 30 years old now.
They did some Cowboy Bebop, they did a Cowboy Bebop movie I'm seeing here. Cowboy Bebop the movie, so.
Yeah, well, that looks great. Okay, that's cool.
Yeah, so... this is going to be kind of cool, because when we do part 2, I actually just looked this up recently, like, that's animated by another animation company, so that's kind of cool that, like, 2 animation companies, like...
Avatar is an anime, confirmed.
Yeah, so... But yeah, let's go through the notes. We kind of did all that. Let's get right into the episode. I guess, obviously, we're not going to spend too long talking about this, because go watch our last Avatar video, The Waterbending Master. We kind of did more of a deep dive on it. But, this is where we kind of find out that, like, did we guess a month? Maybe a couple months passed in between episodes?
It can't be a couple months, because, I mean, like, Sozin's Comet is, like, fucking half a year away. So, I mean, yeah, it has to be, like, a month.
Yeah.
Months.
So we found out a month has passed. And, again, that's disappointing, we talked about this in the last video, so we won't spend too much time on it. And we're going to talk about this in other Avatar videos. But, obviously, we spent so much time with the build-up of getting to the North Pole. We didn't really get to spend a lot of time there. And, the episodes that we get there, we don't really get to see, like, the setting and, like, the vibe of what the North Pole was, like, really like. Because you only really get that episode. And, again, the Waterbending Master, a lot of that, the B-plot, or the Zuko plot, as I like to call it, like, takes place, like, away from the North Pole. Like, the Fire Nation themselves aren't even at the North Pole until, like, the end of the episode, really. And then, here, we get to see, like, the beginning, like, setting of, like, the North Pole, up until probably they invade, and they kind of invade not even halfway through the episode. I'd say, like, a quarter, because it's, like, before the first commercial break, they actually, like, get there, and everything like that, so... Yeah. Kind of disappointed we didn't... I would even say, actually, not even then, because we have that black soot that comes down, like, in the middle of the episode, so even then...
Yeah, I was going to say, so, we talked about that a lot last episode, because that was, like, the only episode we really got to see the North Pole before shit hits the fan. It's the finale. So a lot of that fell on last episode. Even though it wasn't that episode's fault, it is the fault of the show that, like, that's the only episode we really get. But I think the 2 main things that hurt this finale because of that are, aside from, like you said, we just didn't get a lot of time in the North Pole to, like, care about it before it got attacked. But the 2 things that really suck are Katara this whole season has been wanting to, train under a master and, like, master her waterbending. She finally gets Paku to teach her end of last episode. This episode starts off with her, she's already the best student he has. And she is, maybe not a master, but she's, like, close to being a master.
Yeah.
So it's like, oh, that sucks. It all happened off screen, and then you'll get the Aang. And then the other thing is, last episode, UA and Sokka were just kind of starting their like Romeo and Juliet vibe romance. And then this episode starts off with, because again, it's been like a month. They've built up like a strong friendship. They're like spending their free time together. So the last time they had like just started like hanging out, and now they're already friends and like know each other.
Yeah.
It sucks that all that was off screen. That all really could have, because I mean, listen, the UA thing is a big part of this special. Like, we really need to care about UA, and we just like did not get a lot of time for it.
Yeah, that's gonna be a part 2 thing. But when we get that reveal of UA, it kind of feels like it was thrown in the last minute because again, we didn't really get to know her. Like, if we had gotten more time in the North Pole, like the big reveal of UA could have been a couple episodes, like, in the future, and then we could have actually seen like the culmination of it, like in this finale type of thing.
We'll say it looks better than the last Airbender movie, because in that one, like, Sokka and Katara get to the North Pole, and then Katara's stiff ass narration is just like, my brother and the princess became friends, and then that's it. And then that's all we're told is like they became friends. It's like, oh, all
right then. Yeah.
So a little bit better than that, but yeah, no, still very underwhelming.
Yeah.
So
like, a little disappointed, but again, we spent a lot of last episode on that. We'll probably take shots at it here and there, but we'll try not to talk about that as much. I
just wanted to bring those 2 points up because those 2 points are like the main ones that hurt this episode.
Yeah. But again, we're gonna do a rewriting of book 1 of Avatar where we kind of fix that issue. I think I'll just say this too, like, I think we say this because, like, season 2, like, fixed that issue, and we see what could have happened with all the Boston Say. Like, we got to spend some time in Boston Say, so that's why we're really, like, hammering it home and, like, really mentioning, like, in these videos and everything like that.
Yeah, no, it is, like, book 2, like, takes every issue of book 1 and basically fixes it. Yeah. So, it is kind of like, it does suck that book 1, these flaws exist.
Yeah.
But, I am glad that the writers, took that and learned from it.
Yeah, for sure. But yeah, let's just talk about these opening scenes. So obviously this kicks off with Katara trading with Master Parku. We see that, obviously they're in like a sparring circle. Not much of a circle. It's more like a sparring just area. Not really a circle. But he calls it a circle. But, Master Parku maybe doesn't know his shapes. So,
That was an oval. It has to be a circle.
Oh my gosh, to that magic. By the way, with all the outworldly creatures that are fucking up.
Avatar probably has sea bears.
So, I mean, they have like,
I can totally picture it. Like SpongeBob, Patrick, Aang, and Katara. Sokka is Squidward. Sokka's drawing it in the snow. What happened that time? Aang's like, I don't know. Maybe he just doesn't like you.
Yeah. So, but yeah. So, they're in the sparring circle, and again, this is kind of the indication. We can see that some times past, Katara easily kicks this guy's ass. She immediately like freezes him in water. And like a big like wall of water, kind of cool because that's what happened to her with the defeat of Master Parku. Like she's doing the same like maneuver now and everything like that.
Yeah, she does that. She does this later on in the episode too.
Yep. And then the guy loses really easily. So pretty cool. Again, as you said, disappointing because we didn't actually get to like see it, but pretty cool to see where Katara's been and come. I guess Master Parku, I guess that whole woman thing is over because he's actually like being pretty common. And again, he's throwing shade at the guys now too. Be like, oh yeah, maybe I think he mentions like maybe you can like battle like I don't even think he said like even anyone that's like a waterbending master. He said like some like animal that like probably couldn't even like waterbend.
I think he says you can battle a sea sponge. And I'm like, honestly, I think SpongeBob might kick this guy's ass.
Depends on the game and depends on the episode.
Well, it's funny because at the beginning of that Nicktoons game, remember SpongeBob was doing that dance? Katara's like, wow, I've never seen waterbending like that.
Yeah, so, And he's got that, like, in the Nicktoon Unite game, he's got that, like, water, like, spit that he can, like, do to open, like, and close doors. So
So SpongeBob confirmed a better waterbender than this guy.
yeah.
But I like that you point out now Paku's hitting on the guys. It's like Paku is either one or the other. Now that he's not hitting women, he's like hitting on guys.
But he's a guy.
Yeah, I know.
And there's no technology, and there's no technology that can change that. Back then. So,
he fucking takes the water and he's like, something I must sacrifice.
I was just thinking of the Rick and Morty episode. I don't know if you saw that one where, like, I think Morty had to, like, cut his dick off to, like, sacrifice himself or whatever to, like, the gods or whatever. Yeah. I think that's the episode where, like, it's like the episode before the finale, like, where we found out that it was, like, a robot Rick that was in that episode type of thing. So,
I know that episode where we find out it's Robot Rick, but I don't remember that one.
Yeah. But yeah, so, Master Paku, actually, I read online that line's different. I think in a different language, it's Starfish, so it's really funny. You got, like, a SpongeBob reference in two countries, pretty much, which is pretty funny. I think German, it said it was, Starfish. I don't know why they changed it in Germany, but I guess whatever. Maybe Patrick's the main star in Germany,
The sponge kicked Germany's ass in World War II. We thought it was the Allies, but no, a single sponge kicked Germany.
I buy it. So, he congratulates Katara, saying that, like, she's, like, the fastest learning student that has ever come across him before. Again, like we said, disappointed we didn't actually get to, like, see it, but whatever.
Yeah. I think it's I can buy it because she's a good waterbender and, like, we've seen she's a good fighter, and, like, unlike these guys, she has, like, real battle experience. So, like, I can buy that she can, like, do this. It's just, it sucks that we didn't get to see it. It was just, like, time skip.
Yeah. And I think what's kind of cool is, like, Master Paku and Katara, like, have kind of somewhat of, like, a bond type of thing now. It would have been kind of nice, like, to see, because again, that kind of we got that last episode, but it would have been nice to see, like, slowly, like, maybe like
that was the very end of the episode, So yeah, it would have been nice if we got to just see more of it.
Yeah. So he asked
because Paku's, like, supposed to be kind of a big deal, where he ends up being in the White Lotus.
Yeah.
But I'm, like, sitting here like, bro, who are you?
I know, because he's not really in this episode that much. I think this is
barely in this episode, and then he just kind of, like, shows up, and and then at, like, beginning of next book, he's like, all right, here's some spirit water, fucking leave.
Get out of here. Now I hate everybody. I hate men and women now, and I can't decide. It's different.
I'm joining. Fuck you all.
It would have been funny if he was one of the guys chosen to go undercover. Then he actually isn't. He was an undercover firebender, being an undercover, going undercover to be a waterbender, being an undercover firebender.
And really cold fire.
Yeah, but yeah. So he asked the other students, like, who wants to step into the sparring station. I'm not going to call it a circle because it's not a circle. And all the other students. Yeah, all the other students are obviously been beaten up and they don't want to take part in it. And this is where I get to the 8th, and Master Paku says, like, Aang, what about you? You seem to have a lot of time to play with your pets, but how about, that must mean you've completed your waterbending training. And then Aang says, I wouldn't say I've completed it, but I've been learning on a new trick. And this is, I guess, kind of a cool trick where, like, he takes the snow and, like, turns himself into a snowman type of thing, like, puts up...
Snowman?
He puts up, he takes the whole, he's Frosty the Snowman now, happy birthday and all that type of stuff, so.
Oh, that's enough.
Yeah. So, yeah, he bends all the snow out of himself and makes himself into a snowman. And obviously, this is the indication that Aang kind of slacked off learning how to do waterbending. This is clearly supposed to be, like, a comedic thing, obviously, like, innocent child, like, put off his, his duties and everything like that. But this kind of is a little bit of a rant. Like, the whole season has been building with Aang getting to the North Pole to learn waterbending. He was told he had to learn how to do this before the comet arrived, so you would think he would have urgency to actually, like, learn. Especially, too, because we've seen, like, in future episode, or not future episodes, and earlier episodes, this was kind of a big inspiration for like Aang. Like, we gotta get to the North Pole. We gotta get to the North Pole. He's stressed about it. In the waterbending scroll, and then like the whole reason the Deserter episode even like happened was he wanted to learn firebending because he saw a perfect venue to learn firebending because he's also stressed about the climate, and then he gets to the North Pole and he just. Now look, I'm not saying he has to like completely take it seriously. Like, it's okay for him to obviously like have some criticism, but to completely like slack off on it just didn't even like make any sense at all. That just was really weird.
Yeah. Again, it's like it's out of character for Aang because Aang likes to goof off and kind of like uses bending to like pull little tricks instead of like combat. But like you said, Aang like fucking the water bending scroll started off with Aang freaking out that like he doesn't have enough time to learn the elements before it shows his comet. So Aang was like eager to learn water, like you said. The deserter is like Aang was like, I gotta learn fire. Like, he was rushing to learn fire because he's like, I gotta get this done. When we get to bitter work, Aang starts off the episode like excited to learn earthbending, and it's only after like he sucks at it that he kind of gets down on it. But like that at the beginning he wanted to. So like before and after this, Aang is like taking it seriously that Aang wants to learn the elements and like get good at it. So I just don't buy that he spent the last fucking month goofing off.
Yeah. And again, maybe because he thought he was going to be at like the North Pole like longer than he was. So maybe he's like, but again, you've been there a month and you haven't really like taken it like really.
Like, it's like, oh, he expected to be there longer. I'm like, Aang, Sozin's comet is less than a year away. No matter what you do, Sozin's comet is going to be here in like, a little more than half a year.
Yeah.
So, like, you should probably, rush a little bit.
Yeah. So obviously, like, Master Paku's obviously disappointed, which, honestly, this is the only time we'll take his side, because I'd be pretty disappointed myself, so... And I was disappointed, so... And Master Paku doesn't even have... Oh, I was about to say, he doesn't even have the context we have, but again, he actually does, based off that Avatar game, because he's the one telling the story in the beginning, so he knows all this, so...
That is so funny that he's the narrator. Like, why?
I don't know. Well, I don't think he's going to be the complete... I haven't played the rest of the... I don't think he's going to be the complete narrator, but it's the White Lotus narrator. For some reason, Master Paku starts off as the narrator.
Look, I'm just like... It's like the how'd you know parts you weren't there for,
I don't know.
Like, Paku was in... This is like the only scene he has this episode.
Yeah. But, again, this happens later, but I'll talk about it now. Then during all of this, we see the Fire Nation are starting to make way to the North Pole. They're getting ready to invade. And Zhao's, really proud. He's telling Iroh, like, be very prepared to see greatness in history where the Fire Nation completely invades the North Pole. And I take all the kids. And then I was like, what? I was like, nothing. Just we're going to invade the North Pole. That's what we're here for.
Oh, so many children. So much ice.
Yeah. And I like this. I think this is the first time we heard about it. Like, I will kind of tell Zhao, like, history hasn't been too kind to us in the past. Don't, like, think it's going to work out for you now. And Zhao, I think that's the first we heard of it. We, like, knew about it. But, like, Zhao kind of mentions that Iroh obviously had that failed mission where he failed to invade Ba Sing Se. And he said that he's going to learn from those failures and all that type of stuff. So I do...
It briefly mentioned before, remember, in Winter Solstice Part 1, those Earthbenders captured Iroh, and they mentioned they were bringing him to Ba Sing Se.
Yeah. So I do kind of like...
He failed to invade.
Yeah, so I do kind of like that it was brought up again. And he kind of goes tell Zhao tells Iroh to kind of like let the ships know like we're heading there or something. So Iroh goes to do that. Then he kind of obviously privately speaks with Zuko. And he asks Zuko if he has a plan, and Zuko says he's working on it. Again, I would say this is... I know we kind of said we wouldn't dwell on it too much, but even... I'll kind of talk about this. Even this is kind of disappointing, because the whole thing of... The whole, like, hook of coming back was it ended with finding out Zuko was, like, working in disguise. This is kind of, like, the last you really kind of, like, get on that. Like, obviously, it's, like... That's kind of cool, but, like, all that really was just to hide from, like... Obviously, so they could get to the North Pole. Like,
Zuko is just like hitching a ride to the North Pole. But yeah, it does kind of suck that I guess he just like for the last couple weeks just was able to successfully stay in disguise. I'm like, wow, that's crazy.
Yeah. Would have been kind of cool again if we got, if we had episodes in between. Like we could have seen him got revenge on the pirate dudes. We could have had an episode where he gets caught by like Lieutenant G, and obviously Lieutenant G we think's gonna rat him out. Obviously, again, you would have to rewrite a different episode because that happens in the season 4. But
well, again, I just think about like when we get to the Boiling Rock in book 3, that did Zuko being in disguise a lot better than this.
Yeah. So. Kind of really it for the opening. Obviously, the soccer stuff is kind of your thing, but these were kind of like more so cold opens. You get to kind of see like a day in the life of Aang and Katara, and then you get to see the Vaya Nation about to invade. All pretty solid stuff. The Aang thing is kind of like the only thing that's really the negative, but everything else was relatively like fine. So that was good.
Yeah. Again, the Katara thing is cool. I just wish we got to see it. And then the Aang thing I have a problem with. I really like the talk between Zhao and Iroh. It's interesting because Zhao up until this point has been pretty respectful of Iroh, even though he hates Zuko. So this is kind of the first time we're seeing him like throw shade at Iroh, where he's like, this won't be like your legendary failure. But I do like that Iroh doesn't like clap back at him. He just says like, for your sake, I hope not. Right. I like that. Kind of like, I think he actually sees himself a little bit in Zhao. Like, because I think he was kind of like Zhao when he was younger. So he genuinely hopes Zhao doesn't make the same mistakes as him. Because, as we're going to find out later on, Iroh lost his son in Ba Sing Se. So, like, I'm sure he doesn't want Zhao to, like, be met with that kind of pain.
Well, he's going to be met with pain away because there's not a lot of. I don't think there was a lot of children there when he goes there. So
yeah, I know that's the worst part about it. It's like no little kid. But I do like that we get to see a little bit of reinforcement, I guess, because we already knew this of like Zhao's motivation, where he, like you said, he mentions like centuries from now, people will talk about this day. In like previous episodes, he talked about how he wants. The glory of being the one who captured the Avatar, and now he wants to be the one who ended the Water Tribe civilization. And as we're going to find out later on, the guy who killed the moon. He wants to be a legend. He wants to go down in history as this great important figure.
Yeah, so I think that's pretty cool.
Yeah. Yeah, and then that was a good scene. And then moving on to Sokka and Yue. They're kind of just walking around downtown, making my way downtown. Sokka's bouncing on like top of the bridge, and Yue's walking alongside him. And they're just chatting it up. Sokka's telling a bit about the South Pole, and she's like surprised there aren't any big like palaces like the one she lives in, obviously. And Sokka's like, "Are you kidding? I grew up with a block of ice," which is pretty sad. Like how shitty the South Pole is compared to the North.
Yeah.
Again, a little thing like that. I'm like, I wish we got more on. Yue grew up as like this princess growing up in the castle. Compared to Sokka, the Water Tribe's, South Pole peasant.
Yeah, I would have been kind of cool if we got like Sokka could show like that could have been a Tales of Sokka episode. Like Sokka could show Yue like what a day in a peasant's life was like, type of thing.
Yeah, I would have liked that. But yeah, again, at least we get this little bit here where they're kind of, Yue laughs at his jokes and they have a good time. But then Yue is pretty quickly like backs off and she's like, "Look, I can't do this. Like this feels wrong." And he's like, "What are you talking about? Like we're not dating, we're not going on a date or anything. We're just walking around as friends." And I like that, like obviously Sokka has feelings for her and she has feelings for him, but he's trying to be like respectful.
Yeah.
And I think he wants to be in a relationship with her, but I guess he's like, just happy to be friends, But yeah, Yui's basically just saying like, but it just like feels wrong. Like even though this isn't like, even if it is just like walking around as friends, it still feels wrong. But Sokka's like, hey, I know how to like get your mind off everything. Let's go see my friend Appa. And I like this where Appa's like the wingman. Like Sokka's like nudging him, like, listen, man, I swear to God, like help me out, be my wingman on this one.
And he doesn't even do it well, which I love. So.
Yeah, because Sokka's trying to be like, oh, me and Sokka go way back, right, buddy? And then Sokka just like tackles him and starts licking him.
Sokka, you mean Appa? You said Sokka instead of Appa. So Sokka's tackling Appa and licking him.
Tackles Appa and starts licking him. I love that.
You do that with your cat all the time. Just tackle your cats to the ground and just start licking them. So.
Yeah. I do that with that little fucker sometimes. Just like, how do you like it?
Yeah. So.
Yeah, Yue's like, it looks like you haven't been paying him much attention lately. I do like that we see, it's like a little animal stable.
Yeah, I like that.
Again, it's just like, seeing little bits of the North Pole while we can is nice, because we're not going to get much of it.
No, we're not.
So, yeah, Appa's going to take Yue on a ride. I like that Appa listens to Sokka.
Yeah.
This is the first time we've really seen anybody besides Aang, like, command Appa.
Yeah, other than the episode where like Aang got captured by Zuko and like they had to like, but other than that, yeah, this is like the first time.
Well,
yeah.
Yeah, I get, but that was like Katara. I guess it's nice to see again that like Appa and Sokka have like grown closer.
Yeah, I like that.
Obviously, didn't like Appa or Aang.
Yeah, so I like the fact that they got closer and everything like that, which is pretty cool.
And they're flying around. Yue is like impressed and like, wow, you guys spend every day up here, huh? And Sokka's bragging like, yeah, we pretty much live up here. It's pretty great. And then they get really close together and they look like they're about to kiss, but then they kind of just quickly back off. And they're like, oh, we had a close one. But as they're flying, they notice some of the snow is becoming black.
I will say I do like because how I thought this scene went was like they were about to kiss and then like the black soot interrupted it. I like that they didn't notice the black soot for like a second type of thing. Like they kind of like stopped themselves type of thing. Like
I feel like you can actually see the black snow on screen before they notice it.
And it kind of showed like it wasn't the black, like they know they have to like restrict themselves. Like it wasn't like, oh, the black snow fell, so that's what stopped them. Like it shows like, hey, they have to like restrict themselves type of thing. Like like they're gonna have moments like that, and then because it does kind of suck, because we didn't really get to see this like again like in other episodes. So it's nice that we got to kind of see like they have these feelings for each other, but they have to like they can't really act on them and all that type of stuff.
Yeah.
Pretty cool because a cartoon on Nickelodeon like never really like told a story like this before. They don't really tell like the relationship stories that much. So because I don't think Danny had quite yet with Sam and Valerie and stuff.
I was gonna say, I guess like Danny and Valerie would be like the closest we get, but even that's not really like the forbidden love kind of thing.
Yeah, but again, I don't even think we got that episode yet either. So.
Oh no, that's up to like season 2.
Yeah, so I think it's pretty cool that a cartoon is kind of telling these type because you would expect to see like this in like one of the the Teen Nick episodes type of thing. So I think that's pretty cool.
Yep. So I do like that we see some reaction shots like all around the North Pole. Like, we see some, like all the citizens just like confused on what this means. And like, I like that you see like even like the water fountains are like all black now, because like the soot is like getting in the water.
Yep.
Like Aang is like rolling around with Momo and like, he's like taken aback by it. Kind of just showing like, these like people's peaceful lives. Because the North Pole, it seems like, has been relatively untouched by the Fire Nation for like decades now. Like, for these guys, the war probably seems so far away. So, this is kind of just like everything crashing down for them.
Yeah.
And the Earth Kingdom is just sitting there like, oh, I'm sorry, guys. Is the Fire Nation invading you? Oh my God, I'm so sorry. Really, my condolences. Really.
Yeah, and you have
and then the Air Nomads are just in the corner.
Yeah. Well, no, then in Boston Say, meanwhile, you have, I forget his name off the top of my head. There is no war. There is no war. What's this war you speak of? You know.
Yeah.
It's no war, apparently. Because they get hypnotized and they're not believing in a war. So,
Yeah. But whereas these guys just flat out don't even fucking, like, really know about it.
Yeah.
Because they meant, because as we're going to see later on, like, they have captured Fire Nation soldier uniforms from, like, fucking 85 years ago. So, like, it seems like the Fire Nation wasn't really even, like, attacking these guys so much.
No.
So, this must be, like, a big shock to them, because UA, like, doesn't even know what it means. But I like that Sokka, when they get down on the ground, picks up some snow. And, because of when the Southern Raiders attacked when they were kids, and when Zuko showed up in the first episode, or, the second half of the first episode, Sokka already knows what this means, that the Fire Nation is here. Like, it's soot from their coal mixed in with the snow. Like, I love that. Just gives the impending doom of, like, fuck, they're coming. We have to just sit here and wait.
Yeah. I like this too because it shows how knowledgeable like Sokka was about this war and all that type of stuff too, which is good.
Yeah,
so.
He's experienced it, and we saw, like, obviously, they lost their mother the first time around, and then just Zuko's ship, like fucked up the South Pole, just Zuko's ship, and then, as Sokka mentions here, judging by just how much soot there is, like, there's a lot of it.
Yeah, so. Yeah, I like that a lot.
In Ben 10 later on, I like the beginning of Alien Force. Like, a big part of, like, the premiere was taking down, like, a single ship. And then, like, for the, like, finale, like, Ben mentions, like, yeah, it took us a lot just to take down one ship. And then Paradox is like, no. You guys took down a single small cruiser. Well, we got, like, fucking thousands of warships heading our way. And then Ben is like, oh, great. So we're fucked.
Actually, in the World War II, I'm going to make the fucking World War II comparison.
Yeah.
Okay. Have fun with this because I might get this wrong. I'm pretty sure I don't remember. But, like, obviously, one of the big reasons that, like, people use to kind of defend a drop of the atomic bomb was because, like, when the U.S. and other countries and stuff were going after, like, Japan's, all the places they took over and everything like that. It was, like, small islands and everything like that. And they were just killing themselves just to go after those islands. So, like, I think they were about to attack, like, the biggest, like, place in Japan. They're like, if they're willing to kill themselves just for those small, like, islands or whatever it was, towns, whatever, what the hell are they going to do for, like, the biggest, like, town, whatever it was that they have and everything like that type of thing. So.
I don't know. Well, because, Imperial Japan, obviously you have the kamikaze fighters, and, like, Japanese would literally kill themselves because they would rather die than be killed by Americans. Imperial Japan was, like, fanatical. So yeah, that was a big debate. Is like, obviously, like, an invasion of mainland Japan would kill so many people.
Yes.
Now, granted, obviously, that's a real, like, we can never know which one was, like, the right option at the end. It was kind of a lose-lose situation.
Yeah.
But yeah, cool that you were the one to make the history reference.
Yeah. I'm just making that reference, obviously, because, you just mentioned the Ben 10 thing, and we're going to see it in Avatar in a second, so.
Well, it is very fitting, because obviously Fire Nation is based on Imperial Japan, so very fitting.
Yeah, there you go. Look at this. Me making the reference, and I got basically nothing wrong, so that's
Oh, and yay!
It's okay.
Getting called the largest nation in the world when it is a small island.
I did.
Yeah, that was in Rick and Morty.
That's right. Yeah,
sure.
Yeah.
And you also were like, didn't you say something with the Black Death? I don't remember.
Well, I remember I asked what it was, but then you thought I didn't know what it was. But I meant, like, what was it like in the show? Because I didn't.
Oh, that's what it was. Yeah. Okay, yeah. The way you said it, it made it sound like you didn't know what it was. But yeah.
I meant like what was it in like the show type of thing. Yeah.
Fair enough.
So I didn't know what it was in the show. I knew what the Black Death was, just not what wasn't in the show. So,
Yeah.
but yeah, let's continue with. I guess I'll let you break down the last Sokka and Yue thing because that's kind of not really tied in because there's one more scene they have before the war.
Oh yeah, yeah. I guess yeah. So everybody's like evacuating to like it seems like the main castle area. You know, Yue and Sokka are running there, but Yue like stops and she's like, Sokka, like, no, we can't like be together anymore. I can't spend time with you. And Sokka's like, what? Well, first of all, Sokka should have been like, okay, first of all, time and a place, you know, for this maybe let's not do this right now.
You can say that with any show, though. You know, like
yeah, I know, but I'm like, okay, like literally like the worst possible time.
Yeah,
like you guys are getting invaded for the first time in like decades. Like maybe let's deal with our relationship shit after. But no, Sokka's like, what? What are you talking about? Like, we're just friends. But Yue's like, I wish it could be that simple, but like, it just can't. Like, spending time with you is too painful, you know? Like, because I obviously have feelings for you, and like, you know, just I can't be around you because it hurts too much. And I do like that Sokka is just like somber about this, where he kind of just looks at her and he realizes like the guy you're supposed to marry, like you don't love him. Because you know, obviously, you know, she just said last episode like she's engaged. You know, she didn't necessarily say like she didn't love the guy. But yeah, here Sokka basically, I think he feel like he probably had an idea, but this like confirmed to him that like she doesn't love the guy she's engaged to, and like it seems like she doesn't even like him at all.
yeah.
And you know, Yue is like, no, but I have like a duty to my people. Like I need to go through with this. And Sokka's like, but you're not marrying your people. You should have a say in like, you know, what is going to be the rest of your life. And Yue is just like, you wouldn't get it.
I do like this because you know it kind of gives you know that education to like you know because this is also catered to younger show and like obviously back then that's how it kind of was back then with like prince and princesses. They would have to marry people they didn't necessarily like or love like for the people type of thing.
Yeah, I was gonna say, you know, I kind of wish we got a little bit more on the fuck boy, because like this is presumably like a political thing, but I'm like, we don't really learn anything about him besides the fact that he's just like a fuck boy.
Yeah, and I do like
I'm
this.
Like, I know like why she has to be engaged to him.
Yeah, and maybe that's hint that could be something we talk about in the rewrite. So
and also another thing is I like that, okay, you know, because like you think you know, because based on what happened with Katara last episode, you think what's gonna happen is, you know, like, oh, Yue is gonna you know, like, you know, learn to like say no to her dad and she's gonna go with Sokka. But it kind of sucks because like Yue like what Yue says is basically what happens, just not in the way they think. It's even more fucked up what happens. Where yeah, Yue basically has to put duty over her personal feelings for not just her whole life, but for eternity.
yeah, I do like this. You know, I like how upset Sokka is. He kind of knows what Yue is kind of saying is right. I do kind of like this where Sokka's kind of frustrated a little bit with the customs type of thing, like basically kind of trying to say like Yue should kind of be able to like carve her own path. And I like this because we kind of got this a little bit last episode with like Master Paku like talking about this with you know that's why Katara's grandmother left and everything like that. So you know, I just kind of like how all of that was connected. And this is kind of cool because you know the first I would say like quarter maybe like basically this whole episode's like a Sokka. It's kind of a Sokka episode honestly. Like he's kind of the main character of like this episode. So and I think that kind of fixed the issue like because I think we haven't really had a Sokka episode. Or really a Sokka like centered story really since I would say Jet. I know you could say like Northern Air Temple, but that was still kind of an Aang episode.
The Northern Temple was mainly Aang, and even like Bato the Water Tribe, I would say is still mainly Aang over Sokka.
Yeah, so I do kind of like that we got like a Sokka episode again. Yeah, this is all just I think this is all good stuff. You know, I like kind of seeing you know that they tried to maintain a friendship and it's just not easy to do that type of thing. So
yeah, I mean, I understand where Yue is coming from because yeah, that is a very painful thing of like, you know, and like yeah, because I can see where Sokka's coming from of like, hey, listen, I like you. If we can't be in a relationship, we can at least like still be in each other's lives. But yeah, no, UA is basically like, no, I can't even do that. Like, just being around you is too painful.
Yeah, which is pretty sad.
Yeah.
So then we have the meeting at the war room. I gotta look up the guy's name because it's been a while. And we didn't hear his name in this episode. Actually, did he have a name? Yeah, he probably had a name, right?
The Chief, right? I think he has a name. I just don't know it.
Yeah, I'm gonna look it up. Let's see, Master Parker.
He's another guy. Like, we get little bits of him, and I'm like, I want more on you.
Yeah, Chief Anook is speaking to this people, kind of talking about like how war was upon them and everything like that. But he's kind of trying to be hopeful about it. Like mentions, that like the spirits, years ago, kind of have been looking after us. They've been taking care of the bridge. They help the waterbed and everything like that. This is where we kind of get an indication that the moon means a lot in Avatar and everything like that. And he kind of challenges everybody, saying that like we're planning an invasion of the Fire Nation, and some people can come, but some.
Well, I mean, they're planning a mission. I was gonna say, it's like, oh, you're gonna invade us? Fine, we're gonna invade you.
Yeah. Well, it isn't.
You can't fire me. I quit.
Yeah, I do say invasion because that is kind of what ends up being the plan. So, but the plan of mission, and they say like some of them can volunteer, but just be known that others will come back. There was this really weird line he says that really it ties into the episode where he like mentioned that like some people aren't gonna ever like show their faces like after this, and it like cued to like him and like Master Parker and then like Yue, and I'm pretty sure only one of them like I guess died, but all of them like all of them basically like fuck off out of this place like right after this invasion. So,
but I do like the message of like like he says like basically like we're gonna lose people, like people are gonna die, but like you'll always be in our hearts or some bullshit.
Yeah.
And I'm like, message, again, I feel like it would have been better if we just like gave more shit about some of these people.
Right. So,
like Paku, because they pinned Paku, like you said. He doesn't do anything in these episodes. We panned to Fuckboy. He
that's
died.
right, yeah.
So sad. Well, like him dying is literally played as a joke. And then like Yue, who again I like, but like I mean, we don't really get to know her that well.
Yeah. But Sokka volunteers to go on the mission, and I do like this. Like everyone else kind of stands up, and you can kind of see on the look of their faces they're volunteering, but they don't really like want to do it. Where Sokka's like actually brave enough to volunteer, and the only reason he's even volunteering is to like prove something to himself, maybe to the North Pole and kind of to Yue. Because I feel like if the Yue scene didn't happen, he might not have volunteered. But I feel like Sokka was kind of thinking, well, I don't really feel like I got much to lose, type of thing, and I want to like provide for these people and everything like that. I want to show them that I'm willing to step up. So And
I also kind of ties into what Yue said about like having a duty to her people.
Yeah, so he feels like he has a duty to do this. So he steps up. You get this moment where Sokka and Yue look at each other with sadness, and he kind of walks off. And then the next scene...
I do like that when she looks at him, she's like trying to maintain a brave face. But then like, when he like turns away, then she like starts to cry a little bit.
Yeah. Because again, obviously she's upset at the end of the relationship, but again, she in her perspective, she might think Sokka might not make it out of the mission and everything like that too.
As the chief said, like some of you are probably going to die. So like Sokka is risking her life and his life. So as far as she knows, she might never see him again.
Also, Sokka was, if he went on this mission, he could have been really tried as a war criminal. She might be thinking about that too. Like, wow, I might have a war criminal in my hands here. So,
fucking like after the battle's over, the chief is like, Sokka, thanks for saving us, but like, was it necessary to fucking bomb everybody with mustard gas and like kill all the children? And Sokka was like, hey, I mean, there's no Geneva Convention in Avatar,
Yeah. If anything, with Zhao on that ship, he saved the.
He's like, I saved the kids from fucking being molested by Zhao. I'm the hero.
He's like, but they're all dead. But he's like, but they're all dead. He's like, that's a fate better. That's a fate worse than being molested. So.
Yeah. But before, to get off that topic, I like that all the people who are going on the mission get like the paint, like the squiggles on their head. Because we saw in Balto the Water Tribe, he did that when they passed that like test.
Yep.
Just like drew dicks on their face, to be funny.
Yeah.
Like soccer, throw some balls.
Hey, maybe the last AirBender movie will do that. So.
Well, very fitting because in that movie, Yui's hair looks like a dick.
Yeah. So yeah. Then outside, Master Paku, not Master Paku, Chief Anoke, whatever his name, the Chief comes out.
Yeah, I was gonna say like the Chief has like a really good line here, and I'm like, why the fuck who are you, bro? Who are you? What he says, he said, fuck, what does he say? He says like the the calm before the impending doom is like the scariest, or like the hardest part is like the silence before.
Yeah, the storm.
Like,
yeah,
something. Like it's a fucking really good line, and I'm like, who are you? You know?
I really like that line though. And then Aang kind of tells them and opens up to them, like saying, like, I wasn't there when my people got invaded, and I feel like I let them down. I want to make a difference this time. I kind of like that. That ties the storm back into it, and then this makes Aang want to come through. Because I know from the perspective, like in the storm episode, it seemed like Aang got over it, but I feel like he still kind of has these feelings again and everything like that. So I do like that. This is a chance Aang can feel like you're like, I'm here. I can actually like make a difference and actually like, yeah, I can't fix that, but I can like fix this situation and everything like that.
Well, it is like, Aang kind of accepted that, like, he can't go back and change what happened, and like, like you said at the end of the episode, like he's gonna, he's gonna do what he can to make a difference now.
Yep. So, yeah, everyone just.
I also like, because he's like crouching down, and then he like stands up, and we get a shot that's like similar to the intro.
Yeah, that's cool.
Holding his glider behind his back, and then like panning up to the sky. I was like, that was cool.
Yeah. So then everyone's just kind of waiting for the impending doom. Everyone kind of is waiting by the North Pole. The Fire Nation show up. Well, one ship actually just shows up at first, and then we see.
Imagine being me. I'd be like, all right, fucking Jim. Everyone rock paper scissors. Who gets to go in first? All right, Jim, go.
What would be? What would have been cool? It would have been, it would have been kind of it was like Zuko's crew that was sent to come here first, type of thing.
That'd be cool, yeah. Where Zhao is like fucking over Zuko's crew, like you guys are the sacrifice. Go scout ahead.
Yeah, but yeah, a fireball shows up and it completely destroys like the wall that we saw when we first got to the North Pole.
Sorry, real quick. In the last AirBender movie, Paku is one contribution. Fucking so lame. Everybody's on the wall, and Paku for his battle cry goes, "Oh!" Like that's literally what he does. He's like, "Oh!" I'm like, "Oh my god!"
AJ, pretty soon we're gonna be doing that. So
yeah, when he did that battle cry, I'm like, if I was next to Paku when he did that battle cry, I'd be like, "Oh, okay." So like, okay, I want the Fire Nation to kill us now. Like we deserve to die if that's our battle cry.
Pretty soon, AJ, I could finally say I've seen that full movie. So
I know I cannot believe I can't believe it. It sucks, but I can't believe you have never seen the full movie.
Pretty soon, AJ. Pretty soon. You just wait. I bet you're licking your chops, being like, yeah, he's gonna see this. But yeah, then it went to break. And then when it came back, we see more fireballs are being thrown. Aang kind of goes over and drop kicks one of them. Sokka's kind of looking for Katara, and she water bends like the snow off of her, like makes like a little fortress around her. That was pretty cool. They kind of help each other out, and Aang starts to fly over, and he flies over one of the ships. He's kind of ducking and dodging some fireballs and everything like that. He's using AirBender to kind of blow them away, and not completely extinguish it, but like separate it and everything like that. And then he goes onto the ship. He uses AirBender onto it, and like blows a couple of the guards back and everything like that. He does this really cool thing. There was we had this on Zuko's ship. It was like a fireball slingshot, or probably not what it was called, but that's what I'm calling it. And like takes the uses his airbend and like airbends like the device and rigs it so that way like when it goes to shoot it off, it like doesn't actually shoot the fireball. It like holds the weight down and like completely like goes over to the other side and completely destroys the machine. I thought that was really cool. And then
yeah, I like that he actually didn't use airbending for this because like he grabbed the guy's hammer and like stuck it in the chain. So like it like instead of going off into the distance, it like slammed into the ship itself. And then like you said, he like wrapped around a bunch of other chains and like causing up the catapults to fucking destroy each other.
Yeah, that was.
So I was
cool.
like, the Aang like be creative.
Yeah, and he runs off because there's like several guards chasing him. You know, honestly, we could have added this to the list of you know, that should have been Shauna, but you know, maybe this is all what Shauna would have had to do, just run. You know, that's all she would have had to do. You know, because Travis probably wasn't gonna be able to shoot it with the crossbow, and you know, Natalie wouldn't have the gun; she would just be running with the gun. So you know, she just have to run, buy some time, and wait for Travis to run out of crossbows or arrows for the crossbows. So
I love the idea that Travis sucks so much. He just like can't hit Shauna when she's running.
By the way,
just like fire under.
Did you ever see that Family Guy like joke? I think it's in the prison episode when they all go to prison and like they're running away from bad guys, and the joke is like Peter's like, yeah, luckily bad guys have bad shots. And
yeah, cops are like. I was thinking of Red vs. Blue when Church is time traveling. He's trying to kill Donut and he's like shooting all around him.
Yeah,
and it throws a grenade and he's like, "Fuck this horse shit."
That might be the only time that scene with Shauna would have made sense, is if Church was the one holding the gun, type of thing.
Yeah. Church is Travis. He's just fucking shooting all around her. He's like, "How'd I miss?"
Did they do a joke too where the one time he fucking got it, like, that still fucked him? Like, the one time he actually got a good shot, that still fucked everybody over, type of thing? I think it was in season 6.
Yeah. Fuck, I can't remember when.
It's a fight.
Oh, yeah, and I feel like he accidentally shot Sar, I think it was.
No. He he shot the meadow, I think. But like he didn't call for it. Like it like Wash was like
he missed, but then it like bounced all around and then it hit the meta. And then Wash is like, it only counts if you call it.
Yeah. And it still fucked him over because like then the red showed up and everything like that, and that fucked so the one time Church actually got a good shot was when it didn't count. So
yeah.
By the way, I know we're still making the Shauna counter. You could add that fight with Embo I have, because I got like fucking like smacked around like fucking religiously by like those fucking
quadruple teams, yeah.
And you could add the challenge mode that I'm fucking stuck on, the one you know that.
Yeah, well, 15 of them all at once. Yeah,
so add that. Those are... I don't even. You can honestly add that like 5 times over, because it's happened to me like 5 times. So it's like.
That game, when you get to the later levels, is brutal with just fucking how many fucking people are attacking you at once.
Yeah. Did I ever tell you, by the way, there's a glitch? We'll get back on topic because I forgot to talk to you about this. I just remembered now. That challenge mode glitched on me because I started the challenge mode, but then like other enemies came over that weren't part of the challenge mode, and they were fucking beating the shit out of me and everything. Like what the fuck?
Damn. I was saying, that sucks. I don't think I really encountered many glitches in the game. That sucks. I'd be pissed off.
Yeah, and like, I killed them, but it didn't fucking count in the challenge mode because they wanted the fucking challenge mode. So I was like, oh, that didn't even count. Like,
yeah, bullshit. And that Brown in a boxing match was just like throwing shit at you. I'd be like, what the fuck?
Say that again. You cut out though.
I was saying that'd be like if you're in a boxing match and like the crowd is just like throwing shit at you. It's like, what the fuck? You know?
But anyhow, back to Avatar. So yeah, Aang, the continue of the battle. You know, Aang eventually uses some air to like knock over the other guards and everything like that. And then eventually, this is pretty cool. We get to meet a really cool character for a couple seconds, but I thought it was pretty cool.
I was just hyped up as like, oh man, I'm the boss fight, Aang. You're gonna have to really, you know, it's gonna take all your effort to beat me. And then he got it. Yeah.
Reminds me of Shark Face, but like but like doesn't have that annoyance where he fucking comes back for no fucking reason. So
yeah, I was gonna say that they spend a good couple seconds on this guy. They like Aang's off in the distance and it like cuts over to him.
yeah,
Like, oh, okay. We're not Indiana Jones. We're like that guy's doing all this like sword tricks and then he just like takes out the gun and shoots him. Which Danny Phantom made a reference to that.
Yeah, they did. I remember that. Yeah, but I remember we talked about that too.
Yeah, with Shark Face, where Aang is like, "What the fuck is with this guy?"
Yeah, but yeah, Aang shows up. He's about to take out another one of those, fireball shooters, and this guy, comes out. He's the guy that, clearly got hired to work on this machine. And he's coming out doing all the fancy tricks with the hammers. He actually does trap Aang, like he changed him to the contraption and everything like that. And this guy, I don't know what he would have done to Aang if Appa didn't show up. But then Appa shows up. I won't say they completely diminished this guy because again, Appa kind of snuck attack him, and he again, it's a fucking huge bison. Appa just took he grabs him and just tosses him overboard and everything like that. So I'm like, okay, I can kind of buy that a little bit that would happen.
First of all, Son absolutely killed this guy.
I don't know. I mean, Chalkface sort of died, and he didn't fuck. No, was it Chalkface or? Was it Sharkface? It wasn't Sharkface, by the way. It was the other guy. Remember the other guy that like got a laser shot? I don't think that was Sharkface. I think that was just like.
Oh yeah, well Sharkface is alive. But yeah, no, both of them, all those guys should have fucking died.
Yeah. So then,
this I don't. I'm just kind of. It's kind of just funny. This guy's just like so random.
Yeah.
Where he he doesn't. He kind of beats Aang, where Aang got like stuck to the catapult. It would have been so funny. Just like they're like, "Hey, Admiral Zhao, we killed the Avatar." It's like, "Oh fuck, who did that?" It's like, "Oh, that guy over there with hammers and chains."
But when Zhao
be all right then.
Well, Zhao would be pissed because then he would like
Yeah, no, right, the North Pole is like, "Oh fuck, Aang's dead." All right, everyone. All right, gather up your newborns. All right, one of these is probably the new Aang.
And it's the whole thing, like it's the whole like thing you got to go right to work, like, okay, go fight the Fire Nation, you newborn, like you can't
like, all right, just fucking chuck them in the water, the Avatar state will activate. That's gonna be the plot of the next episode, with the Avatar state. It's like, all right, fuck it, just make them piss them off enough and they'll activate it.
Yep. So then Aang, a bunch of crew members are chasing Aang. Eventually, a bunch of waterbenders show up. I think these were the waterbenders that showed up in the beginning when they got to the North Pole. They freeze, some water and like trap the boat into it. And this causes the guys on the boat to fall off. And Aang feels like he accomplished something. I like this. Aang just kind of went through this battle. Lasts a good like 3 to 4 minutes. And you can see Aang had to be really creative here. He had to like really be ingenuitive, and this battle took a lot out of him. But then he goes up, he flies up.
Like it was doable for Aang, he didn't get seriously injured, and like it didn't take him too long. But like like you said, he had to be creative, and like it was like a challenge for him.
Yep.
So you take it down, and you think, oh, good job, Aang, you did it.
Then he flies up and sees that there's a whole fleet. And a Fire Nation ship's just getting ready to go into battle, and Aang says, "You got to be kidding me." I do like this because Walking Dead does a similar plot to this, where they end up going to a military fortress that isn't a military fortress, and they took out that whole fortress, but then we find out that fortress was just a smaller fortress of big ones they have to go take out type of thing. So I do kind of like this where Aang kind of looked up, and again he's just like, oh my gosh, I have to go take out this whole fleet of Fire Nation ships type of thing now. So I do like this, I like this fight. I thought this fight was good. I like how innovative Aang was, and then I just kind of like that you saw that Aang, and you felt kind of the struggle with Aang a little bit here, and then just to see, and honestly, you could totally buy into that type of thing where it's just doing like a really hard like test or something like really hard landscaping wise, like pulling weeds, and then you look over and you see that you still have to like pull more weeds, and it's just never gonna end,
Yeah.
type of thing.
Thing is, because like as we were saying, like a couple ships is like doable. Like it's a challenge, but like the characters can handle it. And even like 100 ships, like it's gonna take a while, but like they can get it done. But like we said, like it just pans over, and it's just like you can't even see the end of it. It's just rows of ships, and it's just like it's too many.
I bet the last AirBender movie would do this really well. Great.
Yeah, that's great. You haven't seen Naruto, but Naruto has kind of a cool moment like this where Madara, who's like the main villain, shows up, and he's like kicking everybody's asses, and then he summons a fucking meteor from space, and like multiple characters like are like doing their absolute best to just like stop this meteor from like crushing all the guys on the ground. And like after a good like 5 minutes, like they finally managed to stop it. And then Madara just stands there and he's like, "Oh, that was pretty impressive. What are you gonna do about the second one?" And then you just see a second one come down and fucking kill everybody.
Yeah.
It's like that demoralizing thing of like you put so much effort into like, and you think like, all right, we did it. Even though we didn't save the day, we made some progress. But then you just pan up and you're like, fuck. Like you accomplished basically nothing.
Mm-hmm. Also in the video game where you think you have to beat all the villains, and then there's like more villains to beat.
Yeah. Well, it's like the joke of like you beat the boss, and then all of a sudden it's like his second health bar activates. It's like, oh fuck.
Yeah, that's a good one. I'm pretty sure like there's like a level of Mario I did one time where I beat the boss, but then like I had to do like more. Oh, actually, the Nicktoons game. You beat the fucking boss, but then you find out you have to go back and beat the boss again, and you can't get hit more than 30 times.
Yeah.
Wow, the Nicktoons game's getting a lot of mention on this in this video. So.
Fair enough. Listen, I platinumed the game like 2 weeks ago, so I'm getting my mileage out of it.
Yep. So there you go. But yeah, I liked all this stuff. What'd you think of it? I thought it was good.
Yeah, it was great.
I think this is where you take over now. So.
Oh, okay. I thought you were talking about the Zuko stuff.
No, I put the Sokka stuff first. So. Because I feel like
yeah, it's pretty connected from everything. So yeah, fair enough. So yeah, Sokka. And the boys. Me and the boys. Woo! All right, guys, let's go look down. Yeah,
Well, Sokka's the only one who knows who that is, too, as we find out, so.
Yeah. But yeah, the chief is like, all right, you're all going deep undercover. Your job is to, go get Fire Nation jobs, get Fire Nation wives, have a couple kids, really blend in. But no. It's basically like you're going to go undercover on the ship and, wearing these uniforms. And then the guy who we saw get, like, flashed to in, like, the meeting earlier. Because when that happened, it's like, who the fuck is this guy? And it's like, oh, he shows up again. It's like, oh, okay, I guess this guy's going to be like a character.
Sort of.
He's not. Yeah, sort of. He shows up, and if you can kind of notice that his uniform does look a little different from the ones we've seen. And Sokka starts kind of laughing, and he's like, "Yeah, no, those Fire Nation uniforms don't look like that." And the guy's like, "What are you talking about? Like, these are from captured Fire Nation soldiers. These are real." And Sokka's like, "Oh, from when?" And the chief is like, 85 years ago. And I do like that detail that the uniforms changed over time.
Yeah, I like that.
Because, Star Wars has a good example of that, where, the Clone Wars, the Clone Army, we see they look pretty different from, like, the beginning of the war to the end of the war.
Okay.
And, later on, we see Stormtrooper armor is kind of like an evolution of that.
Okay.
So, that was always cool seeing, like, how the armor changed over time. Same thing here, where Sokka basically mentions, like, that the new Fire Nation Army uniforms don't have, like, the spikes on their shoulders.
Yeah.
And, fuckboy over here is like, why do we believe anything this guy said? He's a new recruit. Like, he's a nobody. And the chief, I do like this where he backs up Sokka. He's like, hey, Sokka is a warrior from our sister tribe. I value his input. So if he's giving us advice, like we should listen to him.
I do like this because that makes as you talk about when he gets taken off the mission, like kind of even more confusing. So I do like that we're getting like scenes like that type of thing.
And also, to be fair, like Sokka did make a good point of like, as the chief said, Sokka has like real experience. Like it'd be dumb to just like ignore him.
Yeah. But I makes me kind of wish they did an episode. Maybe we'll write this in where like this actually does happen, and it ties into Zuko's plot. Where like we find out there's like someone pretending to be a Fire Nation guy, and it could be like this guy just in like the old like Fire Nation like uniforms. Where like Zuko thinks it's him, like that's the one that's gonna get caught type of thing. So
yeah, that's for real, that would have been cool because like you said, the scene where Zuko leaves the ship, like right after that is the scene where everybody's getting ready to go undercover. So like they like just missed each other.
Yeah.
That was kind of funny if like they were they were both undercover at like the same time.
Yeah. But I do like this scene here, kind of showing like how knowledgeable Sokka was. Kind of shows like he's been out there like fighting the war, so he's obviously got more knowledge and everything like that type of thing. Kind of makes Sokka look like a credible warrior and everything like that. So I like this.
Yeah, and then basically the fucking goddamn. Sorry, one second. Go in the litter box.
These cats sometimes they love to interrupt our videos. Hey, you know what?
Yeah, so Mickey's been doing this all day, where he will piss out right next to the litter box.
Oh, that sucks.
I'm like, why? Like, just go in it. But then I picked him up, placed him in the litter box, and then he ran off. I'm like, why? Just go in the fucking litter box.
It's not gonna hurt you.
No, literally, I'm like, he's pissing around it.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Anyway. So I'm sure he's pissing somewhere else right now. I'm gonna have to find that later. But yeah, the chief is like, all right, one of the objectives of this mission is figure out who the commanding officer of this fleet is. And then Sokka just kind of deadpan says his name is Zhao. And he's just like, angry guy, middle-aged, sideburns, big temper. I'm kind of curious how Sokka knows that.
Yeah, that's in it because they haven't really had.
Sokka knows who Zhao is from like the Fire Temple, but why does he know that Zhao is the one in charge of the fleet?
Yeah, that is interesting. Yeah.
Okay. Well, anyway,
maybe he was just guessing.
Hey, he took a wild guess. He's like, listen, it's the season finale. Besides Zuko, he's the only other like named Fire Nation guy, so it's probably him.
Yeah. Yeah, he didn't mention his.
I love it. Zuko was wrong. Sorry, not Zuko. I love it if Sokka was wrong. It was just like Bob Fire. It's like
that random Fire Nation dude that like couldn't even keep like that prison. Like no, it's the captain that got thrown off that prison in prison.
Yeah. Or it's like I can't swim. He's back. He's like I learned to swim, bitches.
Yeah, that'd be awesome.
Yeah.
I noticed Sokka didn't mention his history with children, though. I noticed Sokka didn't mention that, include that detail.
Yeah, that's why he was happy that fuckboy was going on the ship. He's like, all right, have fun getting molested then, pal.
How old is he? We don't know. Is he 15?
Next episode, Zhao fucking grabs his stick and grabs it real forcefully,
I do remember that. Did I ever tell you too? I forgot about that scene until I saw this guy here. Like, oh yeah, doesn't this guy get like thrown off like the ship like badly too?
Yeah, we didn't see what happened to him after that. Maybe he lived and then he got fucking thrown in Zhao's sex dungeon. We never know.
And then Zhao never came back because he goes to the spear.
He's still there to this day. He's just like, any minute now, my people will rescue me from this sex dungeon. Any minute now.
Yeah. Did you ever see the Breaking Bad thing with, I think it's Teed? Is it Teed? No, it's Huel. They did like a whole thing, like I think it was before El Camino came back, where like, remember he goes and like sits in like that like cabin or whatever, and like he said, "Don't fall."
Yeah, like, Hank and Gomez like tell him not to leave, and Hank and Gomez died. So like the joke is that he just stayed there forever.
And then he just finally like went like, "Oh, screw this shit, man!" Like,
oh, did they actually show that?
It's like in a YouTube video. I have to send that to you. Yeah.
Oh, that's cool. I actually filmed that.
I think it was the countdown for like Better Call Saul, like premiering. I think it might have been the season that like Is it spoilers? Yeah, I guess it's shit. Well, spoilers. It's a season that that Huel shows up in. So.
Oh, okay. Yeah. What to say? Like, oh, does he show up present day? But yeah, I guess that answers that.
Well, I say spoilers because well, it's a prequel. Well, he's in because I don't think you've seen the season like the prequel stuff where he's been in, but so that's why I say spoilers. So.
Oh, in the past.
Yeah.
No, he was in the past because I saw the whole thing with Chuck and Huel was in that.
Okay, I wasn't sure if you saw that yet. So.
But yeah. Anyway. The chief is like, all right, cool. Hey, Sokka, since you seem to know a lot, tell Fuckboy over here everything you know, because he's in charge of the mission. And then he's like, hey, Fuckboy, make sure you listen to everything Sokka says. I'm expecting a lot from you as my future son-in-law. You're my son-in-law. You're gonna marry my daughter, Princess Yue. In case that wasn't obvious to anyone in this room and/or some kind of audience.
Yeah, I just like that I like that he's like announcing all this to like the guys in like the room and everything like that type of thing too.
Yeah, well, again, that's my thing. Is like he says this very obviously, like so Sokka and the audience can tell.
Yeah. So like, wow.
Yeah. So anyway, and then he walks off, and Sokka is like surprised. He's like, "What? Princess Yue is supposed to marry you?" And he's like, "Yeah, fuck you, pal."
That's basically what he says too.
So, yeah, and then Sokka's like, "Oh, well, great, good for you. Can I be the best man at your wedding?" Like I would love it if like Sokka and this guy become like buddies.
Yeah, that would have been cool.
No, yeah, well, I mean, I kind of wish they did something with this guy. I feel like the joke is basically like he sucks. And like again, like not every character needs to have like a whole arc or like secretly needs to be like a good guy. But like I don't know, they just like introduce him and then just kind of kill him like 2 scenes later.
Yeah, I would have liked it maybe like because obviously this guy was chosen to be married. Like why was he chosen? Like I would have liked it maybe if like
the thing is like we don't really get into like why he was chosen. And, like, it's barely even a thing after this. And, like, the chief seems like a fairly reasonable guy. I feel like if Yue and Sokka were like, hey, we're kind of, like, in love with each other, I feel like the chief would kind of, like, be cool with it.
Yeah, I think so. I would have...
like, last episode, like, he seemed a little sexist on, like, Katara. Well, not even really, where Katara was, like, coming to him, and he was like, listen, I can't, like, force Baku to, like, teach you guys. But, if you apologize, then, like, maybe he'll listen.
Yeah.
Because at the end of the episode, when Baku does, like, teach Katara, he, like, seems like he's okay with it.
Yeah.
So the chief seems like a reasonable guy. So, I don't know. This whole thing feels a little forced, is basically what I'm saying.
Yeah, I would have liked it maybe if they could have, like, found a backstory. Like, maybe this guy had some, like... Maybe, like, he had some power also, like, he was, like, in the community or something, like, maybe they...
Family or something. Again, just a little something, because it just feels so... Like, this guy literally exists to be an asshole and then die. And, like, when he dies, it's funny, but I'm just like, I don't know, they just don't do anything with him.
Yeah. He basically exists to kind of show, like, this is why Yue doesn't like this guy, she is forced to marry this guy, and he's the complete opposite from Sokka.
Yeah.
Hey Arno did this with like Helga. They made a new character named I forget what her name was, but it was supposed to be like the complete opposite of Helga to like show Helga's flaws, and she was like basically a Mary Stu and everything like that. But like that character actually like contributed something, and he actually like got her motivation. She wasn't just there to like be a character and all that type of stuff. So
Lee kind of did a good job. Or it's kind of the opposite. Where Captain Marvel shows up and he's like an even more of a Boy Scout than Superman, and everybody loves him. And like Superman is getting a little jealous. And at the end of the episode, because Superman's been kind of acting like an asshole that whole episode, and then Captain Marvel kind of tells everybody off, and like basically even though Captain Marvel in that episode existed to be like the better Superman, like he wasn't trying to be an asshole, and like he had his own character and motivations outside of that,
Yeah. So
again, point is like other shows have done this idea better than this. You know?
I mean, the biggest one. I know we're going back to Better Call Saul. Howard is a big example of that, where you thought he was the big villain, like not letting Jimmy work at the job, but then you found out it was really Chuck, and then you got to see like, oh my gosh, like now we know why Howard was being such an ass. Then you get to see like he actually wasn't a bad dude. Like he was actually pretty.
And the thing is, again, like I said, like we don't need to secretly make this guy a good guy or like make him be friends with Sokka or like I would like it, it'd be cool, but like we don't need that. But I'm just like, give us something, because like we waste a decent amount of time on this guy for like nothing.
Yeah, for sure. And again, I feel like
look, he's like the big obstacle between Sokka and Yue, and that's basically all he exists to be. He's just like a.
I would say like some of this too could be because we didn't get enough time in the North Pole. So this guy probably would have gotten more time if we had more time in the North Pole. Also,
yeah, I guess that's a big thing. Because or like I guess a good example is like in cartoons, like the stereotypical like school bully. Like Jimmy Neutron has one, Phil Appearance has one, Ben 10 has some. Like they don't really need to be like super fleshed out. But as long as they like kind of serve their purpose for the plot, and like they're not too intrusive. Like fucking the Jimmy Neutron bully. He's never like a big deal. Like he's not really fucking up the plot.
Yeah.
So like, fine. But again, this guy is like the main thing standing between Sokka and Yue. But again, he's just kind of like he's there, he's a douche, and then he dies. But
yeah, it would have been. It would have been kind of cool. Like again, maybe we can write this in the Avatar. If we got more time in the North Pole, like I remember we said, like we're probably gonna do an episode where Sokka goes to like warrior training before like he even like gets together with Yue. Like him and Sokka have like a little competition, but then we don't even know who this guy is. Like we're like, okay, who the hell is this guy? Then you find out he's meant to marry Yue, but like we would have actually got to spend some time with him like before that and all that type of stuff.
Yeah, exactly. Because again, I'm calling him fuckboy because I legitimately don't know his name.
They say it's like Han or something, I think.
I don't care. I don't care.
Hey, at least I gave you something. I gave you a name, so. And
his name is Fuckboy. His first name is Fuck. His last name is Boy. Fuckboy.
I mean, don't trust my track record because don't forget, I thought John Miles was his name.
His name is John Miles. It's like in a world with Sokka and guitar, his name is John Miles. But yeah, no. As I said, like I'm not going to bitch too much about the fact that like we didn't get more time in the North Pole, but I'm bringing this up because this is kind of not a huge deal, but it is a problem with these two episodes that this guy is taking up screen time, and he's like the thing getting between Sokka and Yue, and he just like is nothing. Like he serves no purpose.
And then again he ends up I think dying at the end, so there was really nothing getting in the way of them anymore.
Well, yeah, he did like scenes, and this is one of them. And then I'm about to talk about the second scene. And the third scene, he dies, and it's literally forgotten about. And like, it's a funny scene when he dies, but like, it just kind of like I don't know. I would trade that for like something more.
Yeah.
Or you know what? I don't even trade it. Just give us more with him. Like I guess is my thing. Like, have him serve a purpose.
Yeah. Because again, like he's the one getting in the way of Sokka and Yue getting together, and like I think if we knew that, we would want because the chief again seems reasonable. Like it would be nice if we had like a reason why the chief like wants this guy to marry Yue specifically.
We know so many guys like he's literally forgotten about. Like Yue and Sokka don't even like find out.
Does anyone find?
And, there's so much happening in part 2 that like nobody really cares.
Yeah, so it's really weird.
So it's basically what it is.
I mean, all he's there. All these scenes are doing is just to get Sokka and Yue like even closer together. And this, so.
But again, it feels unnecessary. Like I feel like the rest of the episode would work, or the rest of the Sokka and Yue's plot would work fine without this.
Yeah, for sure, absolutely.
But yeah, anyway, so moving on. I gotta say it because this is kind of a big part of Sokka's plot in these 2 episodes. But yeah, they're sharpening their weapons and getting ready for battle. And he says, I gotta, fuck boy, I guess trying to be Sokka's buddy. But anyway, he's calling him Sokka, which I like that because I don't know if you remember the commercials when Avatar was like getting ready to come out. The commercials like fucked up Sokka's name.
Yeah, and they said Sokka.
Yeah, and in the movie, he calls him Sokka too.
Yeah. Actually, on the wiki, I'm gonna read it word for word. I'm gonna find the trivia. It says something about that. I'm gonna look at that. I'm gonna look. It says it's in like the trivia part of it.
Well, but he's like, I got to tell you, Sokka. I've courted a lot of girls in my time, but Princess Yue is definitely one of the finest with the most perks. And Sokka's like offended by this. He's like, "What do you mean perks?" And he's like, "Yeah, well, she's like a nice girl, I guess, but like, the main thing is, getting in good with the chief." He's like, "Yeah, Sokka, I'm actually gay. Like, Yue's cool and all, but going for her dad, that's where the real money's at."
So I did find the thing in the trivia. It says in the dialogue between Fuckboy and Sokka, Han pronounces Sokka's name incorrectly by elongating the O, which is the Asian pronunciation, and how it is pronounced in the film The Last Airbender, which is pretty funny that the wiki has to say that.
That's funny.
It's like the wiki's.
Yeah, I guess that is a thing in certain Asian countries who like pronounce the O differently. But still, no. In the show, they call it Sokka.
Yeah, I just think it's funny that like the wiki even calls out that the Last Airbender movie. I would have loved if the Last Airbender movie only watched that one scene and they thought that's how they said Sokka's name.
No, I wouldn't even give them that much credit. They watched the commercial.
Okay, I don't even know if I would give them that much credit.
Well, because they call fucking Aang Ong and Iroh Ero, so like fucking whatever.
That movie, we're gonna have to. You realize we're gonna have to say those names when we do the Last Airbender movie. So,
in Batman: The Dark Knight, they call Ra's al Ghul Raz al Ghul, and I'm like, what, you motherfucker?
Sure, I don't get that one.
Yeah, that noise. Because people will defend that one, and I'm like nobody defends Sokka and Ero and Ong. But people will be like, it's okay. I'm like, no, fuck off. That's stupid. It's racial.
By the way, I'm not even gonna say like. By the way, they watched I think they had someone hire someone who then didn't want to do it, so they hired somebody else to watch the commercial.
Yeah, it's like a telephone game.
And they kept giving him wrong information from the commercial too.
Yeah. Well, what's the show about? No, it's about like a ghost kid, and he finds like an alien watch, and he's like has family godparents or something. It's like, all right, cool.
And it's underwater in Bikini Bottom.
Yeah, he fights a sea sponge.
Or Germany, a sea star.
Yeah. Oh yeah. In the German release of the movie.
Which one do you think they tell him? The German release or the U.S. release?
In the Asian release, they fight a squid.
I don't know. Squids are pretty big, though, so that's pretty.
Yeah. Oh, you know what? You're right. No, in the African release, they fight a squirrel underwater.
Okay, that's better.
Yeah.
No air helmet either.
No, just a squirrel, a drowned squirrel.
Because I don't even think the Last Airbender writers know to like give the squirrel the air helmet. Like
they don't understand that like squirrels don't breathe water.
I like how he said that M. Night Shyamalan is one of the writers, and he's actually like he actually writes good stuff, and then like it's like
he wrote After Earth, so I don't know about that.
He wrote Glass, and he wrote Invincible, and he wrote Split. Those are good stuff.
It's different. I was gonna say, out of the movies I've seen from him, I think that's the only good one I've seen.
That's fair because you haven't.
Well, I haven't seen Sixth Sense, but I've heard that one's really good.
I thought The Visit was okay.
What?
The Visit. That's a movie he wrote. The Visit.
Oh, is that the one where they're at the grandparents?
Yeah, I thought that was okay.
Oh, really? I didn't like that one.
I haven't seen it in years, so maybe my view on it would change if I watched it again. So
yeah, fair enough. But yeah, so far, Glass is the only one I've seen that I've liked from him.
And you haven't even seen the other two to even.
So subject to change.
Yeah. Hey, you haven't seen that Last Airbender movie in years. That might subject. You could change your mind.
I fucking love that one, maybe.
You'll love it now, hate it.
Yeah, but I do like that Sokka's like offended by like him really only being interested in Yue because of the perks. Because remember, Sokka didn't even really know Yue was like the princess.
Yeah.
When he first, interested in her.
Yeah. And you know,
So,
when Sokka's like flirted with her, like he doesn't really like bring that up really all that much. He brought it up like the one scene, but that was more because he was shocked about it like himself. But other than that, he never really brings it up when they flirt.
yeah, and I like when they hang out, like they just do normal stuff, like they just kind of go on walks and talk. Well, like again, when Sokka was like talking about the South Pole, like talking to him like a person.
Yeah.
Like he's not making it idol or like her dad. And like he tries to impress her by like taking her up on all. That's not. That's just like trying to be fun. So I like that. But yeah, basically Sokka loses it and he attacks this guy and they're kind of fighting on the ground. Before that, because Sokka is basically like UA's wasted on its self-absorbed fucking sea sponge like you. And nautical nonsense be something you wish. And fuckboy is like, whoa, you're a fucking bitch peasant. Fucking spare some change on the side of the road. Go fuck yourself, loser. And then Sokka writes him a strongly worded letter, and that's the end of it. No, Sokka attacks him. And they're fighting on the ground. The chief comes up, and he's like, Sokka, you're a loose cannon. You're a renegade cop. Turn in your badge. It's obviously because, like we said, the chief is like a pretty reasonable guy, so that's a surprise.
Yeah.
We're going to find out later on that.
You're gonna hate me for making this reference. You're gonna think I'm an asshole, but the chief comes in and he tells Sokka, "You just committed insubordination. You're off the case."
Oh God, damn it! Oh, fuck that guy. Yeah. No, literally. Oh, it's like fuck.
Yeah, I know you. I knew you were gonna hate me for making that reference. We can't even say what the reference is. It's not even from anything. So.
Fucking basically, there was a guy at work who I like was just like, "Oh yeah, 1 second, I'll get to that in a minute," and then he fucking gets in my face and he's like, committing insubordination. I'm like, what?
So yeah, that's what the chief did to Sokka. Yeah, it's like insubordination.
Yeah, I'm like, oh, okay, fucking, hello to you too. But yeah, fuck boys, like, all right, guys, so we're gonna go, find this Admiral Joe and fucking give him a nice little kiss on the mouth. And Sokka's like, all right.
And then he's like really rubbing it into Sokka, like I'm leading the mission now, type of thing. We're gonna do it my way, or the highway.
I would love it if, like, as he's falling to his death later on, the song starts playing. Frank Sinatra, what's it? Is it? What was it? Like what I'm talking about, the My Way song.
Yeah, I was referring to the Limp Bizkit one, My Way or the Highway. So.
Frank. Yeah, Limp Bizkit. Like I took the blows and I did it my way.
Oh yeah, I know that one too. Yeah.
Yeah. So anyway, Sokka stays behind, and everybody else goes on that mission. Again, I love it if like Zuko and this guy like pass each other, like going onto the ship.
Yeah, I would have loved it. Yeah.
But yeah, Sokka is staying behind. He's just kind of like sharpening his weapon, and the chief comes up to him. He's like, Sokka, you okay? And he's like, oh yeah, no, I'm great. Fuck boys, leading a top secret mission to take down the enemy. And I'm staying behind, playing with my boomerang. It's all great. And the chief, being, before he's pretty pissed off, now he's pretty reasonable. Unlike the guy I had to deal with at work. And then he's like, listen, Sokka, I'm not like mad at you. Like, there's a reason I took you off the mission. He's like, oh, what? So you want me to scrub barnacles off, like, something? He's like, no, I want you to guard my daughter.
Yeah.
And Sokka's like, oh, okay, I can do that.
Yeah, I do kind of like that.
I just kind of wish we got more from the chief.
Yeah.
Because, like, again, it seems like he kind of has an idea that, like, Sokka and Yue like each other.
Right.
But, like, I don't know if that's the reason why. Like, I'm not sure if you know. Well, because Yue, like, ran off crying last episode.
Yes.
So he probably has an idea, right, that, like, Yue doesn't like fuckboy.
Yeah, I imagine. I'm going to imagine, too, like, based off this, maybe he sees that Sokka's, like, really a capable warrior, so he wants Sokka to be the one to guard UA. I would have liked it if maybe like the chief maybe set this up, like Sokka getting into a fight with this guy. But again, because this guy is such a fuckboy, I can't even buy that the chief would set this up, because I feel like the guy was just talking shit anyways. So, but
yeah, and well, because we find out next part that like the chief mentions that like when Yue was born, the spirits gave him a vision of like her as like a spirit. So like he kind of knew that like that was her destiny eventually.
Yeah, so
it would have been kind of cool if like maybe this was kind of his way to try and prevent that. Like he didn't want his daughter to like have to sacrifice her life, so he wanted Sokka to like protect her.
Yeah, I would have liked that.
That would have been cool. But yeah, again, my thing is like just don't really get much on this guy.
Yeah,
and he's like the chief of the Water Tribe. Like I feel like we really should, because we get a lot on the Earth King and Boomy. And even Sokka's dad, the Southern Water Tribe, Dakota, Ozai. Basically, like we get a lot on like all the other leaders and kings except this guy.
Yeah, but overall, all the Sokka stuff was pretty good for what it was. I just kind of like seeing Sokka be capable. I just kind of would have cut out or just fleshed out the fuckboy guy a little bit more and everything like that type of thing. But yeah, the next thing is all the Zuko stuff. So obviously, I forgot to say this earlier, but at the end of this, the sun's about to go down. It's about to become nighttime, and I was kind of warning Zhao, being like his consultant, saying that like he knows that the waterbenders get their like strength from the moon. And he knows this from experience. I kind of like this. I kind of forgot they gave you a little hint. Like Zhao said, he was like working on a solution for that. So I do kind of like that they give you that hint, like here. Then we get that in part 2 and everything like that type of thing. Again, I could go back and say I wish we kind of got more stuff. Like if we had more time on the North Pole, I would have done like an episode where like before the invasion, like I will warn them about this type of thing, and then we can get that like earlier in the episode. But I'll take what I can get. So I do like that we kind of get that. So they're gonna like pause until daybreak, and then later in the night, Zuko's kind of getting ready, and Iroh comes in, and he's being kind of being very, very fatherly, and I'd even say a little motherly towards Zuko, making sure like he's got everything, all the proper equipment that he needs. Since he's going to be going out in the cold and everything like that. And Iroh even comes in and says, like, I wanted to make sure I caught you before you left. And I kind of like this. This is kind of the first, like, real, like, moment that Zuko... Because Zuko and Iroh have had, like, little moments, but this is, like, the first real moment that they've had with each other. Where Iroh kind of comes in, he kind of opens up a little bit. And, he says that he cares so much, and the reason that he nags you so much is because when I was in Boston, I lost my son in the war. And because of that, I think and Iroh can't even get the words out, and Zuko's just like...
Actually, we don't actually find out that his son died in Boston say it.
Oh, well, he kind of alludes to it more so than anything.
Well, I was just... It's kind of hinted at, but, like, it's not actually outright said until next book.
Yeah. And so then,
Well, this is the first time it's mentioned that Iroh had a son and that he's dead.
Yeah, so I do like that. And, Zuko, I like that Zuko cuts him off, but, like, Zuko doesn't blush it off or anything like that. He kind of just, like, looks at Iroh, like, somberly, even with, like, a little bit of a sad look on him. He says, like, I know, and everything like that type of thing. You don't need to say it. But then Iroh still, like, said it anyways type of thing. Like, I think of you as my own son, which I thought was kind of sweet. And they kind of hug. And I was kind of giving Zuko's advice. He is nagging him a little bit, like tells Zuko to like make sure he's wearing his hood, so it's going to be cold. Remember your fire training. It's really weird. This is like kind of a comedy scene, but I feel like that seriousness of this Iroh being really sad and choked up, like, makes this scene kind of sad and somber.
Not really. Well, like you said, it's basically Iroh being like motherly, where he's like worried about Zuko, and he's like, a worried parent, telling him, to like, be careful of this, and this.
Yeah.
Like it's it's not really played for comedy. You know, like you really feel bad for Iroh, like how much he worries about Zuko.
Yeah.
Because obviously they're uncle and nephew, but like you didn't really get a feel for like why Iroh was so invested in Zuko.
Yeah.
But when we find out here, like, oh, his son's dead, and that now he's kind of viewing Zuko as his own son. It's like that makes a lot of sense.
And you know what sucks about this the most? Scenes like this make the Crossroads of Destiny like even more sad and everything like that.
I know. Things like this make that so sad.
So,
or like in book 3 where Zuko is like in so much pain and Iroh like wants to help him, but like he knows he can't.
Yeah.
And like he's thought of like Iroh crying in prison.
Yeah. Well, I mean, not as a bad one, but like in the Avatar Day episode when like Iroh basically says like we have nothing to gain by like Zuko said, like I said Iroh said that, but when Zuko says like we have nothing to gain by traveling together, like we're just holding each other back and like leaves type of thing. That's even sad too, type of thing.
Yeah,
that would have been. I love how I said Iroh said that, but that would have been funny if Iroh said that to Zuko like completely.
Well, if we're going by the Ember Island players, Iroh was like, Zuko, we need to have a talk about your hair. It's too long, which is arguably even more hurtful.
Yeah. Well, last Airbender movie probably doesn't do anything with these type of thing. It's just
I don't even remember. I'm pretty sure it sucked because you can just kind of assume that about anything in the last Airbender movie.
We should really challenge to find something good. There's got to be something good in it. It's probably something good.
I'm struggling here.
Hey, it's been years, man. You know, your mind could change. Your mind could change. So it's always time.
I can understand what the actors are saying. They are speaking comprehensible English.
That's something.
There you go. Sometimes. But yeah, like you said, I do love that Iroh goes on to like try and explain to Zuko why he's worried about him.
Yeah.
And I do like his normally Zuko's like angry and yelling and screaming, but I do like that Zuko he understands and he knows it's painful for Iroh, so he tries to cut him off. But yeah, then you said like no, Iroh like finishes his thought that he views Zuko as a son. And again, I like you said, I like that Zuko doesn't just brush it off. Like Zuko looks at him somberly and he's like, "I know, Uncle. Thank you.
Yeah,
like we'll meet again." He reassures him.
So
and I like. Well, I also like because Zuko seemed legitimately sad in the flashback we get in book 2, where like he finds out his cousin is dead.
Yeah.
And obviously Zuko's relationship with his own dad sucks. So I think it does, even though he doesn't want to admit it, I think it does mean a lot to him that Iroh is like a surrogate father for him.
Yeah. Kind of makes me wonder too, like, did like Zuko and his cousin like ever meet type of thing? That would be kind of cool. Like, not meet. Like what type of relationship they had and all that type of stuff.
Okay, I thought you were gonna say if they met. I'm assuming they met.
Yeah. But I wonder if they
don't know what the relationship was. I wish we got to see more of it.
Yeah. But yeah, so then we
ever actually see them together is do you remember in the beach episode we have a little like flashback and we see Iroh and Luten playing with like a baby Zuko?
Yeah, I remember that.
Okay.
So yeah, Zuko gets off. He takes a rowboat. He starts slash kayak, and he starts going over towards the North Pole.
He takes a fight Kaya.
Well, Kaya died in the on-air pilot, off screen in the on-air pilot. So
Kaya's daughter / Kaya's mother.
Yep. So then he makes his way over. But he realizes like too many people are around and he's gonna be spotted, so he has to kind of find an alternate way to get into the North Pole. So I do kind of like that the invasion's kind of messing up like Zuko's plan. Even when Zhao thinks he's fucking dead, Zhao is still fucking this guy over. Like, and he's not even doing.
Like Zhao's in his bed, like fucking Zuko fucking him over.
Yeah, I do. And Zhao doesn't even know he's fucking him over, but he still finds a way to fuck him over. So but
it's like the Sandy thing from SpongeBob, but instead of like for some reason I'm gonna go kick his butt, it's like for some reason I'm really happy that I'm like fucking over Zuko.
It's the Sarge thing all over again, where like Griff put on the
Why am I so angry all of a sudden? Like, why am I all of a sudden?
So Zuko kind of has to find an alternate way to get in. I like this. I didn't really notice that the Blue Spirit music was playing like over this. I never caught that before, which is pretty cool because usually that only plays when Zuko's like in Blue Spirit like gear and everything.
Yeah,
So,
yeah, it's a little weird, because normally we've only gotten this music when the Blue Spirit shows up. It's a little weird. We're getting this when Zuko's here. I don't know. Maybe Zuko and the Blue Spirit are like buddies. Like maybe Zuko like asked to borrow his theme song.
yeah. By the way, Sokka and Yue asked about Iroh's theme song because they when Sokka and Yue had some scenes together, the like song that Iroh was saying like in the Waterbending Master was like playing. Yeah,
I know that. That's cool.
yeah. I caught that, which is pretty cool. And it was cool because like it played peacefully, and then it played like sadly when like he goes to like volunteer for the mission type of thing.
That's cool. I like the music. I didn't recognize it.
Yeah. It might be a Star Wars reference, because Darth Vader, when you saw him, the Imperial March would always play, but then his death, it played, but it was like really sad at the end. That might be.
Yeah. I was just thinking about that. That's a good one.
Yeah. So then, so Zuko sees some sea lion turtles, and they're going like into a hole. And Zuko realizes, it's a hole filled with water. It's like going to be ice cold and everything like that. And Zuko realizes, he's like, well, they have to be coming up here at some point. So he kind of uses that as an avenue to kind of see if he can like swim his way into the North Pole. So he takes the ultimate not spice, huh?
Ice bucket challenge.
Yeah, no. Well, I was gonna say that too, but then what's the cold plunge? He uses the ultimate cold plunge.
Oh.
I was gonna say the ice bucket challenge, but then I wanted to. But I thought the cold plunge would fit better. So,
Actually,
that's like a thing athletes use. They go in it like ice cold like water to like.
Oh, that's
right.
I didn't know that's what it was called.
Yeah. So he goes inside. He starts swimming around. And then, obviously there's a cut because it goes to Aang's plot, but then this seemed like it just took a while for Zuko to do this. And then he finally comes out for air, and he's like in the sea lion turtles, like, the main like home and everything like that, like their cave and everything like that. I like this. They're just continuously like talking, but obviously it's like sheep, where they're just saying their noises and everything like that. I like that Zuko finally says like "shut up" type of thing because it drives him crazy after a while. And the second like he walked away, like they just kept going for it again and everything like that, which was really funny.
I like the detail because Iroh mentioned like remember your breath. I like that when Zuko gets into that cave, he's like on the ground and he's like fucking shivering, and then he like does the like fire breath.
Yeah, I like
because obviously, like for a human, like in our world, like fucking being in like the Arctic fucking waters would kill you. But like that's actually a really good way to get around that. Is like firebenders can more than just bend fire, they can like heat up their body and like prevent hypothermia by doing like the fire breath.
I wonder if this scene probably couldn't be in the last AirBender movie then. You realize that?
Probably not, because he can't fucking generate, so I don't know how they get around that.
We'll have to see.
Yeah, but I like that because, obviously I'd be calling bullshit that Zuko can, like, survive this. But, like, yeah, no, that actually kind of makes sense. And, like, he is nearly killing himself doing this.
I like this, too, because we already kind of got... Because we know the sense of how important it is for... like Zuko to capture the Avatar, but we haven't really I like the lengths in this episode. They really show that he's willing to go to. Like he's basically gets himself like near death like several times during this process to like do that.
Yeah, just trying to like, get into the North Pole. And they still got a bunch of bruises and shit from the explosion, so he's still like hurt. He's like doing all this. I also like it because I like seeing like bending outside of fighting. Like I like that. Oh, that's really cool. Use of fire bending is like you can heat up your body and like prevent hypothermia and shit like that.
Yeah, that's really cool.
That's a really cool use of it. Like I always like seeing like powers used for like more mundane shit. Like Danny Phantom, like seeing him use his powers to like gotta get back at his bully a little bit, or like Ben 10 when he'll like kind of mess around with his powers. Like it's always fun to see like more practical uses of like the powers besides fighting.
Yeah, I like that. And then Zuko goes back in the water again, and he starts swimming around trying to get it towards the North Pole. And then Zuko obviously gets trapped. Like there's a glass, like there's a block of ice like in the way, so he uses his he heats up his hands and uses that to melt the ice so he can get out of there and everything like that. And
we've never seen that. We've only seen like them shoot fire. We've never seen them like heat up their hands like that.
Can't do that in the last AirBender movie either. So
nope, definitely
not. The scene has to be completely cut from the last AirBender movie because you legit can't.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I don't even remember. How does last AirBender movie Zuko? Does he just drown? Like I haven't seen the movie in so long. He just fucking dies.
I mean, it might be shot. They didn't write the Fire Lord very well, so.
Yeah, fucking McDonald's manager, man.
You know what's
weird?
I also
think that Zuko like didn't burn his own hands.
Yeah, well, I guess it was cold.
They never like say in the show. Are firebenders like a little resistant to fire? Obviously not fully, because obviously Zuko has the fucking scar. But like, I imagine like they're at least a little resistant to fire if Zuko can like melt the ice around him and like not burn his hands.
Yeah, I would say maybe like because he was underneath cold water, like it didn't.
It evened out, maybe. Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, like it cooled it down a little bit and everything. But I like this, there's a whole, like, this episode of the Avatar, The Last Airbender, is called Sage of the North. It just really shows how stealth and, like, really sneaky and, like, how Zuko can just kind of go into places, like, without being noticed and everything like that. The fact that he can, there's an entire army trying to invade the North Pole and they can't even do it, and Zuko just snuck in the back door, basically, pretty much.
Also, kind of funny that, like, if you remember, they mentioned Iroh sieging Ba Sing Se lasted, like, 2 years. Meanwhile, this has been like 3 days.
Yeah, so
the Chad Iroh fucking lasting 2 years sieging, and he only gave up because his son died. And then meanwhile, the fucking Virgin Zhao is like 3 days, and I'm fucking killing myself.
But I liked all the stuff from Zuko. I just liked how seeing the bending being used in innovative ways. Again, we got to see, like, more of the North Pole. I like that we got to see, like, outworldly creatures like the sea lion turtles. I like seeing the bending used really innovatively. And I just love you really get to see, like... again, they told us how it was, but this really showed how much it really meant to Zuko to capture the Avatar. The fact that, like, he's basically, like, killing himself to even just get into the North Pole and capture the Avatar and everything like that. What did you think of all this?
Yeah, I pretty much gave all my thoughts. I think this whole thing is great. I loved it.
I will say, this is probably going to be when we get to the Katara thing. It is a little strange how he finds them because, like, he doesn't actually
when it happens, but it is because he gets to the North Pole. We see he's like in like the city area.
Yeah.
But then he like shows up at the Spirit Oasis. It's like, Zuko, how'd you fucking find these guys?
Yeah. Because I thought originally like he showed up like. I was thinking when I watched the episode, like, okay, he's going to show up in, like, the Spirit Oasis. And I'm like, okay. I would even kind of question that, like, why, like, this place is really supposed to be...
Out of all the places, why there?
But this might be... This might somehow be, like, worse, I think, because it's like, okay, he was in this city, and as you'll talk about, like, it's this, like, Spirit World area, like, it's, like, secretive, pretty much. Like, it's not, like, a...
If you see, like, it's, like, the Spirit Oasis is in, like, the backyard of like the castle, like we see the castle in the background, and this is like the backyard area, and then there's like a secret door to lead to the Oasis. It's like, how did Zuko fucking find this?
I don't know, but we'll have to like.
So like, I feel like it would have been cool if we got like a scene of Zuko like, I don't even know, like how would Zuko even get inside the castle?
Yeah, I don't.
Zuko, like threaten somebody, like tell me where the Avatar is or something.
Yeah. It doesn't even have to be the chief. It could be like some random guy or something type of thing. So, because I feel like in a weird way, I think book 2 fixes that. When Zuko had to find Appa, like he actually was interviewed about it. Like he had to he questioned one of the gods and everything about it and everything like that type of thing. If you remember.
Yeah, and obviously like the posters because Aang was giving the posters out. I was gonna say I'm pretty sure every issue we have with book 1, book 2 pretty much follows them.
Yeah. So like, again, not a huge rant. I guess it's just more like, okay, this is kind of weird that like he ends up finding them.
It's like a convenience, you know. It is like I can believe Zuko can do it, but like it's just weird. We go from like here to here. Like it feels like there should be a scene in the middle here because it feels like Zuko just fucking teleported here.
Hey, we need to have some fuckboy screen time though, I guess. So,
I know that was vitally necessary.
Yeah. But yeah, I think that's the. But yeah, I just figured like I'll talk about that now because like it was just on my mind. So, you know. But yeah, there's one more scene before I talk about this fight right here.
Yeah. So yeah, as you said, like night falls, Fire Nation stops their siege, and comes back on Appa. And he is like, exhausted. He mentions to Yue and Katara, like, I must have taken out like a dozen ships, but like, there's just no end to it. Like, I can't do it. And Yue is like, but you're the Avatar. Like, you have to do it. Like, you're the only one who can. And Aang's like, I do like this because Aang was so determined to make a difference and like solve it earlier. But now he's just like I'm just one king, I like that. Kind of reinforcing that Aang, if he was back with the Air Nomads, like he really couldn't have done anything,
Yeah.
Same thing here. The Avatar, and he's but like he's one guy.
Yeah, I like this where Aang's like exhausted, but also like, obviously feeling like disappointed that like that he has to go through this, but also like distraught. Like I like that he's just like, and the voice actor did a really good job making Aang sound like he was all these things and all that type of stuff too. I thought that was cool.
Yeah, like just like even more emotionally exhausted than he is physically.
Yeah.
But yeah, and Katara and Yue are hanging out, and they're kind of talking about the moon and how Yue explains that like the moon was the first waterbender, and people presumably learned how to waterbend by like mimicking how the moon controlled the waves. And Katara was like, "Oh, I always felt my waterbending was stronger at night." And I guess that makes sense why Katara wouldn't know that because like the South Pole, like all the waterbenders were gone.
Yeah.
So I guess like really be around to explain that to her.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. So that's cool. I like finding out more like lore. And when we get to Korra, because we find out like how people got bending, it kind of works and it kind of doesn't. Because we find out like people got bending from another source, but like people kind of just like threw it around. But then like they kind of actually learned how to like use it properly by like mimicking. Like the firebenders saw dragons and they kind of learned to actually like bend instead of just throw fire.
Right.
Same with waterbenders, where they kind of just like threw it around, and then they saw the moon, and they're kind of like, okay, maybe we can kind of do what the waves do.
Yeah.
So like that Korra doesn't necessarily, because that's gonna be a whole thing when we get to that. That like I just want to say now, like because I don't. A lot of people hate Korra. I don't hate Korra. It's got a lot of issues, but like I don't hate it. And like that's an issue I think a lot of people have with it, and I'm like, I don't think that's necessarily a problem. And here again, it's like it's not stated as a fact; it's more like folklore.
Okay.
Like when Yue says it, she's like basically saying like, presumably the first waterbenders, learned from the moon. She's not saying it like I was there. I say, like it's like I mean, I can give it to them.
Yeah, it's like it's kind of like Greek mythology in a way. So
yeah, again, it's like a version of it probably happened, but like the specifics of it are kind of like
yeah, for sure.
But yeah, in new ways, like the spirits of the moon and ocean, are guarding over the water tribe. And Aang is like, hey, the spirits. Why don't we like ask them for advice? Yue's like, how? And Katara's like, oh yeah, the Avatar is like the bridge between the spirit world and the physical. I like that. It's obviously established previously with the winter solstice. So I'm glad we're getting that again.
Yeah, I like that. Makes that episode really mean something too. That wasn't just like a one-off and all that type of stuff. I like that they show that they were going to use that again, and I like that the Aid's gonna like, because Aid again, Aid's actually gonna like try to use that and like learn to see if he can like apply that to winning the war and everything like that, or at least help him with the invasion, which I like.
Yeah, I like that. Like the previous episodes are informing this episode, especially because it's the finale. So yeah, and I like how Aang looks at it like, oh, maybe the spirits can teach me a kick-ass spirit technique to destroy the whole fleet. And Katara and Aang are just like looking at him. He's like, oh, or we can do Yue's idea of like getting wisdom from them. That works too. Which is kind of funny. Aang's right. Like the spirits give him like a fucking cheat code to win.
Pretty much, yeah.
Yeah. So I like how Yue and Katara are looking at him like, Aang, that's ridiculous. And it's like, no, Aang's right.
Yeah, just destroy the just kill the Zhao shouldn't have made a mistake killing that fish.
Yeah. Honestly, Zhao was the waterbender's greatest support. Zhao's a fucking double agent.
Yeah.
Of like, hey, open up the water tribe. But yeah, but Aang and Katara, like, how are we gonna, contact the spirits? Like, last time you got to the spirit world by accident. And Yue is like, well, I can't get you to the spirit world, but I have an idea, maybe. And, like I said, she takes him to, like, the back of the palace. I do like this even before we get to the Oasis. Everything we've seen so far, all the sculptures and stuff, have been built of, like, snow and ice. But, like, this, like, little back area, you see it's built of, like, regular materials.
Yeah, I like that.
And, like, the door is wood. It's like, oh, okay, that's interesting. She opens it up.
Kind of shows how outworldly that it is and everything. So
yeah, even before we get to the Oasis, it's like very different from everything else. And yeah, once we get here, it's like the water flowing is not icy, and like it's like a grassy oasis. And Katara even like takes off her like winter coat because it's like warmer here. And Aang is like loving the grass. He's like, oh, grass, I missed you so much.
Yeah,
like Aang, you've been here for like an episode and a half. Calm down.
Hey, it's a month his time, so Yeah.
It's like, hey, you've been building snowmen. You've been having a good time.
It's like in Yellow Jacket season 2, we had to look at that fucking cabin all season. So
I know, right? When the cabin burned down, we were like, finally, it's like fucking kissing the earth.
Honestly, maybe Ben did burn the cabin down. He got fucking sick of seeing that too.
Ben, thank you.
Doesn't make sense, but maybe he just had a moment. He's like, you know what? I had to be here all season. If I'm leaving, everyone else is leaving too. We don't need to see this next season.
Yeah. No, I still love the theory. It's the Earth Kingdom guy. He was smoking, and he's just like, oh fuck.
I like that one.
Yeah. But yeah, Yue explains. This is like a sacred place for her people. And it's like the most spiritual place here. So maybe this will kind of connect you. I like that because that's actually been shown to be true. When Aang went to Roku's like little sanctuary in the Fire Temple. Yeah. And in future episodes, whenever Aang goes to like a spiritual place, it helps him connect.
Yeah.
So this is actually pretty good logic.
And it's not just like an Avatar thing too. Like people that are like spiritual and like can meditate can usually meditate like around like churches or like really peaceful like areas and all that type of stuff. Yeah. So that's like a meditation thing also.
Yeah. So Aang starts to like meditate, and Yue and Katara are like just standing there, and she's like, "What's he doing?" And Katara's explaining. I do like this that like Katara's kind of explaining it like for the audience as well. Yeah. Because obviously, I said earlier, like the chief saying it's like "fuck boys" his son-in-law. It's like that's kind of for the audience. This kind of makes more sense that Katara would explain this to Yue.
Yeah, because Yue doesn't know about it and everything, so this works.
Yeah, like Aang going to the spirit world takes a lot of concentration. He needs like total silence. And this is a pretty funny moment where Aang gets pissed off. He's like, "Hey, I need some quiet. Come on, guys. I can hear like everything you're saying. Like, shut up."
Come on, Aang. Someone in the cafeteria at my school one time was able to meditate with a bunch of noise going around. Come on, dude. Come on.
Yeah, come on, man. Jesus.
Just turn that shit off. Put your headphones in or something.
I know, right? Yeah, hey, just fucking plug in your iPod. It's 2005. You got an iPod.
No, actually, yeah, 2000, probably 2004 though. It was probably filmed before 2005.
I guess he doesn't have an iPod. He has a Walkman.
Yeah, you put that Walkman in.
Yeah.
I bet the one in Yellow Jacket still works.
By the way.
Huh?
The Walkman is from like the 70s, by the way.
No, it's like in 80s now. They had them in the 90s, didn't they?
Yeah, okay, well, yeah, 80s, 90s.
CD player. Put your CD player in. How about that?
Yeah.
It's like if he doesn't have a CD.
Yeah, I know. Unfortunate. Ang, you should have bought a CD before you came here. Unbelievable.
Yeah, by Kid Rock 5.
Yeah,
Is it Kid Rock? No, it's what's it called? Is it Kid Rock? Huh?
Kids Bop.
Kids Bop. That's what it was. Yeah.
Oh no! Careful. That's Zhao's favorite music.
He's got to be into what the kids are into. You know, he's got to lure them into his Fire Nation ship.
Well, he's into the kids, all right. But Aang notices the fish, a black fish with a white spot and a black. Sorry, yeah, a black fish with a white spot and a white fish with a black spot, and going in a circle over and over. And Aang kind of starts to get in a trance by them. I like this because we already seen Aang kind of get in trances when he looked at like Roku's statue before.
Yeah.
And you see it kind of like the fish blend into like the yin yang sign, and all of a sudden it just like clicks, and it lights up white. He's in this, he's into the Avatar state. Well, he's not really in the Avatar state. He's just like in the spirit world.
Yeah, he's in the spirit world. His just body is just there. I always like these.
What the fuck?
Yeah, I always like these scenes because I always kind of forget about them. Like when I put this episode on, like I always kind of
you don't really actually get a lot of spirit stuff in Avatar when you think about it.
Yeah, so I like these scenes. I think they're really good. I like that we're just finding out more about spirit world stuff. I feel like too because Aang.
Next episode is like I kind of forgot about this, Owen. Next episode is the only time we go to the spirit world.
In Avatar, you mean? Because I know Korra did it a few times.
Well, in AirBender, yeah. Because every time it's like Roku is like he's like connecting with Roku. He's not really going to the spirit world.
Yeah, so this is pretty cool that he's gonna actually go to this.
This episode is like the only time, and I'm like, that's kind of crazy because I was like thinking back, I'm like, oh yeah, that is the only time he goes to the spirit world.
Yeah, yeah. No, I like this area because this is where Zhao goes later. And I'm like, oh yeah, I always forget that like we saw it first, like before Zhao went there and everything like that type of thing. Yeah. So,
well, technically, it's because I mentioned it. Did you ever play or did you ever like see the on Nick.com the like Journey to the Spirit World thing? It was set between book 2 and 3. Oh, okay. Well, it was like a little like it was just like a bunch of cutscenes. It was like a storybook thing. It was like Aang in his coma. And he was like in the spirit world, and he was like talking to the past avatars.
Oh, I have to see if that's online somewhere, like the videos.
Yeah, I'm on YouTube. But he talks to Avatar Karuk, which is cool because he showed up in that, and then he showed up in Sozin's Comet. And he talked to Aang, and because he mentions later that Ko, who we're gonna meet next episode, like stole his like wife's face. We see in that like little cutscene thing, they were having their wedding at the Spirit Oasis, and then Ko basically like popped out of the pond and like took her.
That's wow. I can't wait.
So kind of stuff like that must be weird for Aang. Like he's sitting in the spot where his wife got taken a couple 100 years ago.
Yeah. So, it's great. I can't wait to talk about that. The next episode about how someone can like just steal someone's face in Avatar, which
Yeah.
But yeah. So but yeah, I liked all this though. I kind of like that we'll find out more stuff about the spirit world. It's kind of cool that like Yue was kind of Kasaka wasn't really Yue was kind of part of like the trio here for a little bit, like kind of doing stuff with just Katara and Aang type of thing.
I wish that Yue and the whole moon spirit thing got brought up here.
Yeah, that would have made sense.
Because wait a minute. So wait, Aang finds out the fish are the moon and ocean spirit in the spirit world, But Yue already knew that.
Yes.
Because she says like her dad dipped her in the pond. So in like she has like a bit of the moon spirit in it. So Yue already knew that and didn't tell him.
Didn't tell anybody, yeah.
I just realized that.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
Lottie, you know, she's pulling her and Lottie getting along real well, just not telling people stuff.
Because we're gonna mention it next episode. It's really weird that she like brings it up like right like as it's happening. It's like you feel like that should have been mentioned before.
I mean, Yue's at it. We might have to make a new list of characters that don't want to have like conversations. Like Lottie started that with her not telling about the schizophrenia, not mentioning other stuff. Yue's got quite a few strikes on it. Didn't mention Asaka that she was engaged. You know, it's pretty important.
And like, you know, to be fair, they don't know the moon spirit's in danger, right? Like they don't know Zhao's planning to kill the fish. So like, I get that, but they're trying to contact the spirits. Feels like Yue should have mentioned, by the way, that fish right there, like, gave me life. I just wanted to, like, bring that up, you know?
To get back to that's how I knew how to go. That's how I knew how to go here and everything like that type of thing.
Right. I'm like, that feels a little important.
Yeah. But whatever. So then, yeah, it would have been weird if she mentioned that. But, yeah, so then, right when Aang goes into the state, into the spirit world, Katara's kind of telling him, like, hey, like, don't move his body or anything like that. And then Zuko shows up out of nowhere. Don't know how he got here, but he did. And he says, you know, he says, like, he says, like, I came for the Avatar and everything like that. And him and Katara start fighting. I like this fight because you got to really see how Katara's improved as a bender, you know, because before, Zuko probably would have just kicked her ass. Katara probably would have been able to put up a decent fight, but I think Zuko would have easily won the fight. I know he wins this fight here, but Katara, like, puts up a really good fight. She freezes Zuko, like, into a big ice ball and everything like that, which was really cool. And Zuko uses his, he uses his firebend and, like, his heat to get out of it and everything like that. And I like this, like, Zuko's talking down Katara, being like, you know, I'm not going to lose to some peasant and everything like that type of thing. Which I like that, you know, it's really weird that Zuko's the one throwing that out there. It's like, Zuko, I think you're probably in a worse spot right now than Katara is. Yeah, you're not even in peasant territory compared to your father and everything like that. So,
yeah.
And, yeah, he's throwing some jabs out. Katara, you know, continues to throw waterbending at him. Zuko moves out of the way. Eventually, he tries to grab Aang, but Katara puts a stop to it. She freezes Zuko in the same position that Katara got put in when Master Paku beat her in that fight. And Katara's obviously thinks she's won the fight. And then eventually the sun comes up. And
for that, you missed a really cool thing. Where, like, before she did that, she put him in, like, an ice dome. And Zuko's just, like, standing there. And he's like, you little peasant, you found a master, haven't you? And he just, like, fucking heats his body up. By the way, Azula probably should have done that in book 3.
I did mention that, actually. That's when you were sending the text.
Oh, sorry. But I just wanted to bring up, it's, like, kind of weird that Zuko could just, like, do that. Because, you know, it feels like maybe Azula should have done that.
Maybe she didn't know about it, so... and then, yeah, the sun comes up, and Zuko, you know, obviously gets power from this. He's able to use his firebend, and it makes this, obviously, because that makes sense, waterbenders get the power from the moon, whereas Zuko gets his firebending from the sun. This scene wouldn't work at the last Airbender movie, unfortunately, because, you know, it doesn't really
I see, just fucking die. You know, we wouldn't even get to this point because the Fire Nation would get their ass kicked immediately.
Yeah.
Like 100.
How the fuck? Like, how the fuck did they win? Were they winning the war in the last Airbender movie for 100 years?
I know. I'm just like, you guys like need fire around you constantly. Like, you know, you just like. Besides that, like, you know, just everybody. All right, you see a campfire over there? Just take it out. They're basically done.
Yeah, it's just like how the last Airbender movie really like how were they winning the war? Like how? Like
oh no. If anything, they're like the easiest fucking like they're like the weakest of the nations.
Yeah, based on the.
But yeah, I do like the the detail that, like you said, Zuko mentions that, he says Katara rises with the moon, he rises with the sun.
Yeah, and he uses that
like a spiritual nature thing, like it's tied to nature.
Yeah. So Zuko blasts Katara.
Also, as we're gonna see next episode, when they take the moon out, they lose their water bending. As we're gonna find out next season, when the solar eclipse happens,
they lose the fire bending.
Firebenders, yeah.
And earthbenders and
then Earth and Air are kind of cool. I guess they're just chilling.
Yeah.
We're just we can't really. We're fine.
Yeah. Maybe if an earthquake happens, they'd be fucked. I guess. So.
I feel like if an earthquake happens, the Earthbenders are chilling. Everybody else is all like, and the Earthbenders like, yeah.
So then So Zuko uses Firebender to blast Katara. He knocks her into a tree, and she gets knocked out. And then Zuko just loses interest in Aang. It's like, why did I come here again? Oh, yeah, that's right. I just wanted to beat this peasant. All right, I'm out. See ya. Peace. I don't care about the Avatar anymore. I just wanted to take out this peasant right here. I'm going to go...
Go live in a cave.
Yeah. But yeah, I like this fight right here between Zuko and Katara. I thought it was really good. I kind of like this. Katara's kind of kicking his ass, but I think you could kind of give Zuko the out because again he was just blown up the last episode, so he's still recovering from that. Also, Zuko went through hell to even get here. He was probably still recovering from that. And Katara's obviously a better bender. Maybe Zuko underestimated her and everything like that. Didn't really expect that she would find a master. And I think Zuko was just trying to get Aang because I think one time Zuko probably could have, if he actually tried to fight, maybe he would have done better, but he was too focused on catching Aang.
Well, yeah, at one point he gets attacked by Katara because he's trying to grab Aang.
Yeah.
Again, I do like that about Avatar, that it's not strictly this person beats this person. A lot of it is again, it's Katara has the advantage at night, Zuko has the advantage when it's daytime. Next episode, Katara beats Zuko pretty easily, because it's nighttime in the middle of a blizzard and they're surrounded by snow, where it's Katara's in her natural element there. It's Zuko didn't really stand a chance.
Yeah,
and he was exhausted.
Yeah, so Avatar does a really good job of taking people's strengths and weaknesses and utilizing them in fights of why they win or lose.
Yeah,
so
not strictly Zuko beats Katara all the time. Katara beats Zuko all the time. It's kind of depends on the circumstances, which I like.
Yeah. What do you think the circumstances would be if there was half the sun, if there was a half sun, half moon type thing going on, type of thing?
Yeah, if it was strictly evened out, neck and neck, all the external factors are taken out, I think at this point Zuko wins because obviously Katara is going to have the whole rest of the show, and she learns bloodbending later on. So I'm later on in the show, Katara's probably stronger, but for now, I would say Zuko takes it.
Yeah. By the way, bloodbending. Do you think that exists in the last Airbender movie? Probably not, right? I mean, they never get to get to that point either. So.
Yeah. They mentioned Hama actually, their grandmother mentions Hama.
Oh, that's funny.
And it's how cute, you fuckers! You thought you were gonna make it that far. So funny.
Wait, so when did the last Airbender movie come out? Did it come out during book 3?
Yeah, it was during book 3 that it came out. Yeah.
So they actually thought that
yeah, it's you cheeky little fucks. Well, because I remember in a commercial, it was during book 3, and Mike and Brian were talking to Shyamalan, and they're so Southern's Comet's coming out. How do you think it's gonna end?
Wow. I wonder what he said.
He's Aang becomes a fucking fish and marries Sokka. They're yeah, maybe something like that.
How did I bet the Avatar the Last Airbender movies, I bet they blacklisted M. Night Shyamalan. It'd be cool if they sued him for making a bad for making a bad Last Airbender movie, just a pettiness, you ruined our franchise.
Did you ever watch the Cleveland show?
I have, but not.
There's one episode where his wife pushes him off a building, and as he's falling to the ground, he's just "I'll sue you."
That's funny.
That's what I imagine. It's they're at the movie premiere. Shyamalan just pushes him off the roof, and they're "I'll sue you."
But yeah, let's end this video. We only have a little bit left to talk about, what you're gonna get to.
Yep. So UA got Sokka. I guess only Sokka. She didn't get anybody else. All right, cool. Thanks, UA.
So this is where it's like, what happened to Yue doing all this? Because like she,
well, she like read.
Yeah, I guess, yeah. So
Because yeah, Zuko showed up. UA was like, "I'll go get help," and ran off.
that's true.
And then Sokka and UA are like, they wake Katara up, and she's like, "Oh no, like Zuko, she took Aang," and and they're like, "Oh God, where could they be?" And we pan up, and we see there's a little trail that because like the oasis is in like this like canyon, and there's like obviously there's like the North Pole city, but then like further out, it's just like frozen tundra, like for miles and miles, like uncivilized. And we just see Zuko like carrying Aang on his back, just like trudging through the snow into the distance, which again I like that basically because like Zuko couldn't like go into the city with Aang, everybody their fucking mother would stop him. Because normally I would like complain that like, oh, this character just kind of walked into it dick first without a plan, but like that gets brought up by Ira later on that Zuko had Aang, like he had him, and he had nowhere to go.
Yeah, I like that.
He's in like the middle of enemy territory, like Zuko. Even he beat Katara, he got Aang. Like where the fuck is he gonna go from there?
Yeah, so I do like that he didn't really plan that out very well. I also like the fact that like they made this feel like a big moment, like it's the end of the episode, but like this has been something that's been built up for a while. Like Zuko finally caught the Avatar and everything like that, and we never really like get to see this again. And I like the fact that it only took like Aang like basically being in the spirit world for Zuko to finally like get him and everything like that. So like basically it's when Aang's out of commission. I do like this.
To further add to that, it's like even if Zuko like got out to sea, he would have to get past all the Fire Nation ships, and then in his little fucking kayak, I guess just get back to the Fire Nation.
Yeah.
So basically, like Zuko was like never gonna get out of here.
Yeah. So I do like that Zuko really did plan this out and everything like that type of thing. I do wonder if Ivo kind of like knew that going in type of thing. Like he knew Zuko really didn't plan this out very well. But are you kind of hoping that
actually, I don't know if you mentioned earlier, but earlier on, Iroh mentioned to Zuko, like, "Do you have a plan?" And Zuko just said, like, "I'm working on it."
Yeah, so I don't really. So I feel like he was just kind of gonna see where like the world took him, I guess. So.
Well, again, I kind of like that when Zuko, Zuko, Sokka, Katara, and like Yue are looking defeated. It's not even like, oh no, Zuko has Aang. It's kind of like Zuko's gonna get them both killed.
Yeah. So,
like it's very, very, very likely that if they didn't find Zuko, like Aang and Zuko would have just fucking froze to death.
Yeah. So, I like that. And that's a Zhao scene you missed at Hio too.
Oh yeah, right. When the sun rises, Zhao is like, today is the day we make history. And they ran into the wall. Because before the Fire Nation was just like shooting fireballs like from a distance. But now you see, I do like this that they gave the Fire Nation soldiers like coats to like protect from the cold.
Yeah, I like that.
Kind of like in Star Wars, you saw the stormtroopers had like special gear on Hoth.
Yeah.
And you see them invading the city. So it's like Aang has been captured, and the Fire Nation have breached the walls. It's like, oh fuck, this is a real like dark hour kind of thing.
Yeah, I like that. And yeah, that's the end of the episode. I like the ending though. Kind of hooks you into want to watch part 2. Either the next week or right away, whenever you want. So I do like that. And I kind of like and that's part 1. How are we gonna do this? Are we just gonna grade both parts, or do you want to like grade part 1?
I give this one like a B+.
Same. I like this one a lot. Obviously something.
I think the next one is stronger, but this one is pretty good.
Yeah, good setup. I like the Zuko stuff. I like the Sokka stuff, minus not fleshing out Fuckboy's character. I like the Aang stuff. Aang doesn't get a whole lot to do, but what they give him, he does pretty well with. I like the first invasion fight. I like the Zhao stuff.
I like Zuko stuff. I like Aang stuff, and then Sokka stuff is flawed, but good.
Yeah. But yeah,
Again, kind of so as we said, a lot of issues we have are just kind of stemming from the fact that we didn't get a lot of time in them.
yeah, and we'll fix that when we do our video. So, but yeah, that's part 1, and we'll be back in a little bit. Well, not for you guys, but in like a day for us for part 2.
Yeah.
See you later.
Hey, oh my God, we're wearing different clothing, and that's so crazy. Anyway, Owen, moving on.
Actually, I'm not in different clothing. Actually, I'm in the same clothes.
I'm wearing the same hat, but I'm wearing a different shirt. Anyway, we're back for no, not back. We actually didn't go anywhere. But we are here for the true finale, part 2 of Siege of the North.
That's right. This is an exciting day for us because unless something goes really wrong, we're gonna actually finish Avatar Book 1, which has taken us a little over 3 years to do. So,
in our defense, we fucking got like half of it done this year, so that's good on us.
Yeah, I'm happy about that. But there's some wiki stuff because parts 1 and 2 were like written and directed by like different people and everything like that. So I'll kind of go through that real quick. Again, it aired the same day, so AJ doesn't have to guess the air date. Let's see if he remembers though. I'm just gonna be a douche and see if he remembers.
December 2nd, 2005.
There you go. You remembered. So, this episode was written by Aaron Hiaz. I think we've talked about him before. He's done like The Fortune Teller, and he shows up a few times in other works of stuff. It was directed by David Finoli. We've talked about him before.
I think you say his name wrong every time.
And I probably will continue to do that. But this is kind of cool. This is 2 different animations. Huh?
I said I don't think he works on the show after book 1, actually.
Look. So director, yeah, this is the last episode, which is pretty sad. But he's done other stuff. I guess if I had to look up on his wiki, I think I've mentioned this before, but he's done a lot of Star Wars stuff like Tales of the Jedi, The Clone Wars, The Bad Batch, Tales of the Empires, Rebels. He did he wrote and produced and directed The Mandalorian. He actually wrote because I can say this because it wasn't even out yet. He was an executive producer of The Mandalorian and Grogu. What is it? Grogu this year, and he did.
That's Baby Yoda.
And he did.
Well, not literally Baby Yoda, but that's what everyone calls him.
Yeah. And then he did The Clone Wars in 2008, that movie. So he's done a lot of Star Wars stuff. So, and like we said, I think that it's been kind of funny because that's had that crossover where it seems like a lot of the Avatar like writers and stuff and like directors go and work on Star Wars stuff. So, but this is pretty cool though. Last episode, the animation studio that worked on that was DR Movie, and this time it was JM Animation. So I think that's kind of cool that 2 different animation studios worked on like different parts of the finale and everything like that type of thing. So I think that's pretty cool. You could definitely kind of tell if you watch the episodes back to back a little bit that the animation's a little different, but not necessarily a bad thing, but I think that's pretty cool. But yeah, I've kind of gone through all that stuff. Again, for some strange reason though, Mako is for some reason a guest star, even though he's like Mako's for some reason a guest star. Zhao's voice actor's a guest star. I don't know why they're guest stars. They're like like one of the main characters of the book, but whatever.
Yeah, Zhao's like the main villain of the season, but whatever. But yeah, I guess we should hop right into the episode, picking up pretty much exactly where the last one left off. The Fire Nation has breached through the Northern Water Tribe's main wall. Katara just woke up, and Zuko is, has kidnapped Aang, and they don't know where he went. But yeah, if you remember last episode, Aang had entered the spirit world, and that happened like halfway into the episode, a little bit more. But then, the whole like Katara and Zuko fight and everything happened. So Aang was just kind of out for that, so we didn't get to see what's going on in Aang's POV.
Mhm.
So I like that here we're picking up pretty much where Aang left off, where he went into the spirit world.
Right.
So he shows up in this like big like forest swamp area, and I like how like it looks like natural. Again, it's like a forest, but like it just feels otherworldly.
Yeah.
The trees are all viney, and it's like a little deep. It's like a ankle deep, like pool of water everywhere.
It also just looks peaceful. Like it looks like a place you would actually like want to be and everything like that.
Yeah,
like very
it looks-
relaxing.
But also, like I said, otherworldly. So it's like a little creepy. Yeah. First guy Aang meets here is this like humanoid ape guy. He's just standing at this gate meditating, or sitting at this gate meditating. And Aang asks him if he knows the way to the moon and ocean spirits, and this guy's just like, "Go away, fuck off."
Yeah, this guy's not very spiritual. This guy's not very spiritual.
I know, right? I'm like, who the fuck is this guy?
I wouldn't be this. I wouldn't be surprised if this is that like monk that was like always angry in Aang's past type of thing. I wouldn't be surprised if it's that guy.
But yeah, he's like telling Aang to leave, and then some kind of light flies by, and he just basically tells Aang like, "Oh, that thing can tell you where to go. Go find it." So Aang believes this guy and chases after him, and the monkey is just like, "Good riddance." And it's kind of funny because this is like the most normal spirit we've like come across.
Yeah, the monkey guy. Yeah.
Yeah, like aside from like Roku, but like that's different because he like was a person.
Right. I mean, this is pretty normal. I have a ton of these monkey guys just talk with the monkey boy tail people in my backyard. So
like baby Goku is just like hanging out on the other side of him. He's just taking a nap.
I mean, this could be Goku's. This could be one of Goku's relatives right here. So.
Wow, Owen, are you saying all monkey people? Unbelievable, Owen. Fucking discriminating against goddamn monkey people.
I know. It's not good.
But yeah, it actually, I'm not positive on this. It wouldn't surprise me if this guy was based on Sun Wukong.
I don't know who that is.
He's one of the main characters in Journey to the West. He's who Goku was like inspired from.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Journey to the West was written like a couple hundred years ago. Big Chinese novel. Both of them are both Avatar and Journey to the West have a lot of like Buddhism inspirations, so they're kind of drawing from the same source.
Yeah, I could see this guy being not even inspired by that, but some type of like Chinese culture and all that type of stuff too.
Yeah. Oh, he definitely is with the way he's dressed and stuff. But I'm just saying, like monk. I'm like, I mean, that's probably a Sun Wukong thing.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see.
Yeah, but yeah, Aang is chasing after this light. He grabs a hold of it, but it disappears. But then Aang kind of stands up in this pond. I do love this, where Aang's reflection in the water becomes Roku.
That was cool. Yeah.
Yeah, well, I always liked it because like Roku is Aang. They're the same person.
Yeah.
So I reflection of Aang becoming who Aang used to be is cool.
Yeah, that's really cool.
And then Roku pops up from the reflection, which is cool because Aang kind of ends up doing the opposite later. Roku pops out of the water, and he's going to end up looping into the water a little later on.
Yep.
And I love Roku looks like he's got like a filter on him. He looks a little like brown. I like that, like showing he's like not really there, or like he's not like Aang where he's like alive.
Yeah, he's kind of just like a spirit type of thing.
Yeah. But Aang is like, listen, Roku. And it makes sense for him to be here because obviously the other two times Aang was in the spirit world, Roku was able to contact him. So now that Aang is like in the spirit world proper, it makes sense that Roku could talk to him.
Yeah, that makes total sense. And this is kind of cool.
Go ahead.
kind of a nice payoff because like Ain's always kind of tried to like find ways to contact Roku after they met like in the in Winter Solstice Part 2, like Aang even wondered like how the hell will I talk to you again, and Roku even says like you'll find a way. Doesn't actually tell him, he's like, oh, you'll find a way. Like he probably even knew that, just didn't fucking tell him. So
I always wonder how the avatars work in this regard. Like I'm pretty sure the avatars aren't just like chilling in the spirit world, because like Aang is Roku, like they have the same soul. And like in Korra, when she goes to the spirit world, she doesn't run into any past avatars. So I'm assuming it's like Roku isn't just in like Kyoshi aren't just fucking chilling in the spirit world like all the time. I'm assuming it's like they're tied to Aang, and just being in the spirit world makes it easier for them to like contact Aang.
yeah, I can see that. Maybe too, like because Aang saw his reflection, he could like talk to Roku that way since they're one and the same.
Like in Winter Solstice, the dragon had to go find Aang. Like Roku himself didn't do it.
Yeah. So
I'm assuming again, Roku isn't just like chilling in the spirit. Roku isn't fucking hanging out with the Monkey Man. When Aang is fucking doing whatever. Like I'm assuming it's like he's part of Aang. He has to only show up when Aang is there.
Yeah, I think or any avatar for the most part, like can only show.
Because again, like Aang doesn't fucking show up when Korra's in the spirit world. Assuming, like it's that's not how it works.
Yeah.
Because all the avatars are the same person. Like they are technically different spirits.
That is correct. Yeah.
I just want to bring it up because we don't really get much on it, so it is interesting to see how it works.
Yeah.
But yeah, Roku basically, Aang is like, I need to find the moon and ocean spirit that get their help. And Roku is like, the moon and ocean spirit left the spirit world to go to the physical world near the beginning. And I only know of one other spirit that's like old enough to like be there when that happened, and that is Ko the Face Stealer.
Mm-hmm.
That is interesting because again, it's always cool that like Roku doesn't know everything. He can only give Aang what information he has.
Yeah, I like that. He's not necessarily all knowing. He can kind of give Aang like the general idea, but he comes off as a wise figure. But I do like that he doesn't know absolutely like everything like that.
Like again, he just says like I only know of a spirit that's that old. Because like there probably are other spirits that are old enough to know that, but Roku doesn't like know them personally.
Yeah, I think that makes sense.
But yeah, Roku knows of Ko the Face Stealer, who is a very old and ancient spirit. And he basically says like you got to go to him and ask, but be very careful. Like he's not your friend. He as a face stealer. If you show any emotion to him, he will steal your face.
I kind of like that too. Like, not all the spirits are like friendly type of thing. Like, some are like little shades of gray, little evil, and all that type of stuff.
Yeah, I like that. Well, because it's interesting when we meet Ko. Again, Aang doesn't show any emotion, so Ko helps him out.
Yeah.
So I kind of like that. And like, hey, just sort of lashing out at the humans because the force got destroyed. So I kind of like that with spirits, where like they're not necessarily good or evil. They kind of have their own like morality.
Yeah, I like
that.
Makes sense.
Humans, they don't really go by like our standards of good and evil.
Yeah, I like that. And I guess I'll just say it now, because there's some behind the scenes about Ko. They were obviously going to go with other names for him. They were going to call him the Expression Taker or the Mug Muggler.
But I didn't go. That one's funny, but I'm glad they didn't go with it.
Which one, the Mug Muggler or the Expression Taker?
Yeah, like that's funny, but like it's treated kind of seriously, so that would kind of kill the vibe.
Yeah, the Face Stealer I think was a good choice. I do like the look of worry that Aang had when he said he said he can't show any emotion. And I remember we always used to like joke about this when we would do calls off screen. Like, so what would happen if Aang got his face on like in the spirit world and then went back to like the real world? Would he have like his face like?
Yeah, imagine Zuko is just sitting there. Then Aang's face is gone. And Zuko would be like, "What the fuck?"
He just falls to the floor and is like, "What the fuck is that?" Like, But like, would it only be gone in the spirit world, or will it be gone in like the physical world, like also?
Yeah, I was gonna say just saying spirit face that's gone. I'm like, that's not really that much of a negative. Like Aang could still be fine.
Yeah.
I would love it if like Aang shows up in Korra, and Korra's like, "Why the fuck don't you have a face?" And he's like, "Well, actually, he wouldn't be able to say anything."
Yeah, he can't say anything. So,
yeah.
But yeah, I do like that some of the spirits are a little you know, have their own type of morality. Again, I still just like the set of the spirit world. I kind of like that it just has this different vibe about it in Avatar. It really looks like anything like you haven't really seen before. Like you said, like really outworldly and everything like that. Because the music for it was...
Danny Phantom has like a spirit world, the ghost zone, but that is obviously very different from this.
Yeah, so...
Well, it's also very different because, like, in Danny Phantom, despite what Butch Hartman wants to say, a lot of the ghosts, you get the impression they were, like, they are spirits in the sense that they were people and then died and now they're in the ghost zone. Again, not all of them, but a lot of them seem to be that's the case.
That's how it's supposed to look.
Yeah. But for Avatar, it's spirits and, like, they are, it seems like to be, like, these guys aren't, like, they were not people. They are spirits. Like, they were born as spirits, or they were created as spirits.
Yeah, for sure.
And spirits seem to be kind of like extensions of nature.
Yeah.
Which we're going to talk about in a little bit. With Yue and Aang. Yeah. So basically, Roku tells Aang where to go. Aang goes to this like cave. In this other part of the spirit world. And Aang is obviously very nervous to go in there. And he's like shaking in his boots, he's crapping his pants. He would have to, because as Sokka confirms later on, there is no bathroom in the spirit world. But Aang looks to the corner and like sees like some rustling he heard was just like a monkey. It's Goku. But no, the monkey turns around and he has no face. So Ko obviously took this poor monkey's face.
Yeah, poor monkey.
I'm pretty sure because Ko flips between faces when we meet him. One of the faces, I'm pretty sure the extras confirm that one of the faces is like the baboon here.
Yeah, I definitely saw that. Yeah, yeah, that poor monkey. Yeah, so that poor monkey just lost his face pretty much. So.
And then Ko is walking around with it, like, see this guy? Took this one.
I would love it if he's just going. I would love it if he just goes. If he's just going out there to like this poor monkey, like rubbing the fat that he took his face and everything like that. Like,
I wanted, I want it to be like a pawn shop, or like Pawn Stars, where like people go to him with like faces, and he's like, best I can go with is $25 for this face.
and then they actually show him also, and he just takes it anyways. Like, oh, what?
Yeah, I would love that.
But
Aang takes a deep breath, and I love this where we kind of hear Roku's voice over him as well.
Yeah,
he says, "Show no fear, show no emotion." He walks in.
I remember we talked about this off camera. I want to make sure I say it now. It's been a while since I've seen this episode. I kind of always forget about, like, the spirit world part of the finale, and obviously the part where they actually go into, like, before Aang goes to the spirit world. I misremembered the Roku stuff. I thought what happened was when Aang talked to Roku, like, because obviously Roku couldn't, like, be there. Like, he just talked to him, like, through the monkey type of thing.
Because off camera, Owen was like, "Oh yeah, Roku like became the monkey." I was like, "What the fuck are you talking about?"
No, but I thought like he actually, because I thought there was another scene like in Avatar where like Roku talked to Aang and like talked to him like through some type of like animal or something. Maybe I'm misremembering it. Maybe it's like maybe it's like a Harry Potter scene where like Dumbledore talks to like Harry through something else, and I thought it was Avatar or something. Maybe that's what happened. So,
in Harry Potter. Really, so I can't tell you. But yeah, when Owen said that, I was like, "What the fuck are you smoking?" Like I was like, I don't think that happens.
But no, I just misremembered. Aang talked to Roku first, then he saw the monkey and got like freaked out. But again, it's been a while since I've seen this episode, so
I would love that if like I would love that if Roku's like haunting Aang by like he's like takes over Momo and he's like annoying the shit out of Aang, like, "Hey Aang, Hey, Aang, you should probably start learning earthbending now. Hey, Aang, get up. Aang.
I mean,
It's like a Family Guy thing. Like, mummy,
yeah.
mama.
I mean, Hiato is Momo, so.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, I kind of forgot to mention it. Paramount released the trailer for that Avatar movie.
Yeah.
Like, oh, great. I mean, that whole movie got leaked like months ago. So, a little late to the trigger on that one, Paramount.
Yeah, very much so.
That was also dumb. Just release, because they were going to release that in theaters, but then they decided not, only streaming service. I'm like, okay, I guess you guys are just allergic to money.
I guess so. Maybe people will get.
No,
I haven't either.
Yeah.
I got the notification.
I'll see when it releases. If it's close enough, I'll just watch it on Paramount. But if it's going to be a while, I'll probably just watch the leak.
I don't blame you. So.
But yeah, anyway, I just wanted to bring that up because I'm like, that they finally released that trailer today. I'm like, oh wow, what are the odds?
Yeah.
But yeah, we see a centipede creature crawling on the roof, and then he pops up in front of Aang. And I do love this for this entire conversation. Ko just keeps like moving around Aang, and then all of a sudden he'll just like change faces and like pop up in front of him, like he's trying to make Aang he keeps trying to surprise Aang throughout the conversation.
Yeah, he's
like make an expression.
Yeah, he's trying to basically make Aang break and show emotion, pretty much.
Yeah, I do love that. That like basically Ko is willing to help Aang as long as like he's not making expressions. Like it's kind of like a rule he has. So again, I like that, kind of like showing his morality is not typical. He's not strictly.
Yeah, I like that.
But yeah, and I do love that again. He's like showing different faces. Like he has like the baboon from outside. He has this like blue spirit looking guy, like he's like some other kind of spirit. And then he has like a couple other human faces on. Like he has a couple old men. That he like flips throughout the conversation.
It was interesting here that he mentioned you were probably going to get to it because he turns into that face. Because I remember you mentioned it in the first half of the video, or you may have mentioned it off camera. I don't remember. That he mentioned that story where like he stole one of like the Avatar's like wives' faces like on her wedding day and all that stuff, and he like obviously doesn't mention that's what happened, but he kind of basically says it without saying it.
Into specifics, but he does say like I took the face of someone you loved.
And then like he transformed into that face, so it was kind of cool hearing that story after you just mentioned it the other day, type of thing. So.
Yeah, well, because we get the specifics of that story in Journey to the Spirit World, which I sent you.
Yep. So I'll be watching that.
And I mean, and the show also confirms it because in Sozin's comment, Karuk like says, "I lost the face of the woman I love to Ko the Face Stealer."
We
don't get like anything specific on it.
Yeah. Do you think he still loves her without a face?
She's probably dead without a face, so maybe. And I don't know what he's into. Maybe he's like, well, I mean, the body's a little cold, but like, I mean, it is my wedding night. I think you'll be fine. You'll probably be okay without a face. You'll be fine. Yeah. You don't need a face. You don't need. I can't tell if you're enjoying this or not. I mean, I'm just gonna assume you are.
She's got no expression. So.
It's like, honey, are you upset with me? I can never tell what that face you're making.
Yeah.
You got a real resting bitch face, honey. Like it's like a comedy, like the laugh track from iCarly.
By the way, I wonder, like, when the face stealer steals your face, I'm wondering if like he takes like the emotion that you like showed when he steals your face, like that would be kind of funny. Like he takes the emotion that like you showed also, like it's just stuck in that emotion.
Getting a lot of fucking scared out of my fucking mind.
Because
like, assuming when somebody's stealing your face, you're just fucking scared.
Did you ever see like the SpongeBob like face freeze like episode type of thing where like you make funny? It'd be funny. Well, basically what happened in that episode was like they keep making funny faces, and the whole thing is like if you do it for like too long type of thing, you'll
Stuck that way.
yeah. So it'd be funny if like he stole like SpongeBob's face when he was stuck that way, and he was just stuck as he has.
Well, actually, since SpongeBob is stuck that way, he technically wouldn't be making any emotion.
Well, it depends on what the face. I think it would depend on what the funny face is type of thing. So
yeah. But I do love this. Where I always love it when people or like when certain creatures and spirits treat the Avatar as like one person.
Yeah, that's cool.
Because Ko's like, my old friend the Avatar. It's been a long time. And Aang is like, you know me? And he's like, oh, how could I forget you? One of your previous incarnations tried to slay me 800 or 900 years ago.
Which is insane.
Yeah, that he's remembered that all this time. And at the end of the conversation, he says, we'll meet again. And like he doesn't even mean Aang specifically. He's just so old that like he knows he'll meet the Avatar again sooner or later.
Yeah, so that's cool.
Yeah. So again, I always think that's cool when like the spirits treat the Avatar as the Avatar rather than like Aang or Roku. Like if they're treating him as like one person.
Yeah, I like that.
Because again, it shows how old he is. But yeah, Aang is like, I do like this because this is the only really time Aang gets like off topic. Because up aside, like when Ko keeps trying to scare him, Aang just like bows to him. He's like, "Good to meet you. I came to ask you a question."
Mm-hmm.
But here, Aang gets a little curious. He's like, "Oh, I didn't know that. Why did he or I try to kill you?" And then Ko just goes, "Oh, it had something to do with me taking the face of someone you loved." And he turns his face into that of a young, beautiful woman with her hair like flowing. And it cuts to Aang, and he's very stone faced. But then Ko changes his face again to like this like demonic animal. And he starts like cackling.
Yeah, obviously, I think Cole mentioned that too to get Aang to like break type of thing and actually show emotion.
Well, yeah, because again, here he keeps trying to like jump scare Aang, but it's Aang can't make an expression. But we know Aang's like past lives can kind of influence him a little bit. Like he recognized Roku's statue and stuff.
Yeah,
I like to think that Aang got pissed off at that.
Yeah,
Aang is Karuk. Like I'm sure that part of him that does kind of remember that was like pissed off.
Oh, for sure.
But, and like show that.
Yeah.
Because the camera does kind of like linger on Aang's face here. So I like to think that Aang did legitimately get like angry at that, but he couldn't show it.
Yeah, and he's trying to fight the urge to not get angry and all that type of stuff. So,
Ko just kind of cackles and laughs, and he says, "But I'm not going to hold that against you. You've come to me with a new face, and so I'll tell you what you want to know." But yeah, Aang it's about the Moon and Ocean Spirit because he needs their help. He's like, "Oh, you think you need you need their help, but it's actually the other way around. They need your help. Someone is planning to kill them. How he knows that, I don't know. But sure, I guess he just knows. And again, Ko and Zhao used to date, but then Zhao found out Ko was actually pretty old, so he's like, I'm sorry, my type."
Now, do you think Zhao would like Ko, depending on what face he shows? Like, if it's a young face?
Yeah, well, again, Ko was wearing a young face when him and Zhao went on a couple dates. And then he's like, "Oh, no, you're actually really old. I'm sorry, can't do it."
That must have been tough for Zhao. Can't show any emotion to Ko either, because then he's gonna get his face stolen. So
yeah. And Ko basically says like, the Moon and Ocean Spirit. Their spirit names are Tui and La, and they gave up their spirit forms near the beginning to be part of the physical world. And you've actually already met them. They are locked in an eternal dance, push and pull And he mentions the yin and yang, and obviously Aang pieces together that the black fish with the white dot and the white fish with the black dot. That's the yin and the yang.
Mm-hmm.
And then Aang gets excited. He's like, "Oh, the koi fish!" And I do love this where Ko is facing the other way, and he quickly turns around. And by the time he turns around, Aang is already back to the resting bitch face. And all right, peace out. By the way, fuck you for stealing my wife. He doesn't actually say it, but he's just like, I gotta go now. And then, as I said, Ko says, "We'll meet again."
I really did like that though, where Aang actually showed a little bit of emotion, and then Ko wasn't looking, and then when he turned around, Aang went right back to the resting bitch face and all that type of stuff. That was a really good moment and everything like that. I think that was obviously for the audience.
Sorry, go ahead.
I think that was obviously for the audience too, to kind of scare them, but I did like this type of thing.
Yeah, and again, because I think some people complain that we never saw Ko again. But like I said, I look at it as he's not saying he'll meet Aang again. He's saying he'll meet the Avatar again.
Yeah, for sure. So
again, I'm fine with Ko not showing up.
Yeah, I don't think every character needs to show up again either, type of thing. They did kind of leave it open ended. Again, like you said, they didn't say he'd be.
Although to be fair, I think one of the Avatar extras say the last face Ko makes at the end is important. But we never follow up on that.
Oh, okay. So
I think they were planning on Ko to come back, but they just didn't really get around to it.
Oh, okay. Well, Ko's too busy stealing people's faces. Gotta, he's a busy guy. Well, a spirit.
Yeah.
So,
like I said, even though we get a little bit of follow up on Karuk, he only showed up for fucking 30 seconds in Sozin's comment. So I'm I do kind of wish we got a little bit more on his beef with the Avatar in the past.
Yeah, I wish we got something on that.
I wish we got more of the spirits in general. Because honestly, book 1 is probably the most we get on the spirits.
Yeah, it's really interesting stuff. I like it.
Yeah, for book 2 and 3, we really actually don't get that much on the spirits. The library is probably the most we get, after this point.
Yeah. But I will say, I liked how this scene was pieced together. Kind of gave a little bit of a horror movie type of vibe. Very, very suspenseful, very intense, and a lot of jump scares kind of here. So kind of interesting that Avatar took this approach. Again, it really makes Avatar stand out from the crowd too, because not a lot of cartoons were really doing stuff like this, really either type of thing. Yeah. So it's kind of cool.
But yeah, Aang rushes outside and he's like, "All right, I gotta get back to the Spirit Oasis." Roku shows up again as a reflection. He's like, "Go where Aang, and an old friend has come to help you out." And it's Heibai from the Winter Solstice.
Yeah.
As I was going off camera, I really like that they brought this back. That Aang, instead of fighting Heibai in that episode, befriended him and kind of helped him get over his anguish over the forest being burnt down. So I like that Aang befriending him in that episode helped him out in this episode. Showing that Aang being the bridge between the spirits, was a good thing.
Yeah, I really like that. Kind of like this, because Aang did something nice for him, didn't try to fight him. They made a friendship out of it, and teaches the lesson. If you do good things will happen to you in return. And just kind of cool to see Heibai come back. And I like that Heibai is in his panda form. Because obviously, the monster form is when he's angry. The panda form is when he's at peace. Yeah. So.
Hops on Heibai. Heibai takes him back to the gate he woke up in, and then Heibai shoots out this little ray of energy to transport Aang back to the physical world. And the monkey guy, just being such a hater, is good riddance. And then Heibai turns into his monster form and scares this guy, and then goes back to being a panda. I love that. Heibai is a good friend. He's like, "Oh, I heard you talking shit about my buddy Aang, pal. Fucking catch these hands."
What do you think he would do if he saw that Earth Kingdom dude that burnt down the village and everything like that?
We don't even want to get to that. I don't know. Guy, he might fucking burn down the spirit world. You never know.
Yeah, Can spirits even smoke though? I don't think they can. So.
This monkey guy, he probably smokes. That's why he was pissed off that Aang was bothering him. He's like, "Bro, you're ruining my high right now."
That's true. But that's everything in the spirit world. I thought that I really liked everything in the spirit world. It was cool to see Heibai come back. Really cool that they kind of brought him back. He wasn't just a one-off. They kind of tied up that loose end. I thought Koi was a really cool. Oh no, it's not Koi. Ko was a really cool spirit. And I just like the spirit world. You know, we don't ever get to see it again, but I just like how outworldly it is. I just like the vibe in it, and this is kind of really cool. Kind of gives you like horror movie kind of vibe to it, and it just feels very mysterious type of thing. So I really like the spirit world, and I like that there was like a point to it. They didn't just like, you know, the writers didn't just go like, fine, I guess we have to write something about the spirit world because we've been talking about it. They actually like tied it to the plot like really well, type of thing. They didn't just do it because they felt like, okay, I guess we have to do it type of thing. Like, I guess an example can be like, admittedly, when Drake and Josh did that Christmas special, they felt like they just did that because they were like, oh wait, we didn't do a Christmas special, so they brought all the characters back just to do a Christmas special type of thing. Like, you know, and the show had already ended by that point. So, anything else you want to say about the spirit world before I cover my section?
No, I pretty much covered it. I thought it was a really great section. Just because, you know, Aang didn't really have that much to do last episode besides like the fight. So I'm glad he got a lot more to do here.
Yeah, I think that's good, and the fact that, you know, kind of nice to the Aang to do this stuff on his own. I kind of like to see Aang take like solo adventures where he has to like figure all this stuff out on his own. So then, while all this was going on, outside in the real world, Katara wakes up and, you know, is really distraught that she let like Zuko take Aang from like run underneath her and everything like that. And she's really upset about it. And Sokka kind of has to like motivate Katara, saying like, look, you did everything you could, but like the biggest thing you could do now is just like not focus on that, and we can just go find Aang. So they get on Appa. You know, them and AU, as I wrote in my notes by mistake.
Which is funny because you don't even spell her name UA, but you did last time, and then this time you fucking called her AU.
Yeah, it's a bit massive mistake, you know. But they're gonna go find Aang. Zuko's obviously meanwhile struggling to carry Aang because it's really cold, and obviously Aang's basically dead weight since he's in like the spirit world by this point. So he's kind of just trying to drag a whole human being alongside this, and doing all this. The ground starts to break through. We get a little bit of an avalanche, and Zuko has to like quickly run over and like jump over all that and everything like that. And he very barely makes the jump, like going over to the other side and everything like that. Reminded me of the LVB scene, you know, where I'm pretty sure it was Wash had to jump over from like one end to the other type of thing.
Yeah, Wash in the meadow.
Yeah. I was thinking Wash because, you know, it was more highlighted when he did it and everything like that.
Yeah.
So, so Zuko kind of realizes that this blizzard's not gonna like hold over anytime soon. So he kind of finds a nearby cave and just takes shelter. And he ties Aang's legs and hands together. Obviously to prevent him from going anywhere. And he says he's just gonna hold over here until the blizzard passes. I do like this, you know. You already kind of mentioned it, but I'll mention it again since it's a different day for us. You know, I bet when this aired back in book 1, a lot of people probably criticized this. Like Zuko finally captured the Avatar and really didn't have much of a plan of where to go from there. So I bet maybe originally this got a lot of hate because he was like supposed to be like the other main villain of the show, and they kind of wrote him to look weak here. But I like that this is addressed in season 2. You know, where, you know, Zuko captured the Avatar, but he really just didn't have anywhere to go from there. And then they really made it part of his character where, like, it's because, like, Zuko's not really focusing on what he wants. He's kind of focusing on what other people have carved a path for him. And I think this is really cool because this is what Iroh says to him the next season.
Yeah, he's, like, so obsessed on this goal his father gave him that he can't, like, totally.
So I like that.
And I like here that we get to see, you know, because obviously, like, when Aang was talking to Zuko and Blue Spirit, like, you know, Zuko didn't respond. He just, like, immediately attacked him. I like that. Well, I also like here because I feel like he's doing this because Aang can't hear him. but he kind of starts to like open up a little bit.
Yeah, I like that. So he mentions to Aang, that this is a really cool reveal because it ends up tying into the end of this episode, and she's a very big important factor, an important character in the next 2 seasons, where she mentions,
My favorite villain in Avatar.
Oh really? No, more than
Azula.
More than Ozai?
Yeah.
Wow. More than that Earth Kingdom dude?
Shockingly, I know, right?
More than that general that that couldn't hold down the prison?
Even more than the amazing Rough Rhinos. Remember the Rough Rhinos?
Oh, yeah.
Existed, kind of.
They're the Declan of the show. So.
Yeah, literally.
I still can't believe we remember that, but.
Honestly, oh man, we gotta do a Declan video sometime.
Poor Declan. I really wish he
jerk off other characters.
I really wish he showed up in Better Call Saul.
It's so funny where he just stands there to get humiliated and show how fucking awesome. I don't even know who's a bitch in Better Call Saul to show how awesome Saul's fish are.
Yeah, like you said, Saul's fish.
Yeah, like fish jump out of the tank and beat the shit out of Declan. Declan's like, "Oh my god, fish, you're so cool."
But Zuko opens up a little bit and he mentions that he talks about how Aang's the Avatar and everything comes so easily to him, and he says, "You're just like my sister," where everything's come so easily to her, like firebend and everything. And he says that my father, said that she was born lucky, and this is really dope. Like I'm surprised when like top 10 lists don't when they say like top 10 things and top 10 dark moments in kid TV shows, this isn't on the list somehow.
Yeah, that's really fun.
Where Zuko says that like Zuko was lucky to be born. Like, how is that not on someone's top 10 like dark moments of kid shows?
Yeah. I love that it really shows how fucked up Ozai is. Because for Ozai, all we really got is the Agni Kai where he burned Zuko. But this shows that Ozai was a piece of shit dad even like before that.
Yeah, I like that.
You could argue like, oh, Zuko disrespected him or whatever, something stupid. But no, this shows even before the Agni Kai, Ozai treated Zuko like shit.
And I just like this moment here. You get to really see Zuko opening up to Aang. And I just really like that you just really get to get like the peel back on Zuko's backstory and everything like that. Just really hear how messed up his life was and everything like that. And again, really cool that we got like, the reveal that Zuko had a sister and everything like that type of thing. And because she ends up being an important character, it's really cool that we got the reveal of that here. Meanwhile,
real quick, I want to give my thoughts.
Yeah, anything you want to say about this? I thought this was really good stuff.
This is one of my favorite Zuko scenes in the show. Because like I said, this is we don't really get a lot of Zuko like opening up himself. Because even like the storm, that was Iroh talking about Zuko's past. So this is really one of the first times we get to see Zuko like opening up about like how he feels. And I love that he's just looking at the blizzard stopping him from taking Aang home as just like the next series of events of life just fucking him over.
Mm-hmm.
Because we get some of that in Bitter Work too, where he's just like, it just blows up in my face like everything always does. He just looks at life constantly shitting on him. And I love this where, he compares Aang to Azula because he's always, he's never even called Aang Aang. He always calls him the Avatar. And we don't even really get his thoughts on Aang. He's just always obsessing over capturing the Avatar. This is really our first time getting anything on him viewing Aang in like any personal way.
Yeah.
Where, from his POV, it makes sense because for him, no matter what he does, no matter how hard he tries, Aang at the end of the day always saves the day and rides off to the sunset. So for him, he's like, everything always works out for you and my sister. Like you're both prodigies and everyone always adores you. And like you said, it's super fucked up how his father said to him that Azula was born lucky and he was just lucky to be born. And I also like that because it sets up Azula as like, even though we don't know she's going to be like a big deal next season, it sets her up as like she's a lot more menacing than Zuko. Whereas Zuko like had to struggle. Azula is just like a natural prodigy to everything.
Yeah, I like that a lot.
And even more so that she's not even just a good fighter. That like she has like a way with people. That because that's a big thing with Azula. She's like a big manipulator.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, that's
she's arguably even more dangerous, like in that way, instead of just like being a fighter.
Yeah.
She's deadly in both. But like I would say, again, with the whole thing that happened with Long Fang, like she's more deadly as like a manipulator than she is as a fighter.
Yeah, I always thought she was. Yeah.
Yeah. But I do love this where Zuko doesn't even like take it as an insult anymore. Where he just like looks dejected and they just says, "You know what? That's fine. I don't need luck and I don't want it. I've always had to struggle and fight, and that's what's made me strong. That's made me who I am."
Yeah.
So I love that, where Zuko doesn't even want to be like Azula or Aang. He doesn't want to be a prodigy. He doesn't want luck. He knows that his strength comes from just clawing to get what he wants.
Yeah, I really like that. We're getting to hear Zuko open up, and I love the fact that he's kind of owning the fact that he kind of wants to have life be like a struggle for him and everything like that. He wants to kind of carve out his own path a little bit and everything like that.
Yeah, well, I don't think that he wants it to be a struggle, but like he knows that's how it's always been, and he knows that's not going to change.
Yeah.
So he kind of like, and I love that like he turns and the camera focuses on his scar when he says that.
Yeah, I thought that was really good.
So yeah, sorry, that was your section. But I want to talk. I just wanted to give my thoughts because that's one of my favorite Zuko scenes in the show. Yeah,
it's really excellent. Then doing all this, Katara, Aang, and Yue are all trying to find Aang. I like this. They kind of do a little montage of it where it just kind of looks like they're looking for a needle in the haystack. They look over and see how hopeless this is, and they actually brought this up. I didn't actually think they were going to mention it like in the episode because you mentioned it, but they're more worried about like they're not even worried about Zuko getting away. They're worried that they're not even going to be able to like get out of the blizzard. Basically, that they'll both die out there and everything like that, which I really like. They're just continuously searching.
But I like that Sokka is the one to bring up that like if there's anything we know about Zuko, it's he never gives up.
Yeah.
Which again, kind of he was saying about like his biggest strength is essentially that he just doesn't. He refuses to give up no matter how bullshit it is.
Yeah, for sure. So then when Aang comes back to the real world, obviously he goes back to where the moon spirits are, but obviously he sees that his body's not there. So then what happens is he turns into like a little bit of like a spotlight type of thing and just shoots up to go back to his body and everything like that. What a
little weird that Karen, Sokka and them could like.
Yeah.
Because obviously a big thing last time was that like they couldn't see Aang when he was in the spirit world.
Yeah, but whatever. So then they see the blue. I was gonna say the blue spirit, but I don't want to say that because they saw that too. But they see the other.
Yeah, technically.
So they see both the blue spirits, I guess.
Yeah.
And when Aang comes back into his body, he sees that he's all tied up and everything like that. And Zuko sees that Aang's come to. And I like this where Zuko says, "Welcome back," and Aang says, "Good to be back." And he blows a thinner air at Zuko. But Aang's still tied up. He's struggling to try to get out of this and everything like that. But Zuko grabs him and says, "You're not going to get away from me this time." But then Katara, Sokka, and Yue show up. And Zuko's being very smug towards Katara and says, like, "Are you here for a rematch?" And Katara kind of says, like, "Oh, trust me, Zuko, this isn't going to be much of a match." And all she does is just freezes like a bunch of snow onto him, gets him into a big like frozen position, and then just drops him down. Don't mind Zuko getting defeated this easily because, again, he was out there for so long. He was probably exhausted. And again, they're in Katara's element here. They're surrounded by slow. It makes sense that she win this fight easily. And again...
Yeah, as I said before, it's more of like a rock, paper, scissors thing. Like, Zuko is a firebender who's in the freezing cold, exhausted, and it's like night out. I'm pretty sure it's still night out at this time.
Yeah.
And yeah, Qatar had the fucking home field advantage. So yeah.
And again, I think Qatar was just gonna do like a hit and run here, anyways. Like she was just gonna do this and then just grab Aang and leave. So makes sense. They would do this. So then Sokka unties Aang. He actually comments. Zuko's knot work, which is pretty cool, and the rope that he was using, which is nice. And then they're about to fly off. Aang wants to fly off quick to save the moon spirits. And before they fly off, I like this. They easily could just leave Zuko out there just to die. And Aang's just like, look, we can't just leave him here. Like, he'll die out here. Obviously, Sokka's confused by this, where he's just like, yes, we can.
I love that Sokka's like, no, fucking leave him to die. I don't give a shit. Fuck him.
Yeah. But Aang's like, no,
I would love it if like, we gotta save him, and Sokka, or no, I would love it if Aang was like, we can't leave him out here like this, and Sokka's like, way ahead of you, Aang. Okay, cool. We didn't leave him out here like this. Let's go.
Yep. Just takes his machete, yeah.
Yes.
But yeah, so they take Zuko. Do you like this? Shows how how heroic Zuko, sorry, not Zuko, Aang is, and everything like that. And I do like this because this ends up kind of, being a reason that Zuko kind of uses to join the group and everything like that. So pretty cool how this happens. Yeah, they fly off, and that's kind of everything, at least for now, out there. Overall, this was a really good section. I just kind of liked how hopeless it all felt in the beginning. I liked hearing Zuko open up. I like the little fight that him and Katara have, and I kind of like that, they had like Aang show that he has like the really good moral ground and doesn't want to just leave Zuko out there and everything like that. So all of this ends up really being good stuff. And again, we didn't really get to spend a lot of time in the North Pole, so this was kind of a nice way to spend time out there. And not have it feel like it's part of like the invasion and all that type of stuff. So that was nice. Anything else you want to say about this before we move on to your section?
No, this was a good section. Again, the only thing is it's a little convenient that they were able to see Aang's like spirit, and it's a little weird that Aang like knew how to do that.
Yeah,
Aang was just like, "Where's my body?" And then he just fucking like shoots up into the sky, and I'm like, "Okay, that's weird that Aang can do that."
Especially because he didn't do it on purpose, and he didn't do it. He couldn't do it the last time he was in like the spirit world.
Yeah. So again, that whole thing again, it really just felt like, okay, we need to have Katara and Sokka find Aang.
Yeah, for sure.
So again, that's kind of like squinting my eyes at that. Besides that, I like this whole thing. And like you said, I love that Aang decided to save Zuko. But yeah, meanwhile, it's when the sun rises, or like it's the middle of the day, and the Fire Nation is continuing their invasion. Zuko, sorry, not Zuko. Zhao and Iroh are on their ship, discussing the invasion, and Iroh is like, if you're gonna defeat the Water Tribe today, you're gonna have to do it before the moon rises, because once it's nighttime, like they're unbeatable. Because obviously like they're surrounded by ice and snow, and once the moon rises, they're way more powerful. So like trying to fight them beyond that point is a fool's errand. And Zhao was like, "Oh, don't worry. I assure you, before the day is over, we'll have taken the city, and I plan to like remove the moon as a factor entirely." And Iroh was like, "Remove the moon? Like, what are you talking about?" And by the way, at this point, Fuckboy shows up, wearing the old Fire Nation uniform, even though Sokka told him not to. Somehow he still managed to successfully stow away, even with the outdated armor.
Yeah.
So I guess it really didn't matter. But he's like, Admiral Choi. So I like that again. He didn't listen to Sokka, that his name was Zhao. So he's like, Admiral Choi, I've come to fucking fuck you in the ass. And Zhao's like, nah, sorry, man, you're too old for me. And he just fucking chucks him overboard. And then I did not like him. Like, he took up too much time, and he felt really pointless. But this whole scene right here is so fucking funny.
I think I told you last video. I like remembered this scene. Like, doesn't he go up to take out? I kind of like this because he was in like the Sokka role, like from Sokka, like the first episode when he tried to do this to like Zuko and it happened. I like that Sokka I like that even Sokka put up a better fight than like, this guy like did. This guy got nothing. Like,
well, yeah, I think it's so funny that like they're in the middle of a conversation. Zhao just like shucks him overboard, and then they just continue to like they literally like they forget about him literally 2 seconds after that.
I love this was supposed to be like the big mission that they were supposed to go on, like the life or death mission that was really hyped up, and the Zhao just owned this dude in like 2 seconds and everything like that.
It's so funny. He like went to the trouble. He got aboard, remained undetected. He made his way to Zhao, and then he just like announced himself. Like he had the element of surprise and everything, but nah, he gave himself away, charged at him, and then Zhao just fucking threw him overboard.
Zhao didn't even.
So I'm pretty sure he just died here.
Zhao didn't even try either. That wasn't even like Zhao. That was probably like a -1. Somehow that was like -1% of like Zhao's.
Yeah, well, get it. It's like in a fight. It's like medium difficulty, low difficulty. This was like not even 0 difficulty. This was negative difficulty.
It was insane. Like, I even like how
company Zhao just chucked him overboard. And then Zhao's just like, oh yeah, back to what I was saying. And Iroh just like shakes his head. And again, they just get back to the conversation. The scene just continues on like it didn't even happen.
I know, I don't even know what happened. But this was
like legitimately might be the funniest joke in Avatar.
Probably, yeah.
Like the cactus joke in the desert is contender. Oh, well, Ember Island Players is really good too. This is like top 3 jokes in the show.
Yeah. I just love the fact that this dude just completely like got owned and everything like that type of thing.
Yeah, I just love how quick it was and how they just forget about it 2 seconds after it happens.
He's supposed to be one of the best warriors, I think, in like the North Pole. I think too is how he was hyped up. Like that's how the chief hyped him up and everything like that too.
I think it's great that this is like his death. Like, again, he didn't just get beat up. Like, he flat out just got fucking thrown overboard. He dies.
Yeah, and it's funny that, like, this was his death, but I'm pretty sure, like, this happened to, like, a lot of characters in Avatar, and they're able to come back, like, fine. And this was, like, this dude's, like, death and everything like that.
Well, I mean, he never shows up again, and nobody brings it up. So, again, the assumption is he died.
Yeah. But I'm just saying, we see a lot of other characters, like, get thrown overboard, and they don't fucking die, so that's hilarious that this was his death. But yeah, and I still love the fact you just didn't listen to Sokka. He called him the wrong name. Like he basically did everything wrong that you could have done wrong here, type of thing.
Yeah.
So this is great.
But yeah, Zhao continues on with what he was saying. That he mentions that years ago, when he was still a young lieutenant, working in the Earth Kingdom, he discovered a secret library hidden underground, which that's probably never going to be relevant ever again.
No, not at all. Not going to be shown in previously an Avatar or anything like that type of thing.
Definitely not bored. But he mentions, he looked through scroll after scroll, and eventually he discovered one of relevance that contained details on the moon and ocean spirit. And how they gave up their physical form, and he realized that if they gave up their immortality, then they could be killed. And Iroh, I love this, where Iroh is immediately like, no, do not do that. The spirits are not to be trifled with. And Zhao mentions, oh yeah, I've heard rumors about your journey to the spirit world and how you fear the spirits. But I'm not like, again, he's like insulting Iroh, basically being like, yeah, no, I'm not like you. I'm not a pussy.
I do kind of like this because that line didn't come out of nowhere, because obviously we saw that Iroh could like see Aid when he went to the spirit.
Yeah, I love that because that was a very quick thing that happened before. So I like that now we get like context of like, oh, apparently Iroh in the past traveled to the spirit world.
Yep. So
again, it's like in Ben 10. I would love a Max spinoff. If we were ever to get like an Avatar spinoff, like I want it to be about Iroh.
Yeah, he would be a really, really interesting character. Yeah, Iroh.
I'm so amazed it hasn't happened, because obviously we got Korra. We're gonna get the next Avatar after Korra, and we got books about Kyoshi and Roku. And I'm like, I'm cool with if we were ever to get a spinoff about like. Not about an Avatar, about somebody else. Like, make it Iroh.
Maybe because the
Like,
voice.
I don't know why we haven't gotten one. You know, like
Maybe-
Iroh's like a beloved character.
Maybe because the voice. I know they did it. Maybe because the voice actor died, so they didn't want to have like, you know.
Again, a young Iroh, you can cast somebody else.
That's true.
And even then, you know, like the understudy for Iroh, they got to replace him. I'm like, yeah, no, you can do that.
Yeah. So
he does a good job as Iroh.
True. What are the chances you think Master Paku would be like the one telling the story when they do the present day stuff?
Again, Paku just narrates everybody's story for some fucking reason.
I still can't.
Because again, with Max and Ben 10, it's like he had decades of fucking going all over the galaxy, and he met so many people and fought so many people. He has so many connections. I'm like, dude, you can make a whole fucking story about him. Iroh's the same way. He was the crown prince of the Fire Nation.
Yep.
He was the famous general, the Dragon of the West. You know, he's a grand member of the White Lotus. He knows Boomy and Paku and Zhong. And,
yeah, there's a lot.
And, you know, he fucking had a whole redemption arc after his son died. He met the dragons and the Sun Warriors. He fucking studied the waterbenders. He traveled to the spirit world. I'm like, dude, they're this fucking legend. Like, why has he not gotten a spinoff?
You could get like 5 seasons probably out of that easily.
Oh, you have a limit. Again, he has decades of life. You know, I want to see what was his relationship like with Ozai? Because Iroh and Ozai are never on screen together.
Yeah, I don't think so. No. So yeah, that'd be so.
You can do so much with Iroh.
Yeah, it'd be so cool.
I bring it up because we just did Truth and Ben 10, and that was a big like. Why the fuck have we not gotten a spinoff on Max yet?
Yeah,
and then things Iroh. I'm like, we need a whole series about Iroh.
Yeah, because it's insane too. Because you know, they were able to make it work with Saul and Better Call Saul getting a spinoff, and like you know, it ended up really working out for like the Breaking Bad universe. Because you know because of that, Mike got a spinoff and everything like that too. So
And again, I want to bring it up because Avatar has gotten quite a few like spinoff stuff. So I'm like, yeah, no, definitely give Iroh like a prequel.
Yeah, that'd be so cool. Yeah.
Again, I'm really surprised they haven't done it because he's such like a fan favorite character. Doesn't even have to be a show. Make it like a fucking movie or a book or something.
Yeah, make it something.
But yeah, I do love this that Iroh is like warning Zhao, like, no, do not fuck with the spirits. But yeah, you know, and I love that Zhao is just ignorant, like he's ignoring them. He doesn't see the spirits as like anything grand. He's just like, the spirits gave up their immortality, and I'm gonna make them regret that decision.
I do kind of like this too, because you know, even though Iroh's been kind of working along Zhao, he's also been like working obviously against him, obviously behind his back and everything like that. This is the first time he's actually like finally like stood up to him and be like, no, like I'm not playing an act anymore, type of thing. Like you can't try for what the spirits.
Like you know, from Iroh's POV, he's not even working against the Fire Nation because you know in a little bit, you know, Zhao calls him a traitor. He's like, I'm no traitor. Like everyone needs the move.
Mm-hmm. So.
But yeah, the invasion continues. Paku shows up. Hey, good on you, Paku. You're there.
He does well. He does well in the fight.
Yeah. I love this where like a bunch of snow gets blown at like the mook behind Zhao, and then like you just see like him melting it with like his body heat.
Yeah, that was funny.
Again, that was a great little thing in the background. But like that was cool. And Zhao was like, all right, you know, I have a scroll that'll tell me where the moon spirits are. Let's go fucking fishing, I guess. I'm going to go fuck that fish. I've gotten a little sick of miners, so now I'm going to go fuck a fish.
Yeah, that's bestiality sex right there. So,
you know, at least the moon spirit is above the age of consent.
Very much so, yes. So,
But yeah, so... Do I talk about this? Where Zhao goes to the Spirit Oasis, he grabs the fish, stuffs it in a bag, and then we get a red filter and everything.
Yeah, why not?
Okay.
Well, you just did, so you know. I really liked the red filter though. You know, the animation was really good for this. I liked how that it like looked that everything was like really hopeless and that the spirits were dying and everything like that. I like some of the invasion fights. You know, you got this like moment where like, and I like that the waterbenders were like winning because it really showed that like how they really rise from the moon and how Zhao. It made sense for Zhao to go with this plan, knowing the fact that the waterbenders were always gonna kick the Fire Nation's like ass. It would be kind of weird if like, you know, the waterbenders like weren't winning. So it's like, okay, well Zhao doesn't really need to go with this plan. So I like that they went with that.
Yeah, I mean, it was good choreography. It's just I didn't really have much to say beyond it because like these are kind of just like background people.
Yeah,
Like it was good choreography. You know, and I like seeing like them fight the tanks and like the firebenders have like shields to like block the ice spikes that threw at them.
yeah, good
And
stuff.
I like stuff like because everything around them is built of ice. Like a bunch of firebenders are like on a bridge, and the waterbender just like dissolves the ice in the water, making them fall.
Yeah, that was cool.
Yeah, that was all cool. Cool. Get it?
Yeah, because it is cool.
Yeah.
So, doing all this, Team Avatar is making their way back, and obviously this is after Zhao took the fish. Huh?
I said making their way downtown.
Well, down snow, I guess. So.
Yeah.
And obviously this is after Zhao took the fish out. There's a red filter going on and everything, and Yue and Aang are both being hurt by this. Makes sense that Aang would be hurt by this because obviously, you know, the Avatar would be hurt because of how spiritual they are and everything like that, and you know, this is kind of weird that Yue was hurt by this. So obviously, this had to get explained. Obviously, they felt like there was a disturbance in the moon spirits. And Yue kind of mentions, really randomly, because again, we didn't get a lot of time in the North Pole, and we needed somehow that plot line to get wrapped up. She decided to tell everyone, you know, because they still had time to get back. They needed something to talk about. So Yue kind of tells
in like 5 minutes.
Huh?
Yeah, totally random. Not going to be relevant in 5 minutes.
No, not at all. They just need something to talk about, you know. It would have been funny if she went to talk about it, they already got there, and they're like, okay, you don't need to talk anymore. We're back.
Yeah. All right, we're already here. Save your bullshit story for later.
But, she says that she owes the moon spirits her life because, most babies, when they're born, you know, obviously, they either cry or just full of life. But that was not the case for her. She ended up obviously being born very much asleep. And really didn't do much of anything. And the healers tried to save her and everything like that. They did everything they could, but there was really new hope. So there was really, I said new hope instead of no hope, but you know.
No, and that's Luke, not you.
Yeah. So they basically just had to let nature take its course. And then eventually she said that her parents, you know, pleaded with the moon spirits and begged them to save their daughter. So what they did was they obviously went to the oasis and they dipped her head into the water, and her hair started to grow white, and then eventually she finally opened her eyes and she finally was given life and was able to finally be a normal person and everything like that. I do like this a lot, you know. I get it's really random that this was kind of plopped in here. I get it because it was going to be important later. Obviously, this is kind of the rant, like we said, if we'd had more time in the North Pole, we could have gotten this reveal like earlier and everything like that. This is really kind of disappointing because like this could have been a good character moment for the Chief, you know, because obviously the Chief like told Sokka to protect his daughter. So obviously when he talks about later how he always knew this day would come, he's clearly trying to prevent that from happening. So yeah, again, this is all fine. It just would have been better, obviously, if we had more time in the North Pole. But all of this was relatively fine. Just kind of comes out of nowhere.
I'm cool with the story. It is just like the writer. It feels like the writers forgot to bring it up earlier, and then like now it's relevant. It's like, oh, by the way, Yue is like part moon spirit. You know, just throwing that out there.
Yeah.
Like, you know, just 2 scenes later is when that, you know, that's important. I'm like, you didn't really foreshadow this. You kind of just plop that in there.
And again, they could have brought it up, like you said, in the last part when they actually went, when Aang, Katara, and Yue actually went to the Oasis originally and everything like that. But again, you and Lottie are best buddies. They don't have a lot of they don't like to tell people important stuff until it's needed. So,
Yeah.
do you think?
Or when it's way past the point of being needed.
What do you think the friendship would be like? Do you think they would even tell each other stuff when it's needed, or do you think they would just like
No,
wait?
it's right. Like fucking 10 minutes after shit hits the fan. UA's like, by the way, I'm the moon spirit. And Lottie's like, oh, what a coincidence. I'm schizophrenic, you know? Yeah, we probably should have told each other that like an hour ago. Yeah.
By the way, we're gonna lose our house in like a month. But we got that mail in we only have 3 days left.
Our final eviction notice. We've been getting them for months. I probably should have mentioned that earlier.
Yep. So then they're back at the Oasis.
That was 5 minutes. I probably should have brought that up.
Yep. But yeah, we're back at the Oasis. Like you said, Zhao took the fish out. And he's obviously gonna destroy it. I like how he's relevated in this and he's reveling in it, saying that now that he's gonna go down in history, he's a god now, gonna take down the moon spirit, and everyone will know that it was me that did this. Then Momo comes over and he starts messing up with Zhao's face and everything like that, which I thought was pretty funny.
Undercutting his big moment, yeah.
Yeah, and then which is weird because Momo's been here the whole time, so I guess Momo just let this happen and everything like that.
Hey, Momo was like, you know what? I'm gonna wait around the corner, wait for him to get all hyped up, and then fuck him over.
Yeah, why not? And over here, this could be Kyato right here. This is pretty cool if this is
Again, Kyato doing what he does best and fucking with firebenders.
Yeah. Yeah, this is cool. You get this really cool shot where you see Aang, Momo go back onto him, and you see, Team Avatar getting ready to fight him. Some of the soldiers that were with Zhao get ready to fire blast him, but Zhao just tells him to hold the fire, and he's about to, obviously kill, the moon spirit. But Aang's like, Zhao, don't, he puts the staff down and, holds his hands up, being like, don't do that. And Zhao even says, look, I have to do this. It's my destiny. I kind of like this. Zhao feels like Zhao's just really wants to just go down in history. He feels like he has to do this to go down in history, which I really like. Kind of like to get his motivations. He's a piece of shit, but you get his motivations for that. Unlike Firelord Ozai, who's just a piece of shit.
Yeah, I was going to with Zhao. I do like how uncompromising he is, which, it's going to be a big thing we get to in a little bit. Of, Zhao's a piece of shit, but you kind of respect how, he sticks to his own guns, I guess.
Yeah. But Aang kind of ties the reason with Zhao being destroying the moon won't just hurt the Fire Nation. It's going to hurt everybody because you're going to, mess up the whole balance and everything like that. Which
I was going to say, that's a good point. I'm like, Ozai probably has no clue this is happening. The Fire Lord must be like, Zhao did what?
Yeah. But I think that makes sense, it's like the whole Danny Phantom when the guys in white try to destroy the Ghost Zone, where if you destroy one universe, it messes up everything for the universe. So I could buy the fact that everything would just be thrown out of whack if you get rid of the moon and everything like that. Zhao's just thinking Aang's lying. He's just, he's saying that nothing will happen.
I forgot to mention, when Zhao took the fish, all the waterbenders lost their bending. So now the time of the battle is changing.
Yep. Master Paku, poor guy, he lost his waterbender. He's got nothing now. So, and
now he lost his sexism. He lost his waterbend. It's like Sokka and Bitter Work, where he's like, I'm willing to give up meat and sarcasm. Those are my only two things.
Yep.
Paku was, those are my only two things: sexism and waterbending, and I've lost them.
Yeah, he's got nothing. So, Iroh shows up and says that he's right. The Fire Nation needs a moment too, and he's not going to sit back and just watch Zhao hurt the moon spirit. So he gives Zhao basically an ultimatum that and threatens him to let the moon spirit go, and if you hurt it, he will basically do 10 times worse of what Zhao would do. And
well, this is the first time we've seen Iroh pissed off.
Yeah, I like that a lot. You haven't really seen Iroh getting into the mix, so I do like that. And, it looks like Zhao's actually gonna, relent. He has this moment where he lets the moon spirit go, and you know, it looks like, you know, he's turned that corner, but, you know, Zhao sticks to his guns. He says, you know what, I want to go down in history. He unleashes a thinner, and I did like this, like the color, the animation like went back to normal when he put the fish in, but then he unleashes like this really big fire blast, killing the moon, one of the moon spirits, and then the moon's completely gone. And I really like the animation style. It's like really dark, like looks really hopeless now and everything like that. Like everything just looks really bleak.
Before it was a red filter, now that the moon is completely dead. Yeah, the moon is gone from the sky and it's like black and white filter. And I love this detail in a little bit. The only things that aren't affected by the filter are Aang when he goes into the avatar state.
Yep.
And then the water affected by the ocean spirit. And Yue's eyes.
Right.
Because everybody else can white filter, but Yue's eyes are still blue.
Yeah, that's cool. So, obviously when Iroh sees this, he goes after, he lays out all of Zhao's men with fire blast, but Zhao escapes before Iroh can attack him. And he kind of he pulls out the fish. He sees that the fish is dead. He's got like a big hole right through him and everything like that. And I think this happens before this, but we also see that Zuko's now gone. Like, he's obviously escaped. Like, he's untied him. Like, well, I guess he wasn't tied up, but like he's woken up, but he's not on Appo anymore. So you know, that's a cool detail. Which is cool, and Yue's upset, being like, "Wow, there's no hope now. It's over." And Aang channels the Avatar state and says, "No, it's not over." And he goes up to the water. He goes up to the other fish, and he uses the Avatar state to like merge with the fish, and all the water around him like forms this big like giant fish. And Aang, in the Avatar state's inside like controlling the fish. Really cool animation style here. Really cool design.
Yeah, this is really cool. I like that again. Aang was kind of right that like the spirits are gonna give us a big fuck you to like win the battle. Obviously not in the way they intended. And I like that the ocean spirit is like so pissed off that like it lost its buddy.
Yeah, I like that.
And well, I want to say this because Aang isn't really in control here. Because you know Aang fucking kills a lot of people here, but it's not technically Aang. Basically, the ocean spirit is like using Aang as like a conduit.
Yeah.
So it's technically it's the ocean spirit doing all that.
So is this Evil Dead? All in Avatar, probably?
Yeah, kind of. Aang gets like possessed by the ocean spirit.
Yeah.
But like
oh, by the way, we have to make some more woods. What about the spirit wood? What would you make that? That seems very peaceful.
That's a really nice woods. I would meditate there. I would go there on vacation.
Yeah. What do you think?
We've got.
What do you think? What do you think the fucking woods look like once the fucking moon spirits were fucking pissed off and everything like that type of thing?
You know, would the spirit world even care about that? Because I don't think they even have a moon. They're like they just have no idea this is happening. They're just chilling out. Again, yeah. Monkey guy is just smoking his weed, having a good time.
But yeah, so the moon spirit channeling Aang just destroys everything. Destroys some Fire Nation army soldiers. I like this because you looked over and like saw some of Waterbender and some of the Fire Nation just completely fucked over the Firebender soldiers.
Well, the Waterbenders like got down and like started praying to the ocean spirit.
Yeah,
you know, showing that. Whereas the Firebenders were like getting ready to attack.
And he
by the way, as I said, the ocean spirit is fucking killing these people.
Yeah, they destroy a lot of the army fleet, and some of the army fleet are just retreating. But the ocean spirit doesn't care; it just destroys it anyways. It destroys some of the fireballs, and just basically the the ocean spirit just destroys everything, pretty much. I really like this scene. A lot of animation went into this. It was really well choreographed and everything like that. And I do like this, because an episode like this is really cool because this is kind of what kind of causes the next episode to happen, the season premiere, where they try to dive into what the Avatar state is and everything like that type of thing. So I really like this scene actually ends up being very important for the next episode and everything like that, which I think is really cool. Because they saw that Aang could do this. Why does he need to master all 4 elements. He could just go into the Avatar state whenever he wants. And then, you know, this kind of leads us to, like, finding out more about what the hell the Avatar state is and everything like that. So, really cool scene right here. Yeah, I guess that's it for my section. All of this stuff was really good. I liked the Zhao stuff. I liked the Ivo stuff. I liked the Moon Spirit stuff. All of this was just really great stuff. What'd you think of all this stuff?
Yeah, this was great. Good fight. Yeah, again, I think this is really cool. Although, again, like you said, from next episode addresses like the Avatar state, but I do, you know, because a big thing later on, and so this comment is, you know, Aang talk about he's never killed anybody, and I don't know, the show doesn't really make it super clear that like Aang, like basically like isn't in control here at all. I wish that was addressed, you know, like you know, well they kind of do, like Aang's having nightmares about like being in the fish.
Yeah.
I don't know. Again, it's just not clear how much control Aang has here.
Right, for sure.
But yeah, it looks cool, and I love how it's just showing like, you know, the Fire Nation, despite having these ships and upon ships and like all this advanced technology, all it takes is like, you know, the one spirit to just fucking annihilate them.
Yeah, I think that's cool.
You know, again, showing like now the fact they have no respect for the spirits.
Mm-hmm.
It's like kind of what fucked them over in the end.
Yep. Yeah.
But yeah, getting back to the Spirit Oasis, you know, everybody's sad because they're like, oh, you know, we're fucked. You know, the moon's dead. But Iroh looks over at Yue, and I don't know how he can kind of like see spirit stuff as we saw. So I guess he could just kind of tell her like spirit is different, because he realizes like you've been touched by the moon spirit, like it gave you life. And she's like, you're right. Maybe I can give it back. And Sokka grabs her hand, and he's like, no, your dad gave me a job to protect you. Like, I can't let you sacrifice yourself for this. And again, it's so sad because I brought up last episode that Yue seemed so upset that she has to choose her duty as princess over her own personal wants and desires. And here it's taken a step further, where she has to give up her life for eternity, and like choose duty over her own wants, because she basically just is resolved, and she says like, you can't stop me, Sokka. I have to do this. And Sokka basically has no choice but to let her go.
Yeah,
which, you know, I like it because Sokka, we see in multiple episodes after this, feels like a lot of guilt that he couldn't protect Yue here.
Yeah, I really like this a lot. I really, you know, the fact that it affects Sokka after this, I really like that, like, Yue basically has to give up her life, and, like, wants and desires because she feels like she has a duty and everything like that. Just really sad scene here. And, you know, our first death, of a character, like, got to know in Avatar, pretty much. So,
yeah.
Pretty sad, you know,
In the present.
Yeah, obviously. It says Roku, I guess would be the first death, I guess.
Like Roku and Gyatso, but like, yeah, somebody like present day. And it's also interesting because again, Yue was only like 16. So like kind of like with Jet, where it's like kind of surprising that they're like gonna have children die on screen.
Yeah, so
again, I guess you just have to be vague with it, because obviously, you know, Yue becomes like a spirit. And you know, like Jet flat out fucking dies. They just have to be vague about it.
Yeah, really sad. You know, I really like this stuff here. You know, we obviously the scene would obviously hit a lot more home had we got more time in the North Pole and everything like that. But still hits.
Yeah.
Still hits.
Yue, it's like I'm not even like fully. Again, it's like tragic, but like I'm more sad that Sokka is sad rather than sad that Yue's dead.
Yeah, for sure.
Because I guess that's the part that really hits home. Is, you know, like when Yue touches the fish, it glows and she collapses, and then Sokka is just there grabbing her, and he's just like, no, she's gone. You know, like I'm more sad that Sokka is sad rather than sad that Yue died.
Yeah, I feel like had we had more time in the North Pole, we'd be sad about both things.
Which is funny because again, I just played Yakuza 3. I'm at like the final part of it, and we just had a character die. And the game did a good job of like he tagged along around for a good chunk of the game. Like he was like a companion. He can take them like to multiple places and like on side quests. So like the game did a good job of like having you spend time with him before they killed him.
He probably died several times before that because you probably sucked. So
yeah, also that. But no, as I was about to say, I actually played a game that did a good job of like having you spend time with the character before they killed him.
Yeah.
So
I mean, the several Jackie in Yellow Jackets was because she's not around for too long, but
like all season 1 with her. Like we knew she was gonna die, but like we still cared because we got to see a lot of her personality before she bit it.
Yeah, for sure. Honestly, you could say that you say Avatar takes a lot of inspiration from Star Wars. I hate to say it, they probably took the Obi-Wan fucking inspiration. Where like we got enough time.
Really Obi-Wan before they killed him, and granted that is kind of okay because we get a lot of him, like in the prequels and even after he dies.
I mean, like, I don't forget that I didn't even know it was a death at first because I didn't know how the Force worked. So I didn't realize it was a death. So,
so it does suck that again. I wish we got more time with UA so this could hit harder.
Yeah, for sure.
And again, it is more so the circumstance of, like I said, it is tragic that she has to give up her life for her duty forever.
Yeah, this would be better to.
But she can't.
This would be better too, like if this wasn't just revealed like a couple scenes ago too.
Yeah, like I said, it kind of sucks that this was like her being connected to the moon spirit got revealed to us fucking like 3 minutes ago.
So yeah,
I'm like, all right, you just kind of pulled this out of your ass for this to happen.
Yeah, like if it got revealed, even in context of just not having much time in the North Pole, you could have revealed this like when they originally went to the Oasis, and then like yes, it'd be like. I guess predictable in the sense
that would still be pretty a little too close to it happening. But like again, it's better than literally like 3 minutes ago.
Yeah. So, whatever.
Like you joked about it, but like if they just got there a little sooner and they had to interrupt UA's little fucking story time, like everyone would be so confused when Iroh was like, "You've been touched by the moon spirit." Suck would be like, "What the fuck is he talking about?"
Yeah. And then you have to tell the story like right then, type of thing too.
Yeah.
So.
So I gotta like explain this whole thing, And Sokka's like, "Oh, okay. I feel like we probably should have known about that sooner, but okay."
Sounds like some Rick and Morty or like a Family Guy would have done as like a joke type of thing.
Yeah,
like,
honestly. But yeah, boy, it feels like in Rick and Morty where Rick's like, "Here's my whole backstory." And Morty's like, and he's like, "No, not now."
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
Yeah, but yeah. So anyway, UA dies. The fish goes back into the pond and starts to swim around again. UA's body disappears. So this is obviously not like a death. Obviously because it's kind of like Obi-Wan where the body disappears, and out from the pond. And I love this because it's like the moon comes back, and like the reflection of the moon in the pond like rises up and like becomes UA's spirit.
Yeah,
so that was a cool effect. And we see her here, and she has a very like heartbroken look on her face. So again, it's very sad that she very clearly like didn't want to do this.
Yeah, but she felt like she had to do it, type of thing.
Yeah, but she had to. And I think she's like at peace with it. Like she's accepted it. But yeah, she's basically, she's sad that she can't be with Sokka. She looks down at him and she says, "Goodbye, Sokka. I will always be with you." They kiss one final time, and then she fades away. And you see Sokka looking up at the sky. That was very sad.
Yeah.
So and I love this because later on we get a scene with Sokka and Suki says like beautiful moon out tonight, and he just goes, "Yeah, it is."
Mm-hmm.
Like very sad that he he has to look up at the moon every night knowing that's UA and like be reminded that they can't be together.
Yeah, it's really sad.
The whole star-crossed lovers thing.
Yeah, really good scene right here. Then before all this, but again, it was pretty disconnected. We see Zhao still running away from all that chaos before with Iroh trying to attack him and everything.
He got one look of Iroh being a badass, and he was like, nope, nope, nope.
He's just like that scientist in the Ben 10 episode. He's just like, okay, yeah, I'm done with aliens forever. I'm out of here. Bye. Type of thing.
Yeah, literally, he's like, I am done. And he just fucking marches off.
Do you think he was going to call the whole invasion off if because Iroh was such a badass?
Yeah, he's like, all right, guys, look, so, you know, the whole water tribe is one thing. I'm not fucking with Iroh. We're leaving.
But then he's like, but then you have to answer the fire. Who do you think he's more afraid of, Ozai or Iroh?
Oh, you know, Zhao gets before the Fire Lord. He's like, why did you abandon the siege? And he's like, I didn't want to fight Iroh. I was like, you know what? Understandable. It's like that scene in John Wick. Have you seen John Wick?
I have not.
Okay, so like the main bad guy's son broke into John Wick's home and like stole his car, killed his dog. And he showed up at this like car shop, and the car shop guy fucking backhanded him. And then the mob boss called him, and he's like, I heard you struck my son. He's like, yes, sir, I did. He's like, can I ask why? He's like, yeah, he stole John Wick's car and killed his dog. And the mob boss is just like, oh. That's
fun.
You know, it's like understandable.
But yeah, Zhao's running off, and then he gets blasted by some fire blasts, and he sees that it's a ghost from his past, Zuko. The spirit of Zuko is now haunting Zhao here, type of thing.
Yeah. Boom, motherfucker.
Yeah. But no, it's Zuko. This is Zhao's reveal that Zuko's alive, and Zhao's obviously shocked to see that he is alive. And
what are you, some kind of blue spirit?
Yep. And Zhao says, how the hell can you be alive? And Zuko says, like, that's right, but you tried to have me killed. Again, obviously, it's not that hard for Zuko to really piece that together. But again, if we had had more time in the North Pole, it would have been cool if Zuko got the actual reveal. Because again, the pirates thing, like, yeah, obviously it's a coincidence they came the same day that all that happened, but that's kind of vague enough in Zuko's perspective since he had a history with them before. It would have been cool, like, if we got an episode in the North Pole, Zuko hunted these guys down, and then, like, they actually, like, show mercy and reveal, like, no, we were hired to do that type of thing. And then that could have been the reveal, but whatever. Maybe that happened off screen and we just didn't see it. So,
yeah, but like you said, like, you know, like, what a coincidence. You know, like, it's not a plot hole. Zuko can piece it together, but it is vague enough, POV, that, like, you can't be sure.
Yeah. Because, you know, he had a run-in with the pirates before, so...
Yeah, so again, like from... Like, that should be kind of funny. If, like, it was, like, random, like, the pirates did come back for revenge. Zuko here is like, you tried to have me killed. And Zhao's like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah. But, yeah, they have a little Agni Kai right here. A really good one. I like how this one's more evenly matched, where, like, the last one, you know, it was, like, all Zhao in the beginning, and then Zuko took over. Here, they were more evenly matched. But Zuko's definitely doing better here. I like this, though, because what makes a really good villains, like, fall is just when this whole world just starts crumbling around him type of thing. You know, Eisenberg and Breaking Bad. I was going to say Light and Death Note, but minus the Neil stuff. But the Neil stuff didn't... Yeah. So,
also real quick, I obviously they fought before, but I really like it when villains fight each other. It's always cool.
Yeah. And they're fighting here, and then Zhao sees that you know, the moon's back, and he's just like, how the hell is this like Zhao's just having a terrible day today. And he's just like, how the hell does this happen? This just can't be. And doing all this, you know, not the blue spirit, the moon spirit looks over.
Well, spirit is a blue spirit, so like
sure. And sees, you know,
by a blue spirit when he's beaten by the blue spirit.
Yep. And he sees, you know, that the moon's fine, so he sees that his buddy, you know, is back alive. So he's kind of at peace with that now. So he exits Ain's body or vortex, whatever, and then the blue spirit decides he's gonna. Not the blue spirit, the moon spirit decides he's gonna take Zhao with him. He's gonna put Zhao into some suffering, and a big hand grabs Zhao and like obviously goes into the vortex of wherever the moon spirit goes. No, obviously I've seen this scene in core. You do find out that Zhao is just like, I don't think this is the right term for it, but he's basically like in some type of like shadow realm like dimension where he's just basically going senile and he's just trapped there with no one to talk to or anything like that. No kids to molest or anything like that.
Yeah. A fate worse than death for him.
Yep. And I do like this though, where Zuko is actually gonna be the noble one here, and maybe he learned something like from when Aang saved him, like, hey, like I tried to capture him, they went out of the way to save me. So that kind of showed that stuck with Zuko. So he's about to like actually extend his. He's about to extend his hand out to Zhao and says, like, take my hand. But I like that Zhao, like, is about to do it, but he's just so prideful and he's just hates Zuko so much and he just, I think, realizes he's defeated here. He just has such disgust for Zuko that he just doesn't extend his hand. And he doesn't even look over to him and he just accepts his fate and just goes into the moon spirit and everything like that type of thing. So I really like Zhao's, or the shadow realm, whatever.
Well, no, I'm saying you keep saying the blue spirit and the moon spirit. It's the ocean spirit.
Oh, but I really like this with like Zhao. I really like Zhao's defeat right here, where just his world crumbled around him. He had to basically pay for all of his bad deeds he did this season, and I think Korra makes this really cool. That basically he was just trapped, and this whole thing is he wanted to live a legacy. Now he's just stuck, like living in that mindset, like on loop, pretty much the rest of his. I guess what the rest.
I mentioned that scene to you, and I didn't. It was fine because it wasn't much of a spoiler. I didn't know you had actually seen the scene, so that's cool.
Yeah, well, I looked it up. So,
okay.
But yeah. So, and again, I do kind of like that. Like, his hatred for Zuko basically is what cost him. Well, is it his life? That's the thing. Like, is he like dead?
Well, I mean, I guess he is like dead, and like they just threw his spirit in like that place.
Okay, but I'm saying like I like that his hatred for Zuko, like him not being able to get over his hatred and just disgust for Zuko cost him his life, pretty much.
Yeah. Actually, it is kind of vague if Zhao is still technically alive or not. I guess it's one of those things of just like a fate worse than death. Essentially, like he may as well be dead.
Yeah. But what did you think of this fight and Zhao's demise?
This was good. And again, I like that Zuko went to go extend the hand to Zhao. Shows that, even though Zuko spends the whole show looking for honor, he has it deep down. He just thinks he doesn't. Where, it reminds me of the Agni Kai they had. Where Zuko had him pinned, and Zhao told him, like, finish it. Like, telling Zuko kill him. And Zuko showed him mercy. Where, again, here, despite how much he hates Zhao, he extends the hand. But Zhao just is too prideful and, turns away and, like, basically accepts his fate. Which, again, I like that. It is, even though Zhao's a piece of shit, obviously, and he's, like, evil, he's not meant to be redeemable. I like it when the villain kind of, again, sticks to their guns.
Yeah,
like,
for sure.
They didn't make Zhao pathetic that, like, he hates Zuko so much, but he's, like, gonna come crawling to him for help. Funny enough, kind of reminds me of Owlman from, like, this Batman movie, where he was gonna, like, blow up Earth Prime to, like, destroy the multiverse. And then Batman, like, sends him to a different Earth, the bomb, and he has the chance to disarm it. But he basically just shrugs and goes, it doesn't matter. And then gets blown up. Because this whole thing throughout the movie was like nothing matters, like he's a nihilist.
Mm-hmm.
But I like that in the end when he was facing his own death, he just like didn't compromise. It's kind of, even though it's like super warped and fucked up, you kind of, again, you just respect it that like they weren't a hypocrite,
Yeah, I like that a lot when the villain just kind of accepts their fate, pretty much.
Showing that again, like Zhao did believe in what he said. He wasn't just being like, he wasn't putting up a front. Like, he did truly believe in everything he said.
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah, again, it shows how Zuko is a good person deep down. And again, I like this fight that, these two were the two big bads for book one. So them having this final fight, and I like that. Like the Zuko had basically won the fight before the Ocean Spirit showed up.
Yeah, that was good.
Zuko got to kind of prove that he was the better man before this all happened.
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah, and I like that Zuko just looked down sadly, like showing that Zuko didn't want it to end this way.
Yeah. But that's it. No more Zhao. All the kids are safe now, though. That's good. All the kids are safe.
Kids no longer have to look under their bed and fear that Zhao's there.
Yep. The climb weights are gonna go down probably with Zhao. Without Zhao and like the, all that type of stuff. So
the council, the child chasing club is like, where's Zhao? He comes to every meeting.
Yeah. Oh, they need a new founding member now.
We're gonna have to relocate our headquarters to the fog.
They need like a new publicist or a new recruiter now because Zhao's strapped in the shadow realm. We can't do that. We need a new spokesperson. Zhao can't be the spokesperson anymore. So
we're gonna have to find somebody who's half as good as him.
I guess Jack and his gang, right? They would have to be them, maybe.
They're pretty good at child chasing. I think Vlad is that they're gonna have to have a whole election. What we saw in Danny Phantom, Vlad's pretty good at winning elections.
That's true. He could just possess all. He just possess everybody. So
remember, congrats, Vlad. You're the next child chasing club spokesman.
Do they even need to possess the voters for that?
Yeah, you know what? It was going to be a close race, but yeah, no, he wins it.
Who would he go up against? Would it be Jack and his gang, or a specific, I
guess Jack so far. I can't think of anybody else.
Oh, you know what? Melissa should probably deserves it more than Jack and his gang.
Yeah, you know what? Yeah, Melissa. Again, Melissa was going to win, and then Vlad had to use his possession trick to win it.
Yeah, for sure. So.
Yeah. Pretty much, the day's saved. We get our little wrap up here. I guess I'll just mention Zuko and Iroh's thing. So Zuko and Iroh, reconvened off screen, and they're just on a piece of like driftwood, and they're like making a little makeshift boat to leave. I like how you just see around them. You just see all the wreckage of the Fire Nation ships, like all around them.
Yeah, I really like that a lot.
And I love how this ties into the first episode, where if you remember when they saw that beam of light come up, Zuko was like telling his men to go towards the light, and Iroh tries to tell him like, Zuko, you should get some rest. A man needs his rest. But Zuko says like, no, I need to go capture the Avatar. My honor is on the line. And here, Zuko is just kind of standing there and like looking off in the distance, silently. And Iroh has to be like, Prince Zuko, I'm surprised that you are not saying you want to go capture the Avatar at this very moment. So remember, this is kind of Zuko's like last chance to get Aang for a good while.
Yeah,
because he's not even Aang in the next book. And remember, like they're at the North Pole. Like Aang is there. Like this is kind of their chance to maybe go try and get him. Even though that would be like a suicide mission. Like it's they're leaving where Aang is at. So it is curious that Zuko is okay with that. But Zuko doesn't even really respond to that. He just says tired. And Dante Blasco did a great job with just that one line. Just showing how exhausted Zuko is from all of this.
Kind of shows maybe Zuko's over, like not completely, but he's kind of like, it's not like an like he's not like obsessed as much as he was in the beginning of the season, like capturing the Avatar.
Yeah,
like
I he still wants Aang, but like he's less obsessed than he was. Well, I think it's also like at the beginning of the season he had a ship, he had a crew. Now it's just him and Iroh on a fucking makeshift boat in the middle of nowhere. And book 2 starts off with Iroh mentions that they were on that boat for fucking 3 weeks, like starving and dehydrated.
Yeah. So
and again, after the whole thing with Zhao, Zuko is just kind of like he said, he's just tired. Like emotionally, physically, he's just tired.
Yep.
But I do love this. Even after he's lost everything, Iroh is there to put a hand on his shoulder and just says, "Well, then you should get some rest. A man needs his rest." And Zuko listens to him. He doesn't say anything. He just kind of lies down on the ground and gets some rest.
Yeah, kind of like that, showing that they finally have some understanding between them, and maybe and Zuko, like, his plot's not necessarily resolved, but it seems like his priorities maybe are going to change a little bit and all that type of stuff. So I like that. I like how they kind of wrapped up Zuko's plot here. So
yeah, like I said, I really like that they tied into the beginning, with the whole Zuko not needing rest, and now he does. I like that. But yeah, back in the North Pole, Paku says, like, I'm gonna go to the South Pole and fuck your grandma.
pretty much, yeah.
That's basically what he does. And he says, like, some other waterbenders are joining me. It's time we, help rebuild the South Pole. What a good timing. The North Pole's all fucked up and needs repairs, and he's like, yeah, no, we're just gonna fuck off. Bye.
I know where Kano is now, so I don't need to,
Yeah, so literally, he's like, okay, now I know where your grandmother is, so I'm gonna go do that. Do that literally.
I mean, he did say he's gonna rebuild the South Pole. He didn't necessarily say how he was gonna rebuild it. He didn't say he was gonna rebuild it with properties. I think he meant family-wise. He was gonna rebuild it, get some kids going.
Yeah. Well, again, he's saying, listen, you and your brother are gonna be out of the house for the rest of the show. Your dad's gone. Your mom's dead. Your grandfather's never mentioned. It's about time I spawn in.
Yeah.
I'll show her my narrating skills. That always gets them.
Yeah.
But Katara's like, well, what the fuck? You're kind of supposed to teach Aang how to waterbend, and he's like, well, I guess you better get used to calling you Master, Katara.
That's a nice little tie-in, Katara. Yeah. Katara had been wanting to, like, work to become a really good waterbender. Now she's gonna be like a waterbending master, like teaching the Avatar. She can, like,
this is like the best way to do it. Is like they're on a time crunch. It makes sense of like, okay, cool. We're gonna like have you learn waterbending, and then while we're doing that, we're gonna have you go like find an earthbending teacher.
I would probably like this more, obviously, if A didn't slack off like for like a month type of thing.
Yeah, I guess that sucked. That like apparently Aang just barely made any progress, and now it's like, well, Aang, you probably should have fucking done that before.
Yeah, it'd be better if like he was making progress, kind of like how they handled his earthbending, but like he wasn't like a master, but he still needed work. So that's like what Katara was going to be there for.
Again, they could have done that of like Aang had a better start than Katara, but Katara, now that she had a master, like made progress quicker than Aang. Like Aang kind of hit a roadblock, maybe.
Yeah, for sure. So.
So yeah. But yeah, Sokka and the chief have a talk, and again, I'm just sitting here being like, "Wait a minute, who are you?" But yeah, the chief mentions he had a vision of a beautiful princess becoming the moon spirit, and like how he knew this day would come. And Sokka just says, you must be proud. And he says, I'm so proud, but sad.
Sad scene.
So I like that they kind of bonded over that. But those were the two upset that Yue's gone. So they kind of have that bonding moment of like they both knew this was necessary, but it makes it sad that they can't be with her anymore.
Yeah, very sad.
I guess the chief was more of like a character.
Yeah, because he seems interesting too and everything too. So
yeah. Again, he's not bad. Like what little we get of him is good. I just wish we got more of him. And again, it sucks because like Sokka and the chief are really the only ones who like had a connection to Yue. So it would make her death hit harder if like we had more people sad about it.
Don't seem to be sad about Fuckboy's death though. They don't seem to care about that.
Nobody. Yeah. So funny.
Maybe the podium that he died. They're loving it.
Yeah, I know. Everyone's like, all right, we're gonna have a party.
Maybe they don't even know. Maybe they forgot.
Yeah, so again, anybody even knows. Again, he didn't die. Zhao just locked him in his sex dungeon, but now that he's dead, he's just stuck there forever.
Yep, just waiting.
By the way, it would have been great if somebody mentioned, by the way, so North Tribe, now that we saved you, are you guys going to, like, help us later on? He's like, what's that? He's like, hey, if we ever, like, invade the Fire Nation, or if, like, Sodom's Comet happens, like, can we count on you guys to, like, help us out? And they're just like, mm-hmm. Because remember, for the rest of the show, the Northern Water Tribe does fuck all. They don't help out Dave Black's son. They don't help out with Sodom's Comet. They don't do shit.
Yeah, just nothing,
Yeah. Okay, so yeah, that's great. But yeah, again, that's more of a problem for later on. But again, I'm just like, they don't do fuck all for the rest of the show. I do love this, where we get a shot of all the main characters looking off into the distance, hopeful. We get Aang, Katara, and Sokka, Momo, and Appa there looking off into the distance. But then, again, unbeknownst to them, a danger is in the background. You get a shot of the Fire Lord. This is the first time we've seen him talk since the storm.
Mm-hmm.
Where he's in his throne room and he's talking to the girl. Again, if most people wouldn't catch this on the first viewing. But if you pay attention, this is the girl that was next to Iroh in the Storm flashback, where he says, your uncle Iroh is a traitor. Your brother Zuko is a failure. I have a task. And you see a girl bowing beneath, for the Fire Lord. And this is obviously Zuko's sister that he mentioned. And I'm so glad we get introduced to my favorite villain in the show, Azula.
Yeah, really good, kind of like that, showing that there's like an overarching, like, looming threat for the next season, because it makes sense to introduce a new villain since we lost main villain this season, so it makes sense to introduce a...
Yeah, Zhao's gone, and Zuko has basically lost everything.
So we need, like, a new villain. I really like this. I like how they wrapped up all of the season 1's loose ends here. Pretty solid stuff. And that's the end of the episode.
Yep.
I'm probably going to give it... I'm not going to go S rank, and I'm not going to go A+, but I am going to go A. I think it's all really good stuff. I like the stuff, in the spirit world. I liked how they tied up Yue's plot, how they killed off Zhao, how they tied up Zuko's plot and everything, and some of his monologues. The only thing that kind of holds it back from being an A+ or to S rank, is the Yue, like, having like a little bit of life of the ocean spirit just really came out of nowhere, and I feel like that's the thing that ends up, like, saving, like, the moons or the ocean spirits. So,
and like I said, it's like I don't really care that much about Yue. I'm more so sad that Sokka's sad.
Yeah. So, and again, some of that's just a problem from. We didn't really get much time on the North Pole, so that kind of affected this a little bit. So,
yeah. But yeah, like you said, I give this an A. Definitely the superior of the two parts. I like how everybody's characters wrapped up for the season. Zuko, Zhao, Aang, Sokka, Katara. It was all great. I love that this is really the most, like, spiritual of the finales. Because I like how tied the spirit world was to all this.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's just great stuff overall. I really like it.
I think what also would have tied this up nicely is why this also wasn't an A is a lot of the characters we started, like, I would have liked it if Paku and the Chief got a little bit more focus. Like, they kind of didn't really do much.
Yeah, again, it does kind of, like, I'm glad, like, all of our main characters got, like, good moments and stuff to do. But yeah, like you said, it sucks that, like, despite being in the North Pole, like, the characters that got introduced in the North Pole didn't really get much to do.
I think, like, they fixed that issue, again, in Boston Say, where, like, in the finale, we got to meet the Earth Kingdom, we got to meet Lon Fane, like, one of the people that, like, Lon Fane mentions that, like, is, like, the escort for AIM, we could spend some time with them, like, that really, again, like, Season 2 really fixes everything, all of the issues of Book 1 and everything like that.
Yeah.
So, now, if we combine the grades, I would say it's still. I don't think it bumped it up to an A+. I think I think this whole special's still, like, an A, because the first.
I think last episode I gave a B+. I give this one an A. So I guess it gets an A- total.
Yeah, I would probably say so. Knocks it down a little bit. So, yeah. Overall, the end of book one's an A-, and that's it. We're finally done with book one of Avatar. We finally made it to this moment. Really happy we did. But like AJ and I said in the beginning, we're gonna do some stuff in between. We're gonna do the comic that takes place in between book one and book two. We're gonna do.
You mean the comics that take place during book one?
Yes, during book one. And then we're gonna do the last Airbender movie. Yay! AJ's looking forward to that. You know.
We'll also probably do like the Netflix Last Airbender show. That's at least start it.
Yeah.
Since that adapts to book one.
I wonder how we're gonna review that because we'll basically repeated ourselves. Like I don't,
I mean, I'm sure there's.
Yeah. We're also gonna do Avatar Avatar: The Last Airbender book one tier list, and then we're gonna make that video rewriting book one, which we have to write the script for now. So.
Yep. But I don't think we're really gonna delay book two. For all that, like we will most likely start book two relatively soon. We'll kind of probably do what we did with Ben and Dragon Ball and take like a month or two break. But we probably won't like delay book two for that stuff. We can probably do it alongside it.
Yeah, for sure. But yeah, that's pretty much it, guys.
Yeah, new era for the channel, because we've been on book one for fucking years. We made really good progress this year. Yeah.
So, check out the video. Check out the channel update video coming up because AJ and I are going to be doing that. We'll be recording that soon. And that's pretty much it, guys. And we'll talk to you guys later.